In January 2018, at the Chinese men's football training base, the sky was overcast. A cold wind swept across the empty pitch, stirring up a few withered leaves. The entire base was shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. After the World Cup qualifier defeat a few days earlier dashed all hopes of advancing, even the naturalized player trial match hastily arranged by the Football Association felt listless. Cheng Feng lay flat on his back on the cold grass, sweat and dirt clinging to his face, cold and itchy. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, staring up at the gray, murky sky. They had lost. In the inter-squad match, just now his team had been utterly routed. His mind was a chaotic mess filled with images of the training ground at Barcelona. That accursed afternoon he came up against Dembele in a training match. The guy launched a vicious sliding tackle straight at his ankle. He dodged it, but rage shot straight to his head. Do you even know how to play football? Yellow monkey, go back to your own country. Dembele spat, his face full of arrogance and contempt. And then he threw a punch. And after that he was released by Barcelona's youth academy. There was no hearing, no chance to defend himself, only a cold, impersonal termination notice. All because Dembele was a genius the club had bought for over 100 million, while he, Cheng Feng, was just a Chinese kid who had scraped by at La Masia for nearly 10 years. Cheng Feng clenched his fist, his nails digging deep into his palms. He had thought returning to China and joining this so-called naturalization trial would be a fresh start. But reality gave him an even louder slap in the face. During the match, a guy named Zhang Qinglong and 2 lackeys had been targeting his ankles with dirty fouls the entire game. That so-called dive in the penalty area at the end was a trap they had set long before. Zhang Qinglong tripped him subtly, but the referee handed him a yellow card for simulation. Now the comment sections online had exploded. With acting skills like that you still want naturalization? Go back to Europe. Chinese football doesn't need trash with no sportsmanship. I heard he's someone's relative, lol. How did trash like him even get into the trials? Malicious comments along with animated gifs of his exaggerated fall were being shared like wildfire. He was being nailed to the pillory, set up, smeared, utterly unable to defend himself. Cheng Feng closed his eyes, and a wave of overwhelming helplessness washed over him. Had he really done wrong? Just as his conviction was wavering on the verge of being swallowed by negative emotions, a mechanical, emotionless electronic voice abruptly rang out in his mind. Ding! Detected intense emotional fluctuations in the host. The negative emotion lottery system is binding. Binding successful. Cheng Feng's eyes flew open, and he bolted upright from the grass in shock. He looked around in bewilderment. The vast training ground was empty with no one around except a few staff members and the distance cleaning equipment. Had that voice just now been an auditory hallucination? A hallucination from too much pressure? Host need not panic. This system exists within your consciousness. No one but you can perceive it. That mechanical voice appeared again, crystal clear. Cheng Feng's scalp went numb and goosebumps rose all over his body. A system, like in the novels. Cheng Feng tested silently in his mind. You could understand it that way. The system replied quickly. My full name is the Negative Emotion Lottery System. My purpose is to help the host become the world's #1 player. The host can gain negative emotion points by provoking negative emotions in opponents, opposing fans, media, and other related parties during matches. Negative emotions include, but are not limited to, anger, jealousy, frustration, unwillingness, resentment, fear. Every 100 negative emotion points accumulated allows 1 draw. Prizes include skills, attributes, items, and all football-related rewards. The system finished explaining in one breath. Cheng Feng stood frozen, mouth slightly open, unable to close it for a long time. He didn't believe it. The next second, he viciously pinched his own thigh. Hiss! The intense pain made him inhale sharply, his face scrunching up. It hurt. A piercing, biting pain. So, this so-called system was real. Cheng Feng's heart began to pound uncontrollably. At the end of despair, there really could be a turning point. Meanwhile, in the team leader's office on the 3rd floor of the training base's administrative building, the heating was on full blast. Zhou Kai, the big boss of the Chinese Football Association, was holding a cup of steaming Longjing tea standing before the huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the training ground below. Behind him, the newly appointed team leader Zhang Fei sat rigidly, hardly daring to breathe. Zhou Kai took a sip of tea and pointed with his chin toward the lonely figure on the lawn outside the window. That mixed-race kid, Cheng Feng, right? His tone was flat, unreadable. Zhang Fei quickly stood up, moved to the window, and followed Zhou Kai's gaze. Yes, Director Zhou, he's Cheng Feng. I watched the footage from his previous matches. His technical foundation is solid. Especially his ball control and explosive acceleration are top tier for his age group domestically. Zhou Kai said slowly. Yes, he comes from the La Masia Youth Academy and has received the best football training since childhood. Zhang Fei quickly added. La Masia. Zhou Kai raised an eyebrow, set down his teacup, and showed some interest. Then why did he come back? Were Barcelona willing to let him go? Zhang Fei's expression turned subtle. After a brief hesitation, he reported honestly, according to his resume. He was unilaterally released by the club after a violent altercation with a first-team player during training. Oh, A violent altercation. Zhou Kai laughed, a hint of amusement in his smile. With whom? Dembele. Ha, feisty one. Zhou Kai waved his hand dismissively. Young people hot temper, that's normal. On the pitch, if you don't have some fire in your belly, what can you ever achieve? Zhang Fei then lowered his voice, and Director Zhou, his performance in today's trial match wasn't good. He even received a yellow card for diving in the penalty area. The online opinions about him are not good right now. A lot of people are stirring up public outrage. Online, Zhou Kai sneered, his eyes full of contempt. What does that bunch of keyboard warriors know about football? Can trends fill our stomachs? Can they help us win games? He turned around, his sharp gaze landing on Zhang Fei. Xiao Zheng, remember this. What we need now is results. We need people who can deliver on the pitch, who can put the ball into the opponent's net. As for what he did in the past, what people online say about him, that's all bullshit. Zhou Kai walked behind his desk and sat down, tapping his fingers lightly on the surface. How are the naturalization procedures coming along? Zhang Fei immediately replied. All the paperwork is ready and can be submitted at any time. It's just, the quota is limited and there are many candidates this time. The competition is fierce. Zhou Kai's knuckles stopped. He stared at Zhang Fei and asked word by word. That's not what I asked. I asked whether the naturalization fee he promised has arrived in the account. A chill ran through Zhang Fei. He instantly understood what Zhou Kai meant. Zhou Kai leaned back in his spacious executive chair and waved his hand magnanimously. As long as the money is in place, the matter must be handled properly. We people in football should also honor the spirit of contract. After Zhou Kai left, Zhang Fei let out a long sigh. Director Zhou's words were still echoing in his ears. Once the money is in place, everything will be handled properly. Contract spirit. Zhang Fei picked up the internal phone on his desk and dialed the coaching staff downstairs. Hello. Tell Chung Feng to come to my office. Under the assistant coach's guidance, Chung Feng knocked on the door of the team manager's office on the third floor. Come in. He pushed the door open and the aroma of tea rushed to greet him. Zhang Fei was sitting in the spacious executive chair, a genial smile on his face, as if he were a completely different person from the one who had faced Zhou Kai a moment ago. Chung Feng, come on, sit down. He warmly gestured to the sofa opposite him. Chung Feng said nothing, sat down as instructed, and looked at him with calm, steady eyes. He wanted to see what tricks this team manager really had up his sleeve. How did the trial training go today? Zhang Fei opened the conversation, his tone as warm as a neighborly older brother. Not bad, Chung Feng answered flatly. Don't put pressure on yourself. Zhang Fei smiled, rose personally, and poured Chung Feng a glass of water. We can all see your ability. A product of La Masia, your fundamentals are just different. He placed the water glass in front of Chung Feng, then sat back in his chair, leaned forward, and folded his hands on the desk. But well, you also know that the naturalization quota this time is very tight. Zhang Fei sighed, his expression turning somewhat troubled. There are many competitors, and every one of them has some background. It's not easy for us at the Football Association either. Besides, your record is indeed a bit troublesome. He changed his tone and tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. The Barcelona termination and the online backlash have also put considerable pressure on us. Chung Feng picked up the water glass, but instead of drinking, he turned it idly in his hand. He listened quietly, the corners of his mouth carrying a faint, barely perceptible smile. Here it comes. Finally, they were getting to the real point. Zhang Fei studied Chung Feng's expression, and seeing no reaction, felt unable to read him. Why is this kid like a wooden block? He cleared his throat and decided to make his meaning even clearer. Of course there are difficulties, but they're not unsolvable. Director Zhou just mentioned you specifically and thinks highly of you. He feels you have real potential, as long as you can show enough sincerity and demonstrate your determination to play for the country. When Zhang Fei said sincerity, he deliberately emphasized the word, and his gaze grew profoundly meaningful. We will certainly clear away every obstacle for you. The naturalization quota, including arranging a top domestic club for you afterward, is not a problem. The office fell silent. Chung Feng finally looked up at Zhang Fei, deep languor and amusement flickering in his eyes. Manager Zhang. He spoke not loudly but clearly. Your meaning is if I don't pay, the naturalization can't be done right. One sentence tore through the veil directly. Zhang Fei's smile froze instantly. He hadn't expected this young man to be so clueless about unspoken rules, and to lay the matter out so bluntly. His face darkened, the previous geniality gone, replaced by the irritation of someone who felt offended. Chung Feng, watch your tone. Zhang Fei slammed the desk, leaned back in the wide executive chair, and shifted into an arrogant, condescending posture. Who do you think you are? A discarded player kicked out by Barcelona. His voice rose sharply, full of undisguised contempt. Don't think you're so great just because you spent a few years abroad. I'm telling you, this is Huaxia. Naturalization is your only way out now. If you miss this chance, there won't be another one. Zhang Fei's eyes turned cold, his words saturated with menace. If you don't cooperate, believe me, when I say one word from me, we'll ensure no team in this country gives you a game. Let's see who'll still want a hothead with a history of violence then. Faced with this harsh and furious threat, Chung Feng could only yawn lazily. Talking to a petty man who abused power for personal gain was a waste of breath. He stood up and put the untouched glass of water back on the tea table. Are you done? He couldn't even be bothered to give Zheng Fei another look, turning and walking straight toward the office door. This utter disregard was more humiliating to Zheng Fei than any sharp retort. You stop right there. Zheng Fei trembled with rage, pointing at Cheng Feng's back, his face twisted. How dare you? Just you wait. I'll say it right now, I'll make sure you can't make it in this country. I'm calling the clubs right now. I mean it. Anyone who dares to hire you will be crossing the Football Association. Blacklist. I will completely blacklist you. In response, he heard the heavy slam of the door, bang. Cheng Feng walked out of the administrative building, and the cold air outside cleared his muddled mind. He curled his lips in self-mockery. Just as he was about to take out his phone to hail a ride, it rang on its own. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar international number. Cheng Feng casually answered. At the other end of the line, a calm, magnetic male voice spoke in Portuguese. Cheng, it's me, Jorge. Cheng Feng froze for a moment, then realized. Jorge Mendes, the biggest super agent in world football. He was also a close friend of Cheng Feng's late father, entrusted with looking after him after he entered professional football. Jorge, why are you? Liverpool agreed. Mendes didn't waste words. He dropped a heavyweight piece of news. They looked at your latest physical data and training videos. Mr. Klopp is very interested in you. The contract has already been drawn up and can be signed at any time. Cheng Feng's heart gave a violent leap. Liverpool, the Premier League giant Liverpool. Come to England as soon as possible to finish the remaining procedures. I've already had my assistant book your flight. Tomorrow morning. Mendes's voice left no room for argument. The enormous surprise left Cheng Feng stunned. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the wild pounding of his heart. Thank you, Jorge. For what? This was your father's request. A trace of warmth entered Mendes's voice. You also earned it yourself. Play well. Don't let him down. After the call ended, Cheng Feng stood at the gate of the training base. The evening breeze blew by, yet he felt his whole body burning. Screw naturalization. Screw Zheng Fei. I'm going to the Premier League. Cheng Feng hailed a taxi and headed straight back to the hotel. He now only wanted to pack his bags immediately and fly to the world that belonged to true football. The car drove steadily along the road back to the hotel. Cheng Feng's thoughts were still immersed in the immense joy. At that moment, an icy mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Detected that the host has successfully generated a tremendous amount of negative emotions. The newbie gift pack has arrived. Open it now. Cheng Feng was taken aback. System. He had nearly forgotten about this. Open. He said silently in his heart. Newbie gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host. Obtained Thunderclap Shot Template Rare. Congratulations, host. Obtained Special Healing Potion X2. Congratulations, host. Obtained King of Tackles Template Refined. A succession of notification tones left Cheng Feng dizzy. Templates can be fused. Fuse now. Fuse. Fusing template. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. Obtained a brand new template, Unfathomable Phantom. The next second, a vast stream of information and strange energy poured into his limbs and bones. An unprecedented feeling of power surged up from within. Manchester International Airport, England. Cheng. A familiar voice called out. Cheng Feng turned to see Jorge Mendes walking briskly toward him. Jorge. Cheng Feng forced a smile. Did you have a smooth journey? Mendes gave him a firm embrace and patted his back. Not bad. Let's go. The car is waiting outside. We need to hurry, mister. Edwards and Jurgen are still expecting you. Jorge took his simple luggage and led him toward the exit. A black Bentley was already waiting by the curb. Inside the car, Jorge handed Cheng Feng a bottle of warm water and got straight to the point. You know what happened back home, right? Cheng Feng's hand paused as he unscrewed the cap. Then he took a sip as if nothing had happened. Yeah, I saw it. It turned out that shortly after he left, the official website of the Hua Country Football Association had released a statement. The statement was harshly worded, directly targeting a certain young player whose naturalization had failed. During the trial, he was said to have been arrogant, played dirty, and blatantly dived for a penalty, showing no sportsmanship whatsoever. At the end of the statement, in bold black letters, it read, "For such a black sheep, Hua Country Football will never recruit him again." Although the full text did not name anyone, everyone knew that the black sheep referred to Cheng Feng. Instantly, the online public opinion exploded. Those keyboard warriors who had always disliked him spewed all kinds of filthy remarks. Good riddance. Trash like him doesn't deserve to wear the national team jersey. From La Masia? More like graduated from La Masia Film Academy. That dive was textbook. Get out of China. Don't defile our football. A bunch of idiots, he muttered under his breath. Mendes said in a low voice, don't pay attention to that noise, chum. I'll have my team handle the public relations. They want to sling mud. They'll have to get past me first. The Portuguese magnate's tone exuded an undeniable confidence. As for those people in the FA, a bunch of money-grubbing pigs. A flicker of contempt flashed in Mendes' eyes. They think banning you will leave you with no way out. Naive. Chung, remember this, for a professional footballer the only truth lies on the pitch. As long as you're strong enough, these things aren't even worthy of polishing your boots. Cheng Feng gazed out the window at the fast receding streetscape and asked, Why did Liverpool suddenly want to sign me? This was something he had never been able to figure out. Having just been released by Barcelona and causing such a stir back home, he was supposed to be at the lowest point of his career. Why would Liverpool be interested in him now? 3 reasons. Mendes held up 3 fingers. First, they need players. Fabinho's form has dropped. Henderson is getting older. The team is desperate for a dynamic, defensively solid defensive midfielder. That's a pressing need. Second, your ability. Don't doubt yourself, Chung. Edwards' scouting network covers the globe. They've watched all your game footage from La Masia youth teams to Barcelona B. They know exactly what you're capable of. As for the third point, Mendes smiled. You're a free agent. Signing you won't cost them a single penny in transfer fees. For the Fenway Sports Group, it's a no-brainer. Chung Feng understood. The car soon pulled into the suburbs of Liverpool and finally stopped in front of a complex of buildings surrounded by red brick walls. Melwood Training Ground. A middle-aged man in glasses looking scholarly was already waiting at the gate. Jorge, welcome. The man warmly embraced Mendes. Michael, let me introduce you. This is Chung Feng. Mendes stepped aside. Welcome to Liverpool, Chung. Liverpool's legendary sporting director Michael Edwards extended his hand with a friendly smile. We've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. After brief pleasantries, Edwards led them straight to the meeting room. Jurgen is still running the training session. We can finalize the contract first. He can't wait to see you out on the training pitch. A pre-prepared contract lay on the table in the meeting room. Mendes picked it up and scrutinized it word by word. Chung Feng meanwhile took in the office. Photos of legendary managers like Shankly and Paisley hung on the walls, and the air itself seemed to carry a sense of history. 200 per week with additional bonuses for appearances, goals, and assists. A signing fee of 200,000. Contract length, 5 years. Mendes put down the contract and looked at Chung Feng. I'm fine with it. Chung Feng nodded. Edwards smiled and slid the contract over to Chung Feng, handing him a pen. Then welcome, Chung. From today you're a Red. Chung Feng picked up the pen and was about to sign his name when he suddenly stopped. He looked up at the smiling Edwards and said seriously, Sir, I have one small request. Both Mendes and Edwards were taken aback. Go ahead, Edwards said, maintaining his composure. I want the number 10 shirt. Mendes' brow furrowed sharply. He almost thought he had misheard. Edwards' smile froze. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with astonishment. Number 10. Was the kid insane? Did he have any idea what Liverpool's number 10 meant? It was the team's offensive fulcrum. The absolute ace. From John Barnes to Michael Owen to Coutinho and Maine. Every one of them was a top-tier superstar who had dominated the Premier League. And here was a kid who had never even played in the first team, fresh off signing a rookie contract, daring to ask for the number 10. Just as the atmosphere became unbearably awkward, the meeting room door swung open. A tall figure strode in. He wore black-rimmed glasses, had a full beard, and bore a signature hearty smile. Jurgen Klopp, one of the most charismatic managers in world football today. His gaze swept across the room before settling on Chung Feng, his eyes filled with appreciation. But he soon sensed the strange tension in the air. What's going on? Something wrong. Klopp looked at Edwards. Edwards gave a wry smile and pointed at Chung Feng. Jurgen, our young man here, just made a request. He wants the number 10 shirt. Klopp's smile instantly vanished. Number 10. The German spoke slowly, his tone turning serious. Young man, I appreciate your confidence. But at Liverpool, the number 10 isn't something you ask for with your mouth. It's earned with your feet on the Anfield turf through goals and victories, one match at a time. Do you understand what I'm saying? A slight smile lifted the corner of Chung Feng's mouth. I understand. So I will prove to you that I am worthy of it. The young man's voice was soft yet filled with an unshakable confidence. Klopp was taken aback. He saw in the young man's eyes a nearly arrogant ambition. But somehow he didn't dislike it. He liked players with ambition. Good. Klopp suddenly broke into a wide grin, revealing his white teeth. I like your answer. He pointed toward the door. Let me see with my own eyes what you've got to dare ask for my number 10 shirt. Chung Feng walked out of the medical center. Everything went smoothly. His physical condition was never better. The three of them passed through the player tunnel, and the view suddenly opened up. At Melwood Training Ground, Liverpool's first-team players were warming up. Sunlight bathed the green pitch, every blade of grass exuding the pure essence of professional football. A tall man in a baseball cap and tracksuit spotted them, broke into a broad grin, and strode over with open arms. Jurgen Klopp, the passionate German coach affectionately known as Jaschu by the fans. Jorge, my friend. Klopp embraced Mendes warmly, then his gaze fell on Chung Feng. His eyes were sharp, possessing a power that seemed to see through one's soul. You must be Chung. Yes, Mr. Klopp. Chung Feng replied with neither arrogance nor servility. Good, a spirited young man. Klopp grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Welcome to Liverpool. He turned and let out a sharp whistle onto the pitch. Hey, lads, gather round. The players gradually stopped moving and gathered around. Salah, Maine, Firmino, Henderson, Van Dijk. Names that had only appeared on TV were now standing before Chung Feng in the flesh. Their gazes converged on this Eastern face filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and even a trace of subtle provocation. Let me introduce everyone. This is Chung Feng, our new midfield addition. Klopp put an arm around Chung Feng's shoulder, his voice booming. A gutsy young man. He paused, surveyed his disciples, and then grinned even wider. He told Michael he wants our number 10 shirt. As soon as the words fell, a slight stir rippled through the crowd. Number 10. Liverpool's number 10 shirt had been vacant since Coutinho's transfer to Barcelona. It was a number symbolizing core status and creativity. A newly arrived unknown Chinese kid dared to ask for the number 10. Many players' expressions shifted. Chung Feng could feel the added scrutiny and disdain in those looks. But he remained unruffled. If you want the best, you must prove you possess the strength to match it. He understood this principle. I like players with ambition. Klopp's voice rang out again, quelling all murmurs. But here numbers aren't earned by talking, they're earned by playing. If you want to wear it, prove to everyone with your ability that you deserve it. His words were resolute, carrying an undeniable weight. All right, dismissed. Continue warming up. The crowd dispersed, but the topic of Chung Feng was far from over. A well-built player with a resolute face approached and extended his hand to Chung Feng. Welcome, Chung. I'm Jordan Henderson, Liverpool's captain. Chung Feng immediately grasped his hand. Hello, captain. Don't be nervous. Henderson's smile was genuine, as warm as a spring breeze. Later during the group match, you'll partner with me in defensive midfield. Play freely while cover for you. That offer of cover was both a gesture of goodwill and a senior's guidance to a junior. A warmth spread through Chung Feng's heart. Thank you, captain. Just call me Jordan. No sooner had Henderson spoken than a giant figure loomed beside them. Virgil van Dijk, the Dutch center-back who had just joined the club for a record fee. Hey, so you're the kid from China. Van Dijk's voice was deep and powerful, his eyes appraising Chung Feng with interest. I heard you also have Chinese heritage. Chung Feng countered. Van Dijk flashed a grin, revealing 2 rows of even white teeth. That's right. My maternal grandfather was of Chinese descent. Maybe 500 years ago, we were family. He gave Chung Feng a heavy slap on the shoulder, nearly sending him stumbling. From now on, I've got your back. This sudden warmth left Chung Feng both amused and speechless. On the sideline, sporting director Edwards watched the scene. Jorge, are you sure he can fit in here? The Premier League dressing room. You know it's not that simple. Mendes stood with his hands in his pockets, a confident smile playing on his lips. Michael, you have to trust my judgment, and even more so Jurgen's. Can he really get the number 10? Edwards remained skeptical. Mendes gazed at the upright figure on the pitch and spoke slowly. Number 10. No, Michael. His goal should be to become the world's top defensive midfielder. He has the potential. Edwards was stunned. World-class defensive midfielder. Wasn't that assessment a bit too high? Just then the assistant coach's whistle blew, signaling the start of the team split. Chung Feng was assigned to Team A, wearing red vests. Captain Henderson, center-back Van Dijk, fullbacks Robertson and Alexander-Arnold, as well as forwards Chamberlain and Solanke were all in this team. The opposing Team B, wearing yellow vests, boasted a terrifying lineup, led by the Red Trinity, Sulla, Firmino, and Maine. The midfield also featured the experienced James Milner. This was basically a first-team versus second-team scenario. Klopp stood by the sideline, arms crossed, expression stern. He wanted to see how this kid who dared to ask for the number 10 would perform against the team's strongest attacking line. Beep. The assistant coach blew the whistle to start the match. Red team striker Solanke kicked off, and without hesitation passed the ball square to Chamberlain on the left. Chamberlain received the ball and immediately drove forward, aiming to use his speed and dribbling to intimidate the yellow team. But the yellow team reacted with astonishing speed. Press him, Milner roared. In an instant, Sulla and Milner charged in from 2 directions, forming a pincer movement. Caught off guard by the intense high press, Chamberlain scrambled. He tried to pass to Solanke ahead, but the passing lane was completely sealed by Sulla. Thud. The ball smashed against Sulla's leg and ricocheted away. Milner was quick to react, latching onto the ball before anyone else. Without even looking, relying purely on muscle memory and chemistry, he delivered a precise through ball into the front. There, a red lightning bolt had already surged forward. The Egyptian pharaoh Mohamed Salah. He sprinted like a Ferrari fueled to the brim. The transition from defense to attack happened in the blink of an eye. Liverpool's backline instantly sounded the alarm. Chamberlain, who lost the ball, turned pale and immediately twisted his body to give chase. But the yellow team's transition from defense to attack was far too swift. Fall back. Quick. Captain Henderson roared at the top of his lungs while sprinting desperately toward his own half. Left back Robertson had accelerated to his utmost limit, charging directly towards Sulla's sprinting direction, preparing for a frontal interception. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Sulla, who was dribbling at full speed, and Robertson, who was chasing back with all his might. Except for Chung Feng. The moment Milner released the ball, he didn't even glance at Sulla, nor did he rush toward the ball first. His eyes were locked onto the yellow team's number 9, who was making a forward run through the center. Firmino. That was the most flexible piece in Liverpool's offensive system. In Chung Feng's mind, the divine prediction system had already mapped out every possible passing route. The optimal route was for Sulla to attract Robertson, then knock the ball across the center to the unmarked Firmino, who could easily push it in. He must not let him pass. Without a moment's hesitation, Chung Feng burst into a diagonal sprint, wedging himself between Sulla and Firmino. With his own run, he forcibly severed the deadliest passing lane. As he dribbled, Sulla caught a glimpse of that figure from the corner of his eye and frowned almost imperceptibly. This new kid, why is his positioning so strange? Instinctively sensing the threat, he immediately dismissed the notion of passing. On the sidelines, Klopp's eyes were sharp. He noticed that seemingly superfluous run of Chung Feng. In his mind, the match footage Mendes had shown him flashed instantly. It was from the youth team match at Borussia Dortmund, where Chung Feng faced Barcelona's youth team. In that footage, he used that elusive positioning to repeatedly cut off the connection between Dembele and his teammates. On the pitch, the situation changed abruptly. Facing Robertson charging straight at him, Sulla's footwork was astonishingly fast. A delicate pullback followed by a silky smooth La Croqueta. The ball flickered rapidly between his left and right foot, dazzling the eyes. Robertson's center of gravity was instantly shifted. Now, Sulla thrust the ball forward with his right foot, making a sharp turn. The ball precisely threaded through Robertson's open legs. A nutmeg. Oh, beautiful. A substitute on the sidelines couldn't help but exclaim. Having shaken off Robertson, only center back Van Dijk stood before Sulla. But he didn't continue straight. Instead, as everyone expected, he began his trademark attacking move, cutting inside horizontally. He would use his favored left foot to curl a beautiful arc for a shot. However, just as he nudged the ball and prepared to initiate the cut inside, a figure appeared phantom-like before him. It was Chung Feng. Sulla's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't he supposed to be in the center? Without time to think, Sulla's body reacted instinctively. He feigned sharply to the left, attempting to shake off his opponent's balance again. This move had worked countless times on the Premier League pitch. Numerous top defenders had been left flustered by his convincing feint. But Chung Feng stood motionless. His eyes were calm, his legs planted firmly on the turf like an immovable statue. He had long seen through all of Sulla's thoughts via the divine prediction system. Your feints are useless against me. A chill ran through Sulla's heart. He realized he had met a tough opponent. His eyes darted, spotting a tiny gap between Chung Feng's legs. Trying to nutmeg me again. Sulla sneered, flicked his ankle, and prepared to poke the ball through. Come on. A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Chung Feng's mouth. He had deliberately left that opening. The moment Sulla released the ball, Chung Feng moved. Pivoting on his right foot, he spun his body 180 degrees. A compass-style turn to block. Slap. The ball Sulla poked out struck an invisible wall, firmly intercepted by Chung Feng's left foot. Before Sulla could react, Chung Feng had completed the turn and chased down the ball. Without even looking, he knocked it sideways, calmly passing to Captain Henderson, who was not far away. The entire defensive sequence, from predicting the position to turning and intercepting to releasing the ball, was seamless and fluid. Negative emotion value from Mohamed Salah, 500. The system notification ringing in his mind lifted Chung Feng's spirits. On the pitch, the tide of attack and defense had reversed once more. Everyone was stunned by the unbelievable scene. The Egyptian pharaoh Sulla had been dispossessed by an unknown Chinese kid in such a graceful manner. On the sidelines, Klopp's assistant coach Buvac gaped. Jurgen. Was he almost nutmegged just now? That was way too lucky. Klopp's expression, however, became extraordinarily vivid. First shock, then ecstasy. Lucky. Klopp shook his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Jelko, you saw it wrong. That wasn't luck, it was design. He deliberately left the gap to lure Sulla in. He predicted Sulla's prediction. Buvac was stunned, replaying the scene in his mind. The more he thought, the more alarmed he became. A young man who had just joined the team in his first training match dared to set up the team's star player in such a way. What kind of confidence was that? What footballing intelligence? My God. Buvac murmured, we've struck gold. Klopp crossed his arms and nodded firmly, his gaze fixed on Chung Feng's retreating figure, his mind already racing with ideas. A defensive midfielder with top-tier prediction and defensive IQ. Perhaps the team's formation could see a new evolution. The match continued. The loss of the ball had clearly angered Sulla. Soon the yellow team launched another counterattack. This time Sulla's eyes grew more focused. After receiving the ball, he once again faced the red team's left flank defense. He first accelerated to shake off the slow-to-recover Chamberlain, then faced Robertson and completed the dribble with a simple change of direction. The fury of being humiliated twice in a row unleashed astonishing energy. After breaking through, Sulla hesitated not a moment, immediately lifting his foot to pass to Firmino, who was making a central run. The instant he passed the ball, Chung Feng, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, leaped up from his spot, extending his right leg high in the air to precisely intercept the ball. The pass was broken. The ball bounced and fell back to Sulla's feet. Sulla smoothly controlled it and was about to charge into the box. Just as he took a touch to advance, a red figure slid in fiercely yet with impeccable precision close to the grass. It was Chung Feng. Sulla's pupils contracted. Instinctively, he flicked the ball up with his toe, trying to lift it over the sliding Chung Feng. It was the instinct of a world-class striker. A lob dribble. Yet what happened next made Sulla's mind go blank. The ball was lifted by him, sailing over Chung Feng. But Chung Feng, upon finishing the slide, explosively engaged his core and sprang up from the ground. The ball that had been lifted landed perfectly at his feet as he rose. Chung Feng didn't even need to adjust. He smoothly controlled the ball and completed the steal again. Sulla stared at the back of the number 28, his eyes filled with disbelief. Once was a coincidence. Twice. What kind of monster was this Chinese kid? A steal. A world-class steal. Chung Feng wasted not a single second, immediately passing the ball to Chamberlain ahead. The tide of attack and defense reversed once more. Well done. Klopp on the sidelines couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chamberlain received the ball, holding back a surge of energy, and sprinted wildly along the wing. The yellow team's defense was also retreating rapidly, but Chamberlain's speed had already picked up. He spotted an opening and delivered a high-quality cross with his right foot. The ball traced an arc, precisely finding Solanke inside the box. A chance. Solanke leaped high, overpowering the opposing defender, and sent a powerful header. The goalkeeper had already given up. Clang. A loud crash. The ball slammed against the crossbar and bounced out for a goal kick. Fuck. Solanke clutched his head, knelt on the ground in frustration, and punched the turf hard. Such a great chance, and he missed. He wished he could crawl into a hole. On the field, Sulla turned to look at Chung Feng, who remained expressionless, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. That move was definitely a fluke. The yellow team restarted the game. Milner walked over to Sulla and patted his shoulder. Don't get carried away, Mo. That kid is a bit weird. Let's attack from the other side. Sulla gritted his teeth and nodded. The match continued. This time the yellow team had clearly adjusted their attacking strategy, shifting the main thrust to Main's left flank. Main received the ball facing Captain Henderson's defense. He made several rhythm changes, shuffling his feet, then suddenly accelerated and burst past on the outside. Henderson turned a beat too slow, only able to watch Main disappear. Trent. Cover. Henderson shouted loudly. Right back Alexander-Arnold quickly shifted inward, blocking Main's cutting inside path. Main tried a few times, but found Alexander-Arnold's defense very solid, giving him no chance. He looked up and with no other option passed the ball back to Firmino, who had dropped deep to receive. As soon as Firmino got the ball, a massive figure closed in on him. It was Van Dijk. The Dutch centre-back used his powerful body to firmly hold Firmino, denying him any space to turn. This was a clash between a world-class striker and a world-class centre-back. Firmino, with his back to the goal, spread his arms and used all his strength to resist Van Dijk's pressure. He somehow managed to withstand the tight marking, and just before losing balance, he cleverly flicked the ball with his heel to the right flank. Their Sulla had been waiting for a long time. Another chance. This time the defender in front of him was still Chung Feng. The atmosphere on the entire training ground grew tense. Everyone wanted to see how this duel would turn out. Sulla licked his lips, a fire of vengeance burning in his eyes. He was determined to avenge his humiliation. He began to use all kinds of feints, pendulum stepovers, elastico, trying to shake Chung Feng's balance. However, Chung Feng stood like a statue, legs slightly bent, center of gravity low, unmoved. Suddenly, Chung Feng's body swayed slightly to his right. A tiny opening. Sulla's eyes lit up. A chance. He immediately seized this opportunity, sharply pushing the ball to his left front, preparing to force his way past Chung Feng's left side. Right now, at the same moment Sulla launched, Chung Feng moved. He wasn't off balance at all. It was a deliberately sold feint. He had been waiting for Sulla to take the bait. Chung Feng's body shot out like a spring, stepping ahead to block Sulla's path, and leaned his right shoulder into him. Boom. Sulla felt a tremendous force instantly, losing his balance and stumbling to the side. The ball, meanwhile, was already firmly under Chung Feng's control. Prediction. Another perfect prediction. After intercepting, Chung Feng didn't even glance at Sulla. With a smooth Marseille turn, he completely shed the challenge, then delivered a deadly through ball. The ball pierced the entire yellow team's backline. Solanke understood the intent, timing his run perfectly to beat the offside trap. One-on-one. Another one-on-one. Facing the charging goalkeeper, he calmly pushed the ball past him. Empty net. An empty goal right in front of him. Solanke steadied his breath and side-footed the shot. The next second, everyone was stunned. The ball shot skyward, sailing high over the crossbar and flying straight towards the parking lot outside the training ground. Unbelievable. That miss from an empty net was worse than a clearance. Solanke himself was frozen, his hands on his head, staring at his own feet in disbelief. What have I done? On the sidelines, Klopp turned his head expressionlessly, looking at sporting director Edwards beside him. Michael, list Dominic for sale. Klopp's voice was calm, but carried an unquestionable decisiveness. We need a new substitute who can put the ball into an empty net. Edwards opened his mouth, wanting to say something. He had once been very optimistic about this young striker poached from Chelsea. But twice in a row, two excellent chances created by Chung Feng had been wasted by Solanke in the most bizarre ways. What else could he say? Edwards sighed and nodded. All right, Jurgen. As you wish. On the pitch, training was halted due to this ridiculous shot. Sulla paid no attention to the frustrated Solanke. He walked straight up to Chung Feng. His face was grim, his eyes filled with confusion and resentment. How did you know just now? Sulla asked in a low voice in English. Cheng Feng shrugged. Know what? Don't play dumb. Sulla raised his voice a bit. Cheng Feng looked at him and answered seriously. The first time I really did guess. I bet you were eager to succeed and would choose your most familiar cutting-in route. As for the second time, Cheng Feng paused, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I deliberately left a gap for you, just waiting for you to take the bait. Impossible. Sulla's emotions were stirred. You're a rookie, how could you? This is absolutely impossible. You're messing with me. He didn't believe it. He couldn't accept that his proud dribbling had been so easily outwitted twice by a nobody from China. This was even more painful than being beaten head-on. Again, Sulla pointed at Cheng Feng, speaking word by word. Let's continue. I don't believe you can stop me every time. Cheng Feng nodded indifferently. Sure, the match restarted. But the following time turned into a personal duel show between Sulla and Cheng Feng. Or rather, a one-sided lesson from Cheng Feng to Sulla. Whenever the yellow team passed the ball to Sulla, he would immediately seek out Cheng Feng. First, he tried to use his speed to burst down the outside. Cheng Feng stepped ahead half a step, blocked his path, and used his body to shield the ball out for a goal kick. Second, he tried a 1-2 with Firmino. Cheng Feng directly predicted their passing lane and intercepted the ball midway. Third, he made several sharp turns trying to create an angle. Cheng Feng remained unmoved, and at the moment of his shot stuck out a foot to block the ball. Once, twice, 5 times. Sulla was completely lost in his obsession. His eyes were only on Cheng Feng, and all his movements became frantic. He was like a stubborn child charging again and again at an insurmountable wall, only to be battered and bruised. The other players on the field were stunned. Maine and Firmino had stopped making runs for Sulla because they knew that once the ball reached him it was the end. The red team's players had become mere spectators, standing still and watching how Cheng Feng alone was tormenting the king of Liverpool to a pulp. Van Dijk crossed his arms, watching with keen interest, clicking his tongue in amazement. Beep! A sharp whistle broke the eerie atmosphere on the field. Klopp finally called off this training match that had completely derailed. He couldn't let Sulla continue any longer. If this went on, his mentality would shatter completely. Sulla stood still, breathing heavily, his jersey soaked with sweat. He stared blankly at Cheng Feng, not far away, his eyes no longer holding anger or resentment, only bewilderment. Why? Why could he see through all my moves? The looks of the other players towards Cheng Feng had also completely changed. They turned into fear. On the sidelines, Klopp's smile was as radiant as the sun over Anfield. Jelko, do you still think he's relying on luck? Buvak's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Jurgen, I take back what I said. This guy is a genius. A defensive genius. No, Klopp wagged his finger, his eyes behind the glasses gleaming with intelligence. He's not just a defensive genius. A man who can toy with Sulla. His football IQ is undoubtedly world-class. We've struck gold. Klopp strode onto the pitch and came directly to Cheng Feng. Cheng. The gaffer's trademark big white teeth were particularly dazzling in the sunlight. Welcome to Liverpool. This welcome carried a completely different meaning from the one before. If the earlier one was out of politeness and the duty of a head coach, then now it was heartfelt recognition. Cheng Feng nodded and replied in English, "Thank you, coach. Keep up the good work, kid." Klopp patted Cheng Feng's shoulder firmly. "I'm looking forward to your performance at Anfield." With that, he turned and left. But the excitement in his eyes was impossible to hide. Training ended, Cheng Feng took a shower in the locker room, changed into casual clothes, and walked out. Outside the Melwood training ground, a black Bentley had been waiting for a long time. The window rolled down, revealing Jorge Mendes' strategic face. "Cheng, get in." Cheng Feng pulled the door open and sat in. Mendes signaled the driver to go while handing over a brand new Liverpool jersey. On the fiery red jersey, a golden number was printed. Number 10. The club has officially announced it. The process was simple. No press conference, no fan meeting. Mendes explained, "I know you don't want to face too much media right now." Cheng Feng took the jersey, his fingers stroking the number that symbolized a core position, but his heart remained calm. To him, a number was just a number. What mattered was the person wearing the jersey. What about the fans? How did they react? Cheng Feng asked casually. Mendes shrugged, took out his phone, opened a post on a Liverpool fan forum, and handed it to Cheng Feng. "See for yourself. The reviews are mixed." Cheng Feng took the phone and a dense stream of English comments flooded his sight. "What? A Chinese guy wearing our number 10? Is the club crazy? Does he deserve it? FCK, I'd rather see the number 10 empty than give it to a nobody." Barcelona fans send congratulations. "Thank you, Liverpool, for buying Coutinho from us and now signing a flop number 10. You're truly our good brothers." Of course, there were also supportive voices. "Hey, upstairs, don't forget who beat Barca 4-0. And you still dare to jump around on our forum. Get out. I think we can give this young man a chance. Klopp's judgment won't be wrong. Exactly, as long as it annoys Barca, I support it. Welcome, Cheng, to Anfield." Cheng Feng read the comments without expression and returned the phone to Mendes. He had expected these doubts. Refuting with words was the weakest. In football, you ultimately speak on the pitch. "Don't mind them," Mendes said, taking back the phone. Once you play your performance will shut up all the skeptics. Chung Feng hummed in agreement and looked out the window. He knew Mendes hadn't held a press conference to protect him, preventing him from becoming the focus of public opinion right away. The car drove on, finally stopping in front of a detached villa in Liverpool's famous affluent district. "We're here, Chung. You'll be staying here from now on." Mendes led Chung Feng into the villa. The interior was luxuriously decorated with a swimming pool and gym fully equipped. Most strikingly, the backyard even had a small standard football pitch. Or hey, this is too generous. Chung Feng was somewhat surprised. Mendes waved his hand. "It's not from me. It's Stephen's house." "Stephen?" Chung Feng was taken aback. "Stephen Gerrard," Mendes smiled. "I told him about your signing with Liverpool, and he was overjoyed. He insisted on letting you stay in this vacant villa for free." Gerrard, the legendary captain of Liverpool. A warmth surged in Chung Feng's heart. "No, Jorge." Chung Feng's attitude was resolute. "I can't stay for free. Please ask him about the rent I must pay. It's a matter of principle." Seeing Chung Feng's earnest expression, Mendes laughed. He admired this trait in Chung Feng. Talented yet not arrogant. "Don't worry, I've already transferred a year's rent to Stephen on your behalf, deducted from your salary. Also, your personal nutritionist and trainer team have been arranged. They'll come to meet you tomorrow." Mendes glanced at his watch. "All right, Chung, I have to go. There's something in Madrid. Cristiano's contract renewal. I need to handle it personally." Chung Feng knew he was referring to Cristiano Ronaldo. "Go ahead, Jorge. Don't worry about me here. Play well, Chung." Mendes patted his shoulder one last time. Let the world see that Jorge Mendes' judgment is always the best. After seeing Mendes off, Chung Feng wandered around the enormous villa alone. At night, the nutritionist team delivered a customized dinner in advance. After eating, Chung Feng followed the plan sent by his new trainer and trained alone for an hour in the gym and on the backyard pitch. Sweat drenched his jersey, but he felt incredibly refreshed. After showering, Chung Feng lay on the bed, finally having time to open the system panel that only he could see. Host Chung Feng, negative emotion points 9855. Seeing this number, Chung Feng's mouth curled up wildly. He clicked on the details. From Mohamed Salah, negative emotion points 500. From Mohamed Salah, negative emotion points 999. From Mohamed Salah, negative emotion points 999. A long list, 90% of it from the same person. "Salah, you're such a good guy." In high spirits, Chung Feng didn't hesitate to select the lottery function in the system shop. "System, give me a 10000 point draw." Consuming 9,000 negative emotion points for a high-level draw. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a gold chest." "Here it comes." Chung Feng's heart stirred. "Open the chest." Gold chest opening. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the top-tier talent, God's perspective. God's perspective on the pitch. You will possess extraordinary insight beyond ordinary players. Perceive the positions, running routes, and tactical intentions of all players on the field from all angles, greatly enhancing your organization, passing, and linkage abilities." Seeing the description of this talent, Chung Feng's breath turned rapid. God's perspective. Wasn't this the legendary heavenly eye on the pitch? He had already possessed God-level prediction, making him nearly invincible in defense. Now he had gained this, God's perspective. One for defense, one for attack. Prediction allowed him to foresee the opponent's next move in advance, executing perfect defense. And God's perspective enabled him to grasp the entire pitch's situation, delivering the most lethal passes. Combined, he would no longer be a pure defensive midfielder. A versatile midfield core integrating both offense and defense was quietly emerging. The sun shone brightly over the Melwood training ground. It was a routine training session after signing with Liverpool. Chung Feng stood in the center of the pitch, breathing steadily. Opposite him was Mohamed Salah. The Egyptian's feet seemed to have the ball glued to them. Sharp turns, sudden stops, a dazzling array of movements. "Hey kid, ready to be twisted into a pretzel by me?" Salah flashed a grin, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth, and then he was off. Chung Feng said nothing, lowering his body slightly, his eyes locked firmly on the trajectory of the ball rather than Salah's feints. Just as Salah made his trademark inward cut, preparing to knock the ball past him, Chung Feng's right foot shot out with precision. The ball was gently nudged, changing direction and rolling to Chung Feng's feet. The entire movement was clean and crisp without the slightest hesitation. Salah stumbled, nearly tripping over himself, and looked back at Chung Feng in disbelief. "Damn," he muttered. On the sideline, Roberto Firmino and Sadio Mane exchanged glances, both seeing defiance in the other's eyes. "That kid got lucky." Mane curled his lip. "Go test him again." Firmino folded his arms and jerked his chin toward Chung Feng. The next half hour became Chung Feng's personal defensive showcase. Whether it was Mane's explosive sprints, Firmino's agile dribbling, or even Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain's long-range changes of direction, every attacking player who tried to challenge Chung Feng had the ball taken from him within 2 exchanges. He was like a moving wall, a deity who could predict every thought you had. Finally, Mane stopped panting and waved his hand. "No more, no more. This is inhuman." Firmino also leaned on his knees, sweat dripping from his chin onto the grass. "This guy, he's a living god on the back line." Salah had somehow drifted over and summed it up. The nickname instantly won everyone's approval. Backline living god. Chung Feng's mouth twitched at the title, but the system notification sound in his mind was melodious. Negative emotion points from Sadio Main 1200. Negative emotion points from Roberto Firmino 1100. A series of notifications scrolled past, finally settling on a total. Total negative emotion points 7,000. Chung Feng's spirits lifted. That evening back in his apartment, he opened the system interface. System draw a prize. Give me the 7,000 point package. Consuming 7,000 negative emotion points for a lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained bronze chest. Two plain bronze chests appeared on the virtual screen. Chung Feng rubbed his hands. Open. Congratulations, host. You have obtained injury recovery potion. 4. Looking at the 4 blue vials in his inventory, Chung Feng wasn't disappointed. These things were valuable. The Premier League was the only one of the top 5 leagues without a winter break, and the schedule was outrageously dense. Liverpool's squad depth was already thin that season, and with a wave of injuries, the first half of the campaign had been a struggle, knocking them out of the title race early. Now they were barely clinging to a Champions League qualification spot. These potions could be a lifesaver at critical moments. The next day the team had a league match against Burnley. Having just signed, Chung Feng wasn't included in the matchday squad and could only watch from the stands. The game was tough, but Liverpool eventually gritted out a 2-1 victory. But the joy of victory didn't last long. Captain Jordan Henderson went down in a tackle and was carried off on a stretcher. The post-match examination results came out. Ligament strain, at least a month out. When Klopp heard the news on the touchline, his face was dark enough to drip water. Watching the news, Chung Feng knew in his heart his opportunity had arrived. The weekend brought a home match against Manchester City, a clash of titans second only to the Northwest Derby. Manchester City, the club once called the noisy neighbors by United legend Sir Alex Ferguson, had been completely transformed since the influx of oil money. Kevin De Bruyne, Sergio Aguero. Each name glittered like a star, enough to intimidate any opponent. Head coach Pep Guardiola had deeply ingrained his philosophy of possession football into the team's DNA. They were the strongest contenders for the Premier League title. Klopp's intensity for this match was evident from the furrowed brow he'd worn for days. The team bus slowly rolled toward Anfield. Chung Feng sat by the window looking out. Both sides of the road were lined with more and more fans in red shirts waving scarves and singing the club anthem. Each face radiated a pilgrim-like devotion. As the bus entered the players' tunnel, the roaring chorus seemed to penetrate the vehicle, pouring into everyone's ears. You'll never walk alone. Chung Feng felt his own blood beginning to boil. How are you feeling, Chung? Intimidated. Trent Alexander-Arnold, sitting next to him, patted his shoulder with a grin. The young right-back, a product of Liverpool's academy, radiated pride in everything around him. This is Anfield, a fortress that holds nearly 60,000. When you play here, you never feel alone because tens of thousands of KOPs are fighting alongside you. Chung Feng nodded. He could feel that power. In the pre-match dressing room, the atmosphere was dead serious. Klopp held the tactical board, hammering home defensive discipline again and again. Chung, you'll start on the bench today. Don't put pressure on yourself. If the score is stable in the second half, I'll let you go on to get a feel for the rhythm. Chung Feng nodded, understanding. He knew the manager was protecting him. As the players walked through the tunnel and stepped onto the pitch, a massive wave of sound engulfed them. The entire Anfield Stadium had become a sea of red. The giant KOP banner unfurled slowly on the stands, a breathtaking spectacle. Chung Feng sat on the bench, clenching his fists, his palms slightly damp. He longed to get on the pitch. With the referee's whistle, the match began. Liverpool set up in their usual 4-2-3-1, while City deployed Guardiola's favorite 4-3-3. From the start, Liverpool, buoyed by home advantage, launched a furious attack. In the 8th minute, Firmino pressed aggressively and won the ball from a defender. Without hesitation, he delivered a precise diagonal through ball. The ball split City's entire defense. Oxlade-Chamberlain burst from the flank like lightning, beating the offside trap to go one-on-one with the keeper. Calmly, he slotted the ball into the far corner. Goal. 1-0. The whole of Anfield erupted a deafening roar. Chung Feng leaped from the bench, hugging his teammates tightly. The start was perfect. But football's charm lies in its unpredictability. After scoring, Liverpool seemed to have used up all their luck. Their double pivot midfield of Emre Can and Jorginho Wijnaldum struggled to control the center. Emre Can in particular made 2 fatal passing errors. First, a weak back pass was intercepted by Aguero, who rounded the keeper and scored into an empty net to level the score. Second, he was dispossessed by De Bruyne in midfield, and City launched a swift counterattack with a winger scoring to put them ahead. The Anfield song gradually faded, and the fans' faces were etched with anxiety. Klopp raged on the touchline, shouting at the pitch, but it was futile. Just before halftime, City scored from a corner with the centre-back heading home to make it 1-3. When the halftime whistle blew, Liverpool's players trudged off with their heads down. The stands fell silent. Chung Feng sat on the bench, his expression grim. In the locker room, the atmosphere was suffocating. No one spoke, only the sound of heavy breathing and the squeak of boots against the floor. Young Arnold, the usually cheerful and boisterous lad, now hung his head, his eyes red. He stared fixedly at his own toes, his shoulders trembling slightly. Emre, who had made frequent mistakes in the first half, buried his head in his arms, curling up on the chair, as if wishing he could dig a hole in the ground and crawl in. Sulik kicked away the water bottle beside him, which rolled across the floor with a hollow thud, but no one looked. Despair, frustration, and even hopelessness were etched on every face. Bang! The locker room door was kicked open from outside, producing a loud crash. Furious Klopp stormed in. Behind his trademark glasses, his eyes were burning with rage. What the hell kind of football are you playing? The German's roar made the temperature in the locker room plummet. You're playing at Anfield? You're playing for Liverpool. Look at what you've been doing in the first half. Strolling, hesitating, making mistakes. His gaze swept over every bowed head, finally landing precisely on Emre. Emre. Klopp's voice shot up, filled with an undeniable pressure. Tell me, what the hell were you doing in the first half? Are you a spy? Are you the 12th man sent by Manchester City? That goal conceded. Why didn't you pass the ball? What damn footwork were you showing off there? Do you think you're Zidane? Each question cut like a sharp knife into Emre's heart. He suddenly lifted his head, his lips moving as if to argue. But when he met Klopp's eyes burning with extreme fury, he couldn't utter a single word and could only hang his head in shame again. Klopp took a deep breath, forcing down his anger. Now was not the time to assign blame. Get me the tactical board. He barked at the assistant coach. The tactical board was quickly set up in the middle of the locker room. Klopp grabbed a marker and began drawing rapidly on it. Second half formation change. 4-3-3. Chamberlain, push forward. Attack the penalty area more. Salah, stick to the wing. Target Delph. He's on a yellow card, he's not a proper defender. Use your speed to destroy him. Get him sent off. And press. High press. I don't care how much energy you spend in the first half. In the second half, I want you to press like mad dogs. Press. Take back the rhythm of the game. Every word Klopp uttered was forceful, carrying an undeniable power. The morale that had been almost extinguished was reignited in the players' hearts. Got it. Yes, boss. Finally, a unified response echoed in the locker room. Salah was about to step forward to suggest to Klopp that Chung Feng should be given a try. He felt that Chung Feng's elusive interceptions might be able to contain Aguero, who had gone wild. But before he could speak, Klopp's gaze had already passed over the others and landed on the quiet figure in the corner of the bench. Chung Feng, who had been silently observing everything, immediately stood up. Present, Klopp strode over to him, the anger on his face largely dissipating, replaced by a trace of guilt. Chung, I'm sorry. I know this is absolutely not an ideal time for your debut. The team is in a mess, and we're being shoved into the ground by the opponent. But I need you. Chung Feng's eyes showed no wavering. He looked at his manager and replied calmly and firmly. Boss, I'm ready anytime. Klopp nodded approvingly. He admired Chung Feng's steady composure. Good. You're replacing Emre, playing as the lone holding midfielder. You have only one task, and it's the toughest on the pitch today. Klopp's eyes sharpened. Mark Aguero out of the game. I don't care how you do it. Tight marking, harassment, fouling, anything. Don't let him receive the ball comfortably. Don't let him turn. Don't let him out of your sight for even a second. Got it. Yes, boss. Chung Feng's response was crisp and clear. Go warm up, lad. The second half is up to you. In the players' tunnel, the fourth official held up the substitution board. Red number 23, green number 16. The substituted Emre's face instantly turned extremely sour. He couldn't believe his eyes. Klopp actually substituted him with a rookie who hadn't even played a single official match in such a crucial game. What right did he have? As he walked off the pitch, he happened to pass by Chung Feng, who was about to enter. A fierce mixture of jealousy and defiance burst from his eyes. Kid, this isn't a training match, he said in a low voice only audible to the two of them. The tempo of the Premier League will make you question your life. Hope you don't get turned into a sieve by Aguero and his mates. With that, he walked toward the bench without looking back, even maliciously hoping in his heart for Chung Feng to be thoroughly crushed by Manchester City's formidable midfield. Negative emotion value from Emre can 9.99. The corner of Chung Feng's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Thanks, bro, another warm delivery. He ignored Emre's provocation, simply rolling his ankles while his gaze had already turned to the pitch. Chung. Salah ran over quickly and grabbed his arm. The Egyptian's expression was extremely serious. Listen, that number 10, Aguero. After he scored the third goal in the first half, he smiled toward our bench. That contemptuous smile, you know what I mean. In the second half, get him. Salah's eyes were blazing. Not just taking the ball from him. Disrupt his mentality too. Use your trash talk, your little tricks. Make him agitated, make him angry. Make him live in hell for the entire 45 minutes. Can you do it? Chung Feng looked at Salah, didn't speak, but nodded firmly. Leave it to me. The moment Chung Feng set foot on the Anfield turf, the eyes of tens of thousands of fans instantly focused on him. In the commentary box, the commentator also exclaimed, "Oh my God, Klopp has made an extremely bold substitution. He's taken off Emre Can and brought on a young face we're very unfamiliar with. Chung Feng, a young midfielder from China. In this crucial clash of titans with the team trailing 1-3 in a desperate situation, he sends on a rookie with no Premier League experience to make his debut. Is this decision by Klopp a stroke of genius or an act of desperation? The stands also erupted into chaos. What the hell? Subbing on an Asian kid. Can he hold his own against Manchester City's midfield? It's over, we're completely done for. We're probably going to get torn apart. Is Klopp crazy? Doubts echoed one after another. However, amidst these voices there were also some different sentiments. Wow, look at the new guy. So handsome. His looks are incredible. With that physique and that face, is he really here to play football? Are you sure he's not a male model who wandered onto the wrong set? After Beckham, Liverpool finally has someone who can make a living with his looks. Some female fans had already discreetly taken out their phones aiming at the tall figure on the pitch. Chung Fong was oblivious to all the commotion. He stood in the center circle, finding his position. His gaze traversed the entire half of the pitch and precisely locked onto the figure in the sky blue number 10 jersey. Manchester City striker Aguero also noticed this new opponent. An Asian face, tall and lean, seemingly harmless. Aguero only gave him a contemptuous glance before dismissing him. Just a nobody. During the halftime break, the atmosphere in the China Sports Channel broadcast room was equally stifling. What the hell was that first half performance? Commentator Wang Jinhong, a diehard Liverpool fan, took off his headphones and angrily gulped down water. In the latter part of the first half, Liverpool's midfield was almost completely out of control. His co-commentator, the beautiful host Chen Xuanxuan, pinpointed the issue with sharp insight. Dressed in a light blue professional skirt suit, she exuded an intellectual elegance while analyzing the game with clarity. Exactly. The problem lies in the midfield. Especially Emre Can. Wang Jinhong slammed the table, his emotions flaring. Both goals conceded were directly related to him. The first was a backpass error, the second, he lost possession while dribbling. He's a ticking time bomb on the pitch. If Klopp doesn't substitute him in the second half, this game is done. Chun Xianxian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Emre Can's form today is terrible. His position requires a player who can stabilize the tempo and possess excellent defensive capabilities. As they spoke, the director cut to the tunnel. The second half was about to begin. Oh, Liverpool has made a substitution. Wang Jinhong quickly put his headphones back on, eyes locked on the screen. Emre Can is being replaced. Good. It's about time. He let out a long breath, but then furrowed his brow. The substitute is number 10, Chung Fong. The name was utterly unfamiliar to the vast majority of fans. Chun Xianxian also wore a puzzled expression. Number 10. Isn't Liverpool's number 10 Coutinho? Didn't he just transfer to Barcelona? Wait, is this Chung Fong a new signing? Let me check the info. Wang Jinhong swiftly swiped on the tablet at hand. Got it. Chung Fong, Portuguese-Chinese mixed-race La Masia Academy graduate. Holy crap. La Masia. Wang Jinhong's voice shot up an octave. He was released by Barcelona due to contract issues, then joined Liverpool on a free transfer. My God, his resume is something else. His eyes lit up, the previous dejection replaced by the excitement of discovering a treasure. Chinese descent, La Masia, and wearing the iconic number 10 shirt. Now that's interesting. Chun Xuanxuan's lips curled slightly, also intrigued by this young man about to step onto the pitch. Meanwhile, the bullet comments on various domestic streaming platforms painted a completely different picture. This guy, Chung Fong, the one officially named and shamed by the CFA for refusing the national team call-up. LOL, is this trash really playing in the Premier League? And Liverpool's number 10. Must be some nepotism hire. Get out. Don't embarrass us Chinese abroad. Can you guys show some decency? You actually believe what the CFA says? Do you know what kind of people they are? Exactly. What if he's actually talented? Let's wait and see. Hell, waiting for him to get crushed. A reject from Barcelona. What talent could he have? Beep. The second half whistle blew. Manchester City kicked off first. Leading by 2 goals, Guardiola's team was in no hurry, patiently circulating possession in the midfield and defense. The ball danced like a butterfly through the feet of De Bruyne, David Silva, and others, attempting to sap Liverpool's fighting spirit and run down the clock. On the sideline, Klopp was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. He rushed to the edge, wildly waving his arms and shouting at the players. Press. All of you press high. Take back the tempo. This is Anfield. The boss's roar ignited the blood of the Liverpool players. Full team press. Red shirts began sprinting and pressing frantically in the opponent's half, trying to drag the game back into their familiar fast pace. The intensity on the pitch instantly became fierce. The ball moved rapidly between players, every pass accompanied by aggressive pressing and physical duels. In the 52nd minute, Manchester City's linchpin De Bruyne received the ball in midfield. He glanced up to assess the situation, then flicked his ankle. A surgical through ball. It instantly sliced through the space left behind by Liverpool's high press, finding the advancing Aguero with pinpoint accuracy. Danger! A cry of alarm rose from the Anfield crowd. It was a golden opportunity. Aguero's heart leaped. He saw the chance for a one-on-one with the keeper. But just as he was about to receive the ball and turn to shake off the defender, a red figure ghosted in from his diagonal left. It was Chung Feng. The moment De Bruyne released the pass, Chung Feng, with his God's eye view, had already discerned the intention. Yet he didn't immediately block the passing lane. Instead, he deliberately lagged, leaving what seemed like a comfortable space for Agüero to receive the ball. It was a trap. Just as Agüero committed fully to the reception, his center of gravity completely lowered. Chung Feng struck. He exploded like a cheetah, overtaking from behind. At the instant Agüero touched the ball, a clean sliding tackle. Precise. Decisive. The ball was effortlessly stolen and nudged forward. Chung Feng scrambled up without hesitation, immediately passing the ball to Main on the wing. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless. Agüero stumbled to regain his balance, turning back to stare in disbelief at the silhouette wearing the number 10 shirt. How could this be? He had already secured the position. Where did this kid come from? Negative emotions from Sergio Agüero, 300. The system notification in his mind made Chung Feng's lips curl into a barely perceptible smile. Beautiful. That tackle. Absolutely crucial. In the China sports broadcast room, Wang Jianhong leaped from his chair in excitement. World-class defense. Chung Feng's positioning and timing of the challenge were perfect. He predicted De Bruyne's pass and Agüero's run. Oh my God! Chen Xuanxuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. That defense was so composed, completely unlike a debutant in a top league. More like a seasoned veteran. The bullet comments began to shift. Whoa, that tackle was kinda cool. His anticipation. Is he clairvoyant? Lucky guess. Just luck. Haters, your faces hurt yet. Who said he was trash earlier? Liverpool's attack ended when Main's attempt to dribble was cleared by a City defender. Firmino won the second ball on the edge of the box and tried a long-range shot, but it was too central and easily collected by City goalkeeper Ederson. Ederson wasted no time launching a powerful throw to spark a quick counterattack. The ball sailed over the midfield, once more heading straight for Agüero. This time Agüero was fully alert. He fixed his eyes on the ball while constantly scanning his surroundings with peripheral vision. That number 10. He had to guard against that number 10. He saw Chung Feng about 2 or 3 meters to his left rear. Safe. Agüero chested the ball down smoothly, the movement elegant. He prepared to turn and charge straight into the box. But just as he completed the control and began to pivot, that red number 10 appeared before him, as if teleported. Chung Feng again. Agüero's pupils contracted violently. How is he here? Wasn't he supposed to be behind me? Before he could figure it out, Chung Feng extended his right foot and lightly poked the ball away. Another clean tackle. Agüero was utterly bewildered. He felt like a fool being toyed with every move and thought completely seen through by his opponent. The sensation of being fully exposed brought an unprecedented wave of humiliation and rage. The Argentine striker couldn't help but roar. Negative emotions from Sergio Agüero, 700. Beautiful. Wang Jianhong slammed his hand on the table, shouting with excitement. This is the third time. The third time Chung Feng has completed a clean tackle from Agüero since he stepped onto the field. And every single time it's so clean. No fouls, no unnecessary movements. Just perfect anticipation of timing and positioning. Chen Xianxian couldn't help but praise him. So composed. This young man's defensive awareness and footwork are nothing like a rookie playing his first Premier League match. Look at him after winning the ball. No panic at all, immediately passing it to a teammate in a better position. Wang Jianhong's voice was already trembling. 0 mistakes. Coach Chen, have you noticed? From the moment he came on, every single defensive action, every positioning, every pass. All 0 mistakes. Our midfield has become reliable because of him. Liverpool's entire attacking and defensive transition has become fluid. This is just like Makelele. As he uttered that name, Wang Jianhong's eyes turned slightly red. He took a deep breath as if 1,000 words were stuck in his chest. I'm telling you, our football association. A talent like this, a genius who grew up in La Masia right under our noses. How could they have missed? His voice grew more agitated, on the verge of saying something that shouldn't be broadcast. Chen Xianxian quickly interrupted him with a smile. Head director Wang is truly emotional today, seeing a player from our own country perform so well. Let's focus back on the match. Liverpool's attack is coming again. She skillfully redirected the conversation, though her laughter carried a hint of bitterness. At the same time, on major sports forums and fan live streams in China, the barrage comments had gone completely wild. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Who the hell is this guy? Chung Feng. Never heard of him before. Where did this god come from? This defense. This tackling. Agüero is about to go into seclusion because of him. Who said he was a connection hire earlier? Come out and take the beating. I take back what I said. With this face and this skill, I'm calling him hubby right now. Female fans in the front, calm down. This is our base, no stealing. With this tackling ability and coverage, isn't he even better than Canny? Even Canny would have to offer him a cigarette out of respect. Soon some seasoned fans picked up on something unusual from the interrupted conversation between Wang Jianhong and Chen Xianxian. Wait. I think I get what Director Wang was hinting at. This Chung Feng could have been naturalized by us. I seem to recall something. There was news about a kid from La Masia who wanted to come back to play in China, and then nothing happened. Damn, don't tell me the FA pigs screwed up again. What else could it be? Money, connections, bribes as usual. Our talents get buried like this. I'm sick of it. Seriously sick. They let go of a world-class defensive midfielder and go for those who couldn't even play in the Brazilian league. What's in their heads being juice? Let's riot. Guys, stop watching the game and gather at the FA's official Weibo account. We have to tear them to shreds today. Chung Feng was oblivious to the brewing online storm. His entire focus was on the green pitch. The match continued. The Manchester City players were clearly getting riled up by Chung Feng's fierce tackles. The ball was passed to Aguero again. This time Aguero had learned his lesson. He no longer tried to hold up the ball with his back to goal. Instead, he dropped deep to create distance from Chung Feng. But the moment he received the ball, Chung Feng pounced again like a cheetah. The pressure made Aguero's breath catch. Negative emotion points from Sergio Aguero, 1200. Here it comes again. The corner of Chung Feng's mouth curled up almost imperceptibly. Calmly, he extended his right foot, precisely blocking Aguero's passing lane. Tackle. Another successful tackle. Chung Feng looked up, activating his God's eye view, taking in the runs of every player on the field. But this time Manchester City's defensive line was well set with no clear forward passing option. He didn't force it. He calmly played a horizontal pass to Firmino, who had come to support, then quickly returned to his defensive position. In Manchester City's dugout, Guardiola's brow was deeply furrowed. He stood with arms crossed, leaning forward, his gaze fixed on the No. 10 player. That young man is quite interesting, he murmured to himself. His assistant coach immediately leaned in and reported in a low voice. Pep, his name is Chung Feng. He's Chinese. According to records, he came from La Masia. La Masia. Guardiola's eyes flickered with surprise. Yes, but later, due to a conflict with a first-team player, he was released by Barcelona. Guardiola nodded, his expression softening slightly. I see. Well, his fundamentals do look solid. Tackling is fierce and decisive. He gave his assessment. But that's about it. A pure workhorse defensive midfielder. Good at disruption, lacking in organization. He poses no threat to our overall tactics. However, before the echo of his words faded, the scene on the pitch delivered a resounding slap to his face. Aguero, after losing the ball yet again, completely lost his composure. He charged forward frantically, trying to win the ball back from Chung Feng. After a few passes, the ball came back into Aguero's range. This time he didn't pass. He was going to dribble past this kid. He would use his skill to thoroughly humiliate this arrogant rookie. Aguero pushed the ball forward with his right foot, then executed a sudden stop, feinting a move to the left. But his body shifted sharply to the right, preparing to use a classic dummy, and turned to slip past Chung Feng on the other side. It was one of his signature moves. Countless top defenders had been left in disarray by this very move. He could almost see Chung Feng falling to the ground in confusion. But Chung Feng didn't move at all. He stood still, his eyes eerily calm, simply watching Aguero's performance. In the moment Aguero completed the dummy and turned, Chung Feng acted. He simply extended his leg and calmly trapped the rolling ball under his foot. Aguero's body staggered a few steps forward due to momentum. When he turned back in shock, he only saw Chung Feng's back. Yet again, another clean tackle. And this time it was outright humiliation. The moment Chung Feng intercepted the ball, his God's eye view activated fully. A chance. He saw it. Manchester City's left-back Delph was too far up. Center-back Otamendi was shifting to cover the flank, but between them a fatal gap had appeared. At the same time, at the other end of the pitch, Sulla understood perfectly. Without even looking at Chung Feng, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, he burst into a sprint the moment Chung Feng intercepted, diagonally slicing into the space behind Delph and Otamendi. Now, Chung Feng didn't hesitate. His left ankle flicked sharply. A grounded long pass. The ball shot out like a cannonball, or like the most precise scalpel slicing through Manchester City's seemingly solid defense. It evaded De Bruyne's block, slipped past Fernandinho's interception, and rolled perfectly into the gap between Delph and Otamendi. Oh my God! Wang Jinhong's voice cracked. A chip pass. No, a driven ground pass. Chung Feng found Sulla. The entire stadium erupted. Sulla had beaten the offside trap. He caught up to the ball, and was in a semi-one-on-one situation. Before him was only Manchester City's goalkeeper Ederson rushing out. The hearts of tens of thousands of fans at Anfield were in their throats. Sulla sped forward with the ball, and facing Ederson charging at him, he didn't shoot immediately. He calmly nudged the ball to his right, adjusting his stride. Then as Ederson dove to the ground, he struck powerfully with his right foot. The ball turned into a white blur, passing under Ederson's armpit and flying into the near corner of the net. Goal. 2-3. Liverpool pulled one back. The entire Anfield exploded instantly. A deafening roar rose into the sky, nearly lifting the roof off the stadium. Sulla didn't celebrate alone. He roared with joy, turned and spread his arms wide, sprinting toward the figure who had delivered that perfect assist. He wrapped his arms around Chung Feng, patting his back vigorously. Beautifully done, Chung. Beautifully done. I knew you could do it. Firmino and Main also rushed over, tousling Chung Feng's hair with excitement, surrounding him in a tight circle. Firmino pointed at Chung Feng, gesturing emphatically toward the KOP stand. This goal was his doing. The fans in the stands understood immediately. They showered the young Chinese player making his debut for the team with the warmest applause and cheers. The thunderous roar coalesced into a single name. Chung Feng, Chung Feng, Chung Feng. On the sideline, in front of Liverpool's bench, Klopp was pumping his fists wildly. Jaw. Yes. Yes. Klopp's face was flushed with excitement. He fiercely hugged his assistant coach with such force that the latter winced. Did you see that, Buvac? I knew it. I knew that kid was a genius. Klopp pointed at Chung Feng on the pitch, spittle flying. His vision, his anticipation, it's like he has a god's eye view. He's not playing with his eyes, he's playing with his mind. With a football IQ that surpasses everyone. Assistant coach Buvac rubbed his shoulder and echoed, yes, Jurgen. His defensive positioning and tackling timing are flawless. Aguero looks like a child in front of him. But it's not enough. Klopp's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening. His talent shouldn't be limited to defense. Did you see? Those passes after his 2 tackles just now were too casual. Mere transfers to complete a pass. If his long passes were more precise, if he could possess footwork matching his vision. Klopp's breathing became rapid. Then he would be the next Pirlo? No. A defensive-enhanced Pirlo. A super midfield core that covers the entire pitch and excels in both attack and defense. This idea took root and grew wildly in Klopp's mind. He immediately turned to Buvac and said, starting tomorrow, create a specialized long pass training plan for him. The highest level. I want to refine his passing accuracy in the shortest possible time. Understood. Buvac nodded immediately. Klopp turned his gaze back to the pitch, feeling his heart pound. Jackpot. He had struck gold this time. He waved his hand and shouted to the bench, Trent, come here. Get ready to go on. A young English player immediately shed his training vest and ran over. Boss. Replace Joe Gomez. Klopp pointed to the pitch, rapidly outlining tactics. Once you're on, don't worry too much about what's behind you. Push forward boldly. Join Sulla in attacking their left flank. The midfield defense is handled by Chung. He's got it. Arnold's eyes lit up instantly. Being told to go forward and attack freely. That was the best instruction. Yes, boss. On the other side, in front of Manchester City's bench, the atmosphere was stifling. Guardiola's face burned. He could feel the resentful gaze of his assistant coach Arteta. Earlier it was he who had asserted that the No. 10 was just a commercial add-on to fill the squad. But now that add-on was slapping him in the face with world-class defense time and time again. Stay calm. Everyone maintained the rhythm. Guardiola finally couldn't hold back. He rushed to the sideline and roared at the pitch, trying to mask his embarrassment and inner turmoil. Don't follow their pace. Keep the ball under control. Slow down. He knew Liverpool all too well. This team's most terrifying phase was the second half. The iron-blooded Reds, who had staged a miraculous comeback in Istanbul, were a force that could frighten even themselves when they went berserk. They must not be allowed to build momentum. In the China Sports livestream room, Liverpool is making a substitution. Arnold comes on for Joe Gomez. Wang Jianhong analyzed the substitution immediately. This is a very clear signal of strengthening the attack. Arnold's assist ability far surpasses Gomez's. With him on the pitch, Liverpool's right flank will become even more incisive. Chun Xianxian nodded as well. Klopp dares to do this entirely based on his trust in Chung Feng. It is because of Chung Feng and Wijnaldum's sweeping ability in midfield that Liverpool's fullbacks are liberated, allowing them to commit more troops to the attack. The match resumed. After kickoff, Manchester City tried to follow Guardiola's instructions by passing the ball around to control the tempo. But Liverpool went berserk. Full court high press. Even the defensive line was pushed up to the halfway line. The entire Anfield stadium was engulfed by a red tide. Manchester City's players felt an unprecedented suffocating pressure in their own half. Just then De Bruyne received the ball in midfield. The Belgian maestro, true to his reputation as the world's best midfielder, calmly surveyed the pitch even under the pressure of 2 Liverpool players. Suddenly he flicked his ankle. A surgical through ball. The ball pierced the defensive line formed by Wijnaldum and Robertson in an instant. Danger. Wang Jianhong's heart leaped into his throat. Manchester City winger Sterling, like an arrow from a bow, burst diagonally from the side and caught up with the ball. Sterling. He received De Bruyne's pass. One-on-one with the goalkeeper. Liverpool's defense desperately chased back, but Sterling was too fast. The other Manchester City players also surged forward, ready to celebrate the counterattack. At that critical moment, a red figure sprinted out from everyone's blind spot at high speed. It was Chung Feng. He had been in the center-right area, but the moment Sterling started, he moved too. His speed was astonishing, almost crossing half the pitch. He managed to reach Sterling's side just before the latter was about to shoot. Without a moment's hesitation, Chung Feng timed his tackle perfectly and went aground. A perfectly clean, crisp slide tackle. He dislodged the ball from under Sterling's feet with precision, without any pause. Harnessing the momentum of the slide, Chung Feng rose to his feet, not even glancing at the fallen Sterling, and as the rolling ball approached, he swung his right leg. A long pass. The ball traced a magnificent arc through the air spanning most of the pitch and landed precisely behind Manchester City's defense. The zone guarded by Otamendi and Delph. My God, that defense. That long pass. Wang Jianhong was incoherent with excitement. It's Chung Feng again. He robbed Sterling of a certain goal and launched a counterattack. Manchester City defender Otamendi judged the landing point correctly, leaped high, and tried to head the ball clear. But the ball's force was too great. It struck his forehead, heavily deflected, and bounced into the space beside him. A lightning-fast figure arrived. It was Salah. The Egyptian king didn't even stop the ball. He drove it straight into the penalty area, and with a deft touch he sidestepped the on-rushing goalkeeper Ederson, slotting into an empty net. Goal. 3-3. Liverpool had equalized. Goal. Salah. Brace. Liverpool tenaciously leveled the score at home. Wang Jinhong's voice was hoarse. Unbelievable. This is a match that will go down in history. And the architect of all this is Chung Feng. 1 assist, 1 secondary assist. In his Premier League debut, he almost single-handedly changed the course of the match. Perfect. His debut is nothing short of perfect. The entire Anfield stadium erupted. Fans screamed, roared, and vented their emotions. After the equalizer, the match descended into a ferocious end-to-end battle. Both sides exchanged blows, the tempo of transitions breathtakingly fast. And Chung Feng had completely transformed into an impenetrable wall hovering over Anfield. Sane tries to break through. Tackled. De Bruyne attempts a long shot. Blocked. Sterling wants to redeem himself. Man and ball sent flying. He seemed to be everywhere, each Manchester City attack crashing against his ironclad defense. He had fulfilled his pre-match promise. Aguero was truly invisible. The Argentine striker played with immense frustration. Wherever he ran, he could feel the shadow of that No. 10 looming over him. He tried to drift wide, Chung Feng followed. He tried to drop deep, Chung Feng pushed up. He even felt that every movement he made was anticipated by the opponent. The match entered the 88th minute. Aguero finally got a golden opportunity. He received a pass from Silva at the edge of the box with his back to goal. He could feel Chung Feng right behind him. This time I will not let you win. Aguero used all his strength to shield the ball, then feigned a sudden move to the left before quickly cutting the ball to the right and turning. He succeeded. He had shaken off Chung Feng's balance. Just one more step, and he would face the goal. Aguero's heart surged with joy. But at the very moment he nudged the ball, that foot, the foot he would never forget, appeared again. Chung Feng seemed to have anticipated this move. Though his body's balance was broken, his outstretched right leg, like a venomous snake, precisely poked the ball away from under Aguero's foot. Once again. Robbed again. All of Aguero's strength seemed to drain away in an instant. He was broken. He just wanted this nightmare of a match to end as soon as possible. However, the game's momentum then lapsed into a bizarre stalemate. As time ticked away, the score remained unchanged. After more than 30 minutes of frantic attacking, both teams' players had exhausted their stamina to an alarming degree. The match has reached the 88th minute with only 2 minutes left until the end of regular time in the 90th minute. In the broadcast booth of China Sports Channel, commentator Wang Jianhong's voice was filled with regret. What a pity, truly a pity. After pulling back 2 goals, everyone thought Liverpool would seize the momentum to complete a stunning comeback. But we must admit Manchester City's strength is overwhelming. After being equalized, Guardiola immediately substituted Kompany for the attacking left-back Delph to solidify the defense. After that, far from being overwhelmed by Liverpool's momentum, they launched an even fiercer counterattack. More crucially, Wang Jianhong paused, shifting the focus to Chung Feng, who was in possession of the ball on the field. Guardiola, the world-class manager, found a weakness in Chung Feng within just one half of the match. That is long passes. More precisely, the stability of long passes under intense pressure and disruption. In the frame, Chung Feng had just received a pass from the back. Manchester City's forward Aguero and midfielder De Bruyne charged at him like mad dogs. Chung Feng glanced at Salah sprinting down the flank and instinctively swung his left foot. Don't even think about it. De Bruyne dashed forward in a single stride, extending his leg to block the passing lane. Chung Feng's movement was half a beat too slow, forcing him to hastily release the ball. The ball arced high into the air towards Salah, but the landing point was horribly off by a full 5 or 6 meters. Salah sprinted at full speed, but could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled out of bounds. The Egyptian pharaoh spread his arms in frustration, then gave Chung Feng a thumbs up, signaling that the pass was decent but unlucky. But Chung Feng knew the truth. It wasn't luck. It was simply poor execution. His long passes, when unopposed, were pinpoint accurate thanks to his God's-eye view and precise technique. Yet once he faced physical pressure and disruption, his passing motion would alter slightly, and the accuracy vanished entirely. This was the gap between him and top-tier passing maestros like De Bruyne and Kroos. Chung Feng clenched his fist silently, noting this flaw in his mind. On the sideline, Liverpool manager Klopp was already jumping up in frustration. He waved his arms wildly at the field, shouting something. Push forward. Everyone push forward. Attack. Attack. I don't want to draw. The German could not accept taking only 1 point. This season Liverpool's league performance was far from ideal, with little hope of winning the title. Their sole objective was to finish in the top 4 and secure a Champions League spot for next season. But the teams behind them, Arsenal, Chelsea, Tottenham, were all breathing down their necks. Every point was crucial, especially at home against a direct rival. Failing to claim all 3 points would hand a massive opportunity to the pursuers. On the other side of the pitch, Manchester City manager Guardiola was also directing from the touchline, pressing his hands downward to signal the team to hold their shape, while seeking counter-attacking opportunities. He too needed 3 points. Their City rivals Manchester United under Mourinho had shown terrifying competitiveness this season. For City to snatch the championship trophy from them, they could not afford to slip up in any match. 3 minutes of stoppage time. When the fourth official raised the board, the atmosphere in the stadium reached a fever pitch. This was the final battle. Manchester City had possession. Sterling received the ball on the wing, facing Liverpool's defense. He attempted a flashy dribble to beat his man, just as he executed a step over. A red figure like a cheetah lunged in with a vicious slide tackle. The ball was cleanly dislodged. It was Chung Fong. Negative emotion points from Raheem Sterling, 800. Sterling fell awkwardly, glaring furiously at Chung Fong. You again. He scrambled to his feet, intending to disrupt Chung Feng's distribution. He knew Guardiola's tactic was to force Chung Fong into long passes. But Chung Fong didn't even glance at him. He knew his long passes were unreliable, so he would use the simplest method. He immediately knocked the ball sideways to Firmino, who had come to support. Firmino understood instantly, laying the ball off first time to the flank. Salah was off. He tore down the wing like a red lightning bolt, ripping through Manchester City's defense. German winger Sane chased desperately, but could only eat dust behind Salah. Quick, keep up, Salah roared as he dribbled. Liverpool committed everyone forward. Right back Alexander-Arnold charged from the back all the way up the pitch like a heavy tank. Salah spotted him. A precise diagonal pass sent the ball to Alexander-Arnold's feet. Even center-back Van Dijk, the towering 1.93 m Dutch giant, stormed into City's penalty area ready to contest a header. This was the final attack. Succeed or perish. Alexander-Arnold drove toward the byline. Facing the City defender, he feinted across repeatedly with his right foot. In the moment he created a yard of space, he whipped the ball into the box. Chaos erupted. Van Dijk soared high, overpowering City center-back Otamendi, and drove a powerful header. Van Dijk. Wang Jinhong's roar echoed through the broadcast. City goalkeeper Ederson reacted with lightning speed, diving to palm the ball away with one hand. The ball changed direction and fell. Otamendi, still rattled, panicked and attempted a clearance, but he miskicked it. The ball landed perfectly at Main's feet. Without any adjustment, Main swung his right foot and unleashed a powerful strike. The ball seemed destined for the net. City center-back Stones threw himself in front, using his chest to block the shot. The ball slammed into his chest and rebounded. It landed exactly at another Liverpool player's feet, Firmino. The Brazilian blasted the ball on goal. A sliding tackle came in. It was Fernandinho. The Brazilian defensive midfielder, with a fearless slide, once again thwarted Liverpool's certain goal. The ball was poked out of the box. De Bruyne, City's midfield maestro, had the ball. Without even looking up, he swung his right foot to launch a long counterattack. If that pass went through, Aguero would be through on goal. The match would be over. The tens of thousands of fans at Anfield felt their hearts sink. But at that critical moment, a figure burst diagonally from the side, precisely cutting off De Bruyne's passing lane. Chung Fong. He had anticipated De Bruyne's pass. He calmly controlled the ball, performed a lateral drag, and turned. The movement was fluid, shaking off De Bruyne's press. His God's eye view was fully activated again. Chung Fong looked up, scanning the entire pitch rapidly. No good passing options. City's defense had retreated deep into the box after the chaos. All passing lanes were blocked. But Chung Feng's pupils contracted sharply. He spotted a gap. A space to shoot. Just outside the penalty arc, a fleeting opening appeared in City's defensive formation. Shoot. The thought crossed Chung Feng's mind. His shooting ability, according to the system, was not highly rated, far below his tackling and passing. This shot was a gamble. But now only a few dozen seconds remained. Take the gamble. Do it. Chung Feng's eyes turned sharp. He nudged the ball forward with his right foot, adjusting his stride. Before the City defender could close him down, he swung his left foot with all his might. The ball did not soar into the air. Instead, it skimmed the grass, rolling rapidly. It passed through a defender's legs, then brushed past another defender's outstretched foot. Ederson at the goal had his line of sight completely blocked by his own teammates. By the time he saw the ball, it was too late. He made a save attempt, but his body simply couldn't react fast enough. The ball struck the inside of the side netting, producing a crisp sound. Time stood still. The entire Anfield fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A second later, a deafening roar erupted. Goal! It's in. In. 4-3. Liverpool had scored a last-minute winner in stoppage time. Negative emotion points from Ederson Moraes, 500. Go. Goal. Wang Jinhong's voice trembled. Goal A. Chung Feng. It's Chung Feng. In the 93rd minute. With a thunderous long-range strike. He has sealed the victory against Manchester City. My God. My God. This is utterly unbelievable. From 0-3 to 4-3. Liverpool has completed an epic historic comeback at home. And the one who put the perfect finishing touch on this comeback is our Chinese youth, Chung Feng. The entire stadium ignited. The roaring cheers like a tidal wave nearly lifted the roof off. The Liverpool players frantically rushed toward Chung Feng, encircling him and tossing him high into the air. Chung, hero, you are our hero. Firmino and Salah flanked him like two guardians, exuberantly pounding his back. On the other side, the Manchester City players were utterly dejected. Aguero dropped to his knees, palms pressed against the turf, gasping for breath as sweat and tears mingled and dripped onto the lush green grass. For him, this match was an absolute public execution. Henceforth, a new name would be etched onto the pillar of shame in his career. Chung Feng. On the sidelines, the Liverpool substitutes and coaching staff had already stormed onto the pitch, celebrating wildly. Only one person remained apart. Emre Can. The German midfielder, the moment the final whistle blew, wore a dark scowl and walked into the tunnel without looking back. He didn't even greet any of his teammates. He knew he was in deep trouble. Chung Feng's performance in the second half was nothing short of divine. 15 tackles with a 100% success rate. 17 interceptions. 6 blocks. How could an attacking midfielder produce such stats? Even more absurdly, the guy had orchestrated one goal, assisted another, and then scored a last-minute winner himself. How could anyone compete with that? How could he even try? Emre Can quickened his pace, desperate to leave this suffocating place. On the pitch, a figure stormed over, shoving aside the crowd surrounding Chung Feng, and enveloped him in a fierce bear hug. It was Klopp. "Ha, kid. Brilliant. You are my god." The German was flushed with excitement, his rough stubble scraping against Chung Feng's face, and he even planted a loud kiss on Chung Feng's forehead. Chung Feng stiffened, goosebumps erupting all over. Damn, this coach was a bit too enthusiastic. He awkwardly tried to break free, but Klopp's arms were powerful and held him tight. Just then another figure approached. Pep Guardiola. He first exchanged a courteous handshake with Klopp, a wry smile on his face. "Jurgen, congratulations. You found a gem." "Of course." Klopp tilted his chin proudly, his arm still firmly around Chung Feng's shoulder, like a guard protecting his prey. Guardiola's gaze swept past Klopp and landed on Chung Feng, his eyes brimming with undisguised desire. "Chung, right." He spoke in a gentle, magnetic voice. "Your performance left a deep impression on me. I see the shadow of La Masia in you. Your passing, your vision, your movement. You were born to play in my system." At these words, Klopp's face instantly darkened. "Good heavens. You're trying to poach him right in front of me. Have you no shame?" "Pep." Klopp's voice rose sharply, laden with warning. "Put away that act. Chung is my player now. A Liverpool player. Don't think you can lure him with the mention of La Masia. This is Anfield, not your possession training camp." With that, Klopp ignored Guardiola, grabbed the still-dazed Chung Feng, and turned away. "Come on, kid. Stay away from this bald man. He'll brainwash you." Watching Klopp's irate retreat, Guardiola didn't take offense. Instead, he smiled. His assistant Arteta approached and said softly, "Pep, it seems Klopp cherishes this young man." "Of course." Guardiola's eyes remained fixed on Chung Feng's receding figure, burning with intensity. A midfielder who can dominate a game with defense and deliver a lethal strike in attack. He's the B2B of my dreams. No, he transcends even the definition of B2B. His tactical intelligence is terrifyingly high. His reading of the game is top tier. Guardiola turned to Arteta, his expression serious. "Mikel, find out who his agent is. I want his full profile. This summer, get the transfer department moving. I want him at any cost." Arteta was startled. He rarely saw Guardiola exhibit such fierce possessiveness over a player. It seemed this Chinese kid was about to skyrocket to stardom. Back on the sidelines, Chung Feng was unsurprisingly named man of the match. Flanked by Firmino and Salah, he gave a brief interview to Sky Sports. It was also Klopp's arrangement. He knew the media's tricks all too well and feared the rookie Chung Feng might fall into a trap. With the seasoned Firmino and Salah by his side, they could help deflect trouble. The interview unfolded exactly as Klopp had anticipated. The reporter's questions grew increasingly sharp and mostly unrelated to the match itself. "Chung, what do you have to say about your termination with Barcelona? We've heard the Chinese Football Association has banned you. Is that true?" Firmino and Salah tried to step in and smooth things over, but Chung Feng stopped them with a glance. He simply smiled and answered in fluent English. "Thank you all for your concern. Today's focus is the team. We won a great victory. As for other questions, I think we can discuss them in the post-match press conference." His response was watertight, neither evasive nor dismissive, leaving the suspense for later. The two veteran teammates were somewhat surprised. This kid had impressive mental fortitude. After the interview, Klopp waited for them at the locker room door. Good job, kid. He patted Chung Feng's shoulder. You and Sulla will join me for the press conference. He glanced at Chung Feng and cautioned, remember those reporters are sharks. Once they smell blood, they'll swarm. Don't say too much. Stick to the game. If they ask sensitive questions, kick the ball to me. Klopp had a clear plan. He needed to officially unveil Chung Feng to the media while still protecting him. But he underestimated Chung Feng's resolve. At the press conference, camera flashes blazed into a blinding sea. All the lenses were aimed at Chung Feng. He was the only protagonist that day. After a few routine questions about the match, a reporter from The Sun fired the first salvo. Mr. Chung Feng, you spent years at Barcelona, but were terminated just before joining the first team. Rumors say your abilities didn't meet the club's standards. What's your response? The question was laced with malice and traps. Klopp's brow furrowed as he prepared to intervene. Sulla also nudged Chung Feng, signaling him not to answer. But Chung Feng spoke before anyone else. He took the microphone, a playful smirk on his lips. Regarding Barcelona, innocence will prove itself and guilt will be exposed. I believe time will tell. His voice was calm and clear. The reporter wasn't satisfied and wanted to press further, but another journalist stood up. Chung Feng, we've learned that the Chinese Football Association banned you because you refused their naturalization request. Some even claim you demanded an exorbitant signing fee. Is that true? This question was even more venomous. It aimed to brand him as unpatriotic and greedy. Klopp clenched his fists, ready to lash out and end the conference. But Chung Feng shook his head. Then, to the astonishment of every journalist, he slowly pulled out his phone from his pocket. An exorbitant signing fee. Chung Feng chuckled softly, his finger tapping the screen. On this matter, I happen to have a recording. I think it will explain everything. With that, he pressed play. A clear conversation echoed through the hall. Chung Feng, I know you're upset, but naturalization is a matter of national glory. A greasy middle-aged man's voice rang out. It was Zheng Fei. The leaders think highly of you, but going through the procedures, there are always some. You know, areas that need greasing. This money isn't for me, it's to smooth the process to make your naturalization go more smoothly. The recording caused an uproar. Every journalist went wild. Camera shutters clicked frantically. This was a massive scandal. The Chinese Football Association demanding a facilitation fee from a player about to be naturalized. If this news broke, it would rock the entire football world. Klopp and Sulla were dumbfounded. They stared at the calm young man beside them. Who could have imagined? He had kept this ace up his sleeve. And he chose to reveal it in such a decisive manner at the post-match press conference after his Premier League debut under the spotlight of the world. This kid was a true tough player. As the cheers still echoed across the British Isles, the aftershocks of this match had already transformed into a storm of information sweeping across the entire European continent. The Times, Anfield miracle. Chinese prodigy Chung Feng's injury time winner red stage epic comeback. The Guardian, from 0-3 to 4-3. Klopp's rock and roll football hits the highest note. Chung Feng becomes an overnight sensation. Daily Mail, the protagonist's perfect retort. He used football to silence all doubters. Countless reports accompanied by images of Chung Feng's celebration spread to every corner of the world. Lisbon, Portugal. Jorge Mendes was comfortably reclining in his office chair, a glass of red wine in hand, a smile he could not hide spreading across his face. Well done. Absolutely brilliant. He watched the reports about Chung Feng on the screen and slapped his thigh in excitement. I thought he would need at least half a season to adapt to the pace of the Premier League. But half a match. In just half a match, he conquered the most discerning Englishman. Mendes took a sip of his wine, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. He had signed Chung Feng partly because of his potential and partly because of that recording, one that had even shocked him. A young man who dared to challenge the entire Chinese Football Association was either a madman or a genius with absolute confidence. Mendes had bet on the latter. Now it seemed he had bet correctly, and won big. The phone on his desk rang. Mendes glanced at the caller ID, his smile widening, and he picked up swiftly. Hey, my friend, I knew you would call. The next day in Madrid, Spain. At Real Madrid's Valdebebas training ground. Mendes, impeccably dressed in a suit, walked into the office of Florentino Perez, the president of Real Madrid. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Jorge, have a seat. Florentino, known by fans as the godfather of football, gestured to the sofa opposite him, a formulaic smile on his face. After a few pleasantries, they quickly got down to business. Regarding Cristiano's contract renewal, Mendes began, his demands are not unreasonable, Mr. President. Barcelona just gave Messi a new contract. As the Ballon d'Or winner, Cristiano deserves a matching salary. Florentino interlaced his fingers on the desk and said unhurriedly, Jorge, you must understand that Real Madrid has its own salary structure. Cristiano is the club's banner, we certainly value him. But breaking the balance would not be good for the team. The negotiation instantly hit a deadlock. Both sides knew each other's cards, and neither was willing to yield easily. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. Florentino suddenly changed the subject with a smile. Enough of that. Jorge, I heard you recently signed a very interesting Chinese kid. Mendez felt a stir in his heart, knowing the real game had begun. So you've taken notice of him too, Mr. President? Haha, Liverpool and Manchester City staged a 4-3 goal fest, and it was finished off by an unknown youngster. Hard not to pay attention. Florentino picked up his coffee cup and blew on it gently. Mr. President, he is no ordinary unknown. Mendez immediately launched into his pitch. Chung Fong La Masia product, the purest Barcelona youth pedigree, is passing his vision. In my opinion, he already has top-tier potential. If you watched yesterday's match, you'd see he not only passes, but can also solve problems himself at the crucial moment. Oh, La Masia. A glint of amusement flickered in Florentino's eyes. Poaching talent from a rival's academy, especially a prodigy, was one of his favorite pastimes. A Chinese lad raised in La Masia now making a name for himself in the Premier League. Truly intriguing. Florentino set down his cup. And he's so young with a good image too. The Godfather's words carried a subtle hint. Real Madrid needed not just stars, but idols who could generate commercial value. Chung Feng's Chinese background coupled with his handsome appearance and stunning performance made him a perfect, uncut gem. He will become world-class. Mendez declared unequivocally. Give him 2 years. No, maybe 1 year will be enough. Haha, you always have such faith in your players. Florentino smiled noncommittally. All right, Jorge, let's stay in touch regarding this young man. Just then the office door was knocked and Florentino's assistant entered. Mr. President, apologies for the interruption. Mr. Soriano, CEO of Manchester City, is on the phone for Mr. Mendez. The moment the words were spoken, Mendez and Florentino exchanged a glance. Receiving a call from Manchester City CEO in the office of Real Madrid's president. It was a blatant poaching attempt right under their noses. Mendez was ecstatic inside, but his face remained impassive. He nodded politely to Florentino and took the phone from the assistant. Hello, Ferran, my friend. An urgent voice came through the line. Jorge. Chung. That Chinese kid. Tell me, is there any chance he could leave Liverpool this summer? Pep is extremely impressed with him. We're ready to make an offer. Pep. Guardiola. Mendez's heart skipped a beat. He suppressed his glee and replied calmly, Ferran, you know he only just joined Liverpool. But, in the world of football, anything is possible, isn't it? After hanging up, Mendez felt as if he were floating. Real Madrid, Manchester City, the two most powerful clubs in modern football, had both taken a keen interest in Chung Fong. At the same time in Barcelona. In the club's high-level meeting room, the atmosphere was suffocating. The president, Big Bear, Bartomeu, was pale with rage, slamming a tablet onto the conference table. Can someone explain to me what the hell happened? His voice was seething with fury. On the tablet was the news of Chung Feng's match winner against Manchester City, celebrated by the entire Liverpool team. A player we released for free. Now in the Premier League against Manchester City, he puts in a world-class performance. Tell me why. Big Bear jabbed at the statistical analysis of Chung Feng on the screen. Tackles, interceptions, coverage area, and that long-range shot at the end. This is already top-tier defensive midfielder data. Why did we let him go? Silence filled the room. Several senior executives kept their heads down, afraid to meet the furious president's gaze. Terminating Chung Feng's contract had been done to free up salary space and a squad slot for the high-price signing Dembele. That decision had been made by everyone in the room, but the final approval had come from the president himself. From a corner, someone muttered softly. Don't forget he was a La Masia kid. We personally handed him over to the enemy of our enemy. That remark made Big Bear's face grow even darker. Far away in China, inside the Chinese Football Association office building, Zheng Fei was pacing restlessly in his office. His phone had been ringing non-stop since morning. All calls asking about the recording incident. He didn't dare answer a single one. It was over. Completely over. He stared at the overwhelming news on his computer screen. The recording he knew all too well. It had been reposted by major sports media, even by the sports channel of the national broadcaster. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. Just as he stood there helpless, his desk phone rang shrilly. Seeing the number, Zheng Fei trembled and picked up the receiver with shaking hands. ZH. Director Zhou. Zheng Fei. The voice on the other end growled with barely contained fury. What the hell have you done? It was Zhou Kai. I. Zheng Fei stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. The situation is out of control. The higher-ups are furious. Very furious. Zhou Kai's voice was cold and devoid of warmth. You made this mess, and now you have to fix it yourself. Director Zhou, please help me. I don't want to go to prison. Zheng Fei begged, his voice choked with tears. There was a few seconds of silence on the line. Zheng Fei, you understand the principle of sacrificing the night to save the king, don't you? Zhou Kai's voice had calmed, but that calmness sent a chill down Zheng Fei's spine. You turn yourself and take all the blame. Say it was your personal action driven by greed. No, it wasn't me. Shut up. Zhou Kai barked, cutting him off. This is an order. You have no choice. Don't worry, once you're inside, your family will be taken care of. Your son's schooling, your wife's job, they'll be fine. With that, Zhou Kai hung up directly. Listening to the dial tone, Zheng Fei's legs gave way, and he collapsed into his chair, ashen-faced. He knew he had become a sacrificial pawn. In the early morning of Liverpool, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on Cheng Feng's face. His phone buzzed incessantly, the screen flashing a familiar name, Jorge Mendes. Cheng Feng swiped to answer. Cheng, my God, you're an absolute miracle. Mendes' voice erupted on the other end, brimming with ecstatic, almost screeching excitement. Calm down, Jorge. What happened? Cheng Feng yawned, his voice still carrying the languidness of just waking up. Calm? How the hell can I be calm? Mendes' words rattled out like a machine gun. Do you have any idea? My phone is blowing up. Florentino, the big boss of Real Madrid himself, asked about your situation. And Guardiola. Manchester City is prepared to get you at all costs this summer. Atletico Madrid also came. They want to know if you're open to a transfer. Mendes took a deep breath, adding fervently, and that's just the beginning. All of Europe is going crazy for you, Cheng. You're the hottest star across the entire continent. Cheng Feng listened quietly, his face betraying no emotion. Jorge, I'm not transferring this summer. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness. On the other end, Mendes paused for a moment before composing himself. I understand. You've only just joined Liverpool. Yes, Cheng Feng said, sitting up and gazing out the window. We have a chance this season. A chance to compete for every title, the Premier League and the Champions League. I get it. I completely get it. Mendes' voice was filled with approval. You're making the absolute right decision. A title, especially a Champions League trophy, will skyrocket your value and status beyond measure. Don't worry, Cheng. I'll handle the transfer talk. From now on, I'll focus fully on maximizing your commercial potential. Just wait. Your era is coming. Hanging up, a faint smile curled at the corner of Cheng Feng's lips. Real Madrid. Manchester City. Names that once seemed unattainable were now approaching him on their own. But he knew clearly that the most important thing now was to establish himself firmly at Liverpool and prove his worth with championships. With a flicker of thought, he opened the system panel in his mind. Negative emotion points 58888. A cascade of numbers danced wildly across the screen. Fury from Barcelona's top brass, fear and despair from Zheng Fei, and Zhou Kai, the wrath of countless Chinese fans directed at the Football Association. All these emotions were now transformed into his most direct energy. System performed 5 draws. Ding. Consuming 10000 negative emotion points for 5 draws. Congratulations, host. You have obtained bronze chest X1, silver chest X2, golden chest X1, legendary chest X1. Here it comes. Without hesitation, Cheng Feng chose to open all of them. Opening bronze chest, obtained recovery potion minor X1. Opening silver chest, obtained stamina potion medium X1. Opening silver chest, obtained legendary shin guard X1. Wearing it blocks 99 of malicious stomping damage. Opening golden chest, obtained skill card heavy artillery free kick, Roberto Carlos. Seeing this, Cheng Feng's breath quickened. Carlos. That thunderous leg, that physics-defying curve ball. This was a real game changer. His gaze finally fell on the last chest, the most dazzling one, the legendary chest. Opening legendary chest, obtained passive template divine guidance. Divine guidance, all your long passes will gain precise guidance, automatically correcting the landing point, ignoring most external interference, and accurately finding your teammates. Cheng Feng's eyes widened instantly. Divine guidance. Isn't this the legendary ball finds the man? System immediately fused the divine guidance template. Ding. Template fusing. Fusion successful. A warm current surged through his entire body. Cheng Feng felt his feet, his vision. Everything had undergone a marvelous transformation. He now had an intense urge to rush onto the field and kick a ball. Because Liverpool had long abandoned the FA Cup and League Cup, the entire team had a precious 2-day break after the match against Manchester City. Cheng Feng didn't go out. His backyard had a small football pitch. He placed the ball on the grass, his eyes fixed on the small goal 50 meters away. Taking a deep breath, his right instep pushed forward with force. The ball traced an extremely flat arc in the air, almost skimming the grass. Then as it neared the goal, it eerily lifted slightly and drilled precisely into the top left corner. Holy shit. Even Cheng Feng couldn't help cursing under his breath. Such control. Such precision. Absolutely insane. Over the next 2 days, Cheng Feng practically lived on his small pitch, feverishly testing the might of divine guidance and Carlos's heavy artillery. Meanwhile, in distant China, a massive storm was brewing. Zheng Fei, Zhou Kai, and several other top FA officials were taken directly from their offices for investigation by the relevant authorities on the same day. The recording Cheng Feng had exposed not only stirred up a huge uproar domestically, but also caused extremely severe repercussions internationally. Even FIFA sent an inquiry. The matter had blown up. After the authorities stepped in and followed the trail, they soon uncovered even more shocking corruption and power abuse hidden behind the recording incident. For a moment, the entire Chinese football world was on edge. Online fans exploded. Justice. Finally, they're being investigated. These parasites. Thank you, Cheng Feng, the first anti-corruption fighter in contemporary football. The FA must issue a formal apology to Cheng Feng. An apology is useless. I advised Chung Feng never to come back. Keep playing well abroad. Don't let these people ruin you. Yes, don't come back. We'll watch your games via VPN. The 2-day break ended quickly. Chung Feng returned to Melwood training ground refreshed and energized. After a simple warm-up, Chung Feng grabbed a ball and found Virgil van Dijk, Sadio Mane, and Roberto Firmino. Hey guys, want to play 3-on-3? Van Dijk looked at the eager Chung Feng and smiled. Watching beating Manchester City made you overconfident. Want to challenge me? Let's give it a try. Chung Feng tossed the ball to Mane. Me, Sadio, and Roberto against you, Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, and Mohamed Salah. How about it? Interesting. Van Dijk cracked his knuckles. Let's do it. At the window of the head coach's office, Jurgen Klopp puffed on a cigar, leisurely watching the scene on the training ground below. A playful smile spread across his face. This kid is blending into the team more and more. Knock knock. An assistant coach walked in with a file. Jurgen, here's the next phase specialized training plan I drew up for Chung Feng, mainly to strengthen his shoe. Klopp made a silencing gesture pointing out the window. Hold on. Look at this. The assistant coach walked over to the window, puzzled just in time to see Chung Feng receive the ball on the training pitch. Opposite him stood the world's best center back, Van Dijk. Van Dijk calmly blocked all possible passing lanes. But just when everyone expected Chung Feng either to lose the ball or pass back, Chung Feng's right foot with perfect elegance flicked the ball with the outside of his boot. The ball traced a bizarre outward curve, bypassing Van Dijk's body and midfield's Oxlade-Chamberlain, flying straight to the feet of the advancing Mane. The ball arrived so perfectly. Mane didn't even need to adjust. He struck it first time, smashing it into the net. What the? The assistant coach's eyes nearly popped out. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. This pass. How did he do it? Under Virgil's pressure. That's why I told you to watch, Klopp said, blowing out a smoke ring, his voice dripping with pride. At the training base, small-scale group matches continued. Firmino, the Brazilian striker, was renowned for his flamboyant style and no-look passes. He had just elegantly flicked the ball past Chamberlain with a back heel, a smug smile on his face as he dribbled directly toward Chung Feng. It was a relaxed intra-squad drill, and Firmino wanted to show off his skills. He shuffled his feet, and as he closed in on Chung Feng, he suddenly executed a flashy dragback, seemingly attempting a nutmeg. Yet half a second before his foot made contact with the ball, Chung Feng moved. Without any warning, with an incredibly precise anticipation, he lunged a step forward to the right and stretched out his long leg. A crisp sound of interception echoed. The ball was firmly taken by Chung Feng. Firmino froze completely, his next move still unexecuted, and the ball was already gone. What shattered his composure even more was yet to come. After stealing the ball, Chung Feng made no pause whatsoever. Using his left foot as a pivot, he turned his body, smoothly swung his right leg, and delivered a piercing ground pass. The ball shot through, precisely slipping between Firmino's legs, which had not yet closed. A nutmeg. And it was a seamless nutmeg right after the tackle. The entire sequence from interception to pass took less than 2 seconds. At the far end, Salah received the excruciatingly accurate pass, controlled it comfortably, and couldn't help but let out his signature celebratory cry. Firmino stood frozen, looked down at his own legs, then raised his head to see Chung Feng's back already sprinting forward, his face utterly crestfallen. Hey Bobby, your door is wide open. A nearby teammate teased mercilessly with laughter. Firmino waved his hand in frustration, feeling that his good mood for the day's training had been completely ruined by that play. Is this kid a devil? At the edge of the training ground on the second floor of the coaching office, Klopp and his assistant coach stood side by side before a massive floor-to-ceiling window overlooking everything on the field. They had witnessed the entire scene in full. The assistant coach had forgotten to set down his coffee cup, his mouth agape and eyes wide with astonishment. Boss, did you see that? I saw it. Klopp's tone carried an undeniable sense of wonder. The fact that he couldn't make it at Barcelona before is definitely not his problem. It was all of us who were fooled by his defensive ability. We all thought he was just a blue-collar worker. Klopp did not refute. He silently watched the young figure on the field, who was now actively running and engaging in defense again, his eyes flickering with complex light. He agreed with the assistant coach's view. Even more, he felt he had been even more mistaken. He had previously thought about slowly nurturing Chung Feng to integrate him into the team. But now where did this kid need integration? He was practically born for his tactical system. Huh. We've struck gold. We've found true treasure. Klopp laughed like a child who had just received a beloved toy, slapping the assistant coach's shoulder vigorously. What Gerrard? Gerrard in this system of mine might not even be as effective as him. Defensive and offensive integration, covering the entire pitch, and a deadly passing ability. He is the all-around core of my dreams, the future heart of Liverpool. Klopp's praise flowed like an endless stream. No, this is not enough. He suddenly thought of something else, waving his hand grandly. His offensive capabilities can still be developed. That long-range shot was definitely not a fluke. We need to devise a special long-range shooting training plan for him. Make him a true midfield cannon. However, just as he finished speaking, The situation on the training ground once again underwent a stunning change. Chamberlain, who had been shown up by Firmino earlier, was determined to redeem himself after getting the ball. He charged forward with the ball, attempting to power through with speed and strength. But he was up against Ching Feng. Ching Feng once again blocked the most perfect line and executed a clean sliding tackle from the side. The ball was taken again. Chamberlain stumbled and watched helplessly as Ching Feng leaped up from the ground and seized possession. Everyone expected Ching Feng to immediately look for Sulla or remain up front just like before. But this time Ching Feng did not pass. He raised his head and glanced at the goal dozens of meters away. It was empty. Since it was a half-field attack drill, the goalkeeper Alisson was on the other side. Almost instinctively, Ching Feng swung his right leg. No run-up. Just a strike from a standstill. A dull thud. The ball rocketed up like a cannonball, leaving the muzzle. It traced a straight, almost spinless trajectory through the air. Standing at the edge of the penalty area, Van Dijk, who was about to organize the defense, felt a gust of wind whizzing past his ear. He couldn't even react in time. The white ball, with an overwhelming momentum, sliced past his ear. The next second, the ball slammed violently against the underside of the crossbar and then bounced into the net. Goal. A thunderous, explosive long-range strike. The entire training ground fell silent instantly. Everyone stopped in their tracks, staring in disbelief at the empty goal, then at Ching Feng, who stood near the center circle with a similarly astonished expression. Van Dijk touched his burning ear, utterly incredulous. If that ball had been a little off, it would have been aimed at his face. He dared not think further. Such power, such speed. It was nothing like what a defensive midfielder should produce. Ching Feng himself was stunned. What the hell? It went in. He had only just stolen the ball, saw no one defending ahead, and the goal empty, so he took a shot on impulse. He never expected such force. Well, it must be luck and no goalkeeper. Yes, definitely that. Ching Feng rationalized to himself. In the office, Klopp and his assistant coach, both frozen in the same pose, stood petrified at the window. Klopp's hand, which had just gestured about creating a long-range training plan, was still suspended in midair. The situation was decidedly awkward. A few seconds later, the assistant coach swallowed hard, turned his head, and looked at his boss with a peculiar expression. Boss, about that long-range shooting training plan. I think maybe we can put it on hold. Just give him the license to shoot, let him practice in matches. The effect might be better. Klopp's face flushed crimson instantly. The slap came so fast. He had just promised to give the kid extra coaching, and the next moment the kid performed a standing cannonball. Ahem. Klopp coughed in embarrassment, then violently tugged at his hair, messing up his golden locks. It settled. He tossed out the words, turned around, and strode away, his back radiating an air of I didn't say anything, I know nothing. Watching his boss flee in disarray, the assistant coach finally couldn't hold back a snort of laughter. He shook his head, his gaze returning to Ching Feng on the field, his eyes brimming with admiration and anticipation. He picked up the tablet on the desk and opened a sports news article. It seems we'll soon have a chance to test his mettle, he murmured to himself. Next match at Anfield, home against Tottenham Hotspur. Spurs, last season's Champions League final opponent, one of the Premier League's big six, a tough nut to crack. 2 days later, at the pre-match press conference for Liverpool versus Tottenham Hotspur, the atmosphere was supposed to be relaxed. After all, Liverpool had just dismantled the mighty Manchester City and morale was soaring. However, a journalist from the Times posed a pointed question. Mr. Klopp, how do you respond to the comments made by Tottenham manager Pochettino and player Son Heung-min regarding Ching Feng? They believe Ching Feng is merely a flash in the pan, and Son Heung-min stated he doesn't think any Chinese player poses a threat to him. The air in the room instantly froze. Liverpool's press officer's expression shifted slightly, attempting to intervene. But Klopp raised his hand to stop him. The German's smile had vanished, replaced by a chilling calm that sent shivers down one's spine. He stared at the journalist and asked word by word, "Are you certain they said that?" "Absolutely certain." Pochettino stated in an interview that Ching Feng's luck had run out, and Son Heung-min made related remarks on his social media. The journalist handed over a tablet. Klopp looked down. On the screen was Son Heung-min's face, wearing an arrogant smile along with those glaring words. "Asia's top striker. Don't be ridiculous. I've never believed any Chinese player deserves to be mentioned in the same breath as me." Bang! A thunderous sound. Klopp's palms slammed heavily onto the table, causing every camera in the press conference room to shake. All the journalists were startled. They had never seen Klopp lose his composure like this. The German's chest heaved violently, and his blue eyes burned with fury. He stood up, his body trembling slightly with anger. Without looking at Son Heung-min's face, he slowly spat out a few words in an extremely contemptuous tone. "Silence is greater than that Korean player." The interpreter on site was momentarily stunned before realizing Klopp was playing with a pun on the name, using the dual meaning of silence and greatness to utterly trample Son Heung-min's name. Having said that, Klopp picked up his coat without sparing another glance at the journalists. They have successfully angered Liverpool. The next match will be hell for them. With those words, Klopp pushed the door open and walked out without looking back, leaving the stunned crowd and the flashing cameras behind. Klopp's furious exit was like a detonated bomb instantly sweeping across the entire European football world. Headlines in every major sports media outlet were dominated by reports of Klopp's fury at Son Heung-min. And the escalation of the matter had just begun. When people started noticing Chung Feng's identity, the center of the storm began to shift. Portuguese-Chinese mixed heritage. Portuguese nationality. These two labels instantly ignited the fury of two nations. Portugal, Italy. These two footballing powerhouses who were eliminated from the 2002 World Cup by the South Korean team through underhanded means still harbored a grudge over that history. Now a Korean player had publicly provoked a prodigy holding Portuguese nationality. This was intolerable. The first to speak out was the leader of Portugal's golden generation, Luis Figo. He directly posted a photo with Chung Feng on his social media captioning it, "Chung is our pride. Anyone who disrespects him is provoking all of Portuguese football. I will be in the stands at Anfield for the next match cheering for our boy." Following him, a man who commanded the attention of fans worldwide also weighed in. Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo didn't say much. He simply updated a photo. In it, he stood next to Chung Feng, giving a thumbs up to the camera. The caption was just a single Portuguese flag emoji, but everyone understood the weight behind it. Subsequently, Rui Costa, Pepe, João Moutinho, one by one illustrious names in Portuguese football, came out strongly in support of Chung Feng. On the other side, the Italians were not idle either. AC Milan's legendary captain Paolo Maldini reposted Figo's update and commented, "Some dishonorable history we will never forget. Well done, kid. Shut them up." Goalkeeping legend Gianluigi Buffon was even more direct. "I see a young Del Piero in him, responding to all provocations with skill and goals." Forza Chung. The whole of European football was stunned. What was this? They had poked a hornet's nest of Portugal and Italy. Within the Liverpool squad, there was a united front. Virgil van Dijk, Jorginho Wijnaldum, Trent Alexander-Arnold, and others posted photos with Chung Feng on their social media. They showed their support for their teammate in the most straightforward way. When news reached China, the internet exploded. "Holy, Son, the Sun has kicked an iron plate this time. He picked a fight with a Portuguese. Huh, awesome. Figo and Ronaldo have both stepped in. What an honor." The #1 anti-corruption figure in modern football is now a pioneer against the Koreans. Chung Feng is a legend. Where are those fans who said Chung Feng wasn't worthy of being compared to Son Heung-min? Come out and say it again. Feng, ignore them and focus on the game. Shut their mouths with your goals. Of course, there were some dissenting voices. Chung Feng doesn't hold Chinese nationality. Why are you all so excited? But such statements were quickly drowned out by a tidal wave of rebuttals. Scram. He's of Chinese descent. He spoke out against corruption in Chinese football. He's our hero. Facing the overwhelming storm of public opinion, numerous British media outlets like sharks smelling blood swarmed towards Melwood. They tried to interview the central figure of the storm, Chung Feng. But Chung Feng chose silence. He deactivated his social media, refused all interviews, and devoted himself entirely to training. He knew that all the war of words was worth less than a single goal on the pitch. However, although he remained silent, his agent was not someone to be trifled with. Jorge Mendes, this super agent who controlled half of European football, displayed his usual arrogance in an exclusive interview with Sky Sports. When the journalist mentioned Son Heung-min, Mendes couldn't even be bothered to look up. He adjusted his expensive cufflinks, his tone as contemptuous as if he were talking about an ant on the roadside. Son Heung-min, who does he think he is? He doesn't deserve to be considered a rival to Chung. Otherwise, why isn't he one of my players? A cold smile curled at the corner of Mendes' mouth, his gaze as if he were looking at a huge joke. "Because I only take the best." Spurs training ground. Son Heung-min clutched his phone tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. On the screen, Mendes' arrogant face and the words, "Who does he think he is?" echoed repeatedly in his mind like the most vicious curse. His mentality was shattered. Completely shattered. Looking at the formidable names like Figo, Ronaldo, Maldini, a strong wave of regret surged within him. How could he have forgotten? How could he have forgotten Chung Feng's damn Portuguese nationality? He didn't dare to retort against these football legends and veterans, and could only watch helplessly as he became a laughingstock across Europe. All the humiliation, anger, and resentment eventually coalesced into a twisted hatred firmly locked onto the one who had started it all. Chung Feng. It was all his fault. Just you wait. In the match I will make you pay. Son Heung-min gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Match day arrived as scheduled. Outside Anfield, the atmosphere was tense. Some Spurs fans wearing Son Heung-min's #7 jersey got into heated arguments with passionate Liverpool supporters. It even escalated into small-scale physical altercations, which were quickly broken up by security personnel. In the VIP stands, Portuguese legends like Figo and Rui Costa arrived as promised. Their presence ignited the enthusiasm of the home fans. Inside the Liverpool dressing room, the atmosphere was murderous. Klopp stood before the tactics board but didn't discuss any tactics. He simply scanned every player with his fiery eyes. "They have disrespected us. They have disrespected our brother Chung. Now tell me, what do we do? James Milner stepped forward first. The iron-willed stand-in captain slammed his fist into his palm. Slaughter them. Slaughter them. The entire dressing room erupted in a thunderous roar. In the player tunnel, the lights flickered between light and shadow. Both teams lined up waiting to enter the pitch. The air was stifling, hard to breathe. Van Dijk's towering figure loomed over Son Heung-min like a mountain. As he brushed past, the Dutchman deliberately slammed his shoulder into Son Heung-min. He lowered his head, leaning close to the Korean's ear, and said in a low voice only the two of them could hear, "You've talked a lot of nonsense. Now let's see if you have the ability to back it up." Son Heung-min's body froze. He looked up, meeting Van Dijk's icy, imposing gaze. The player's eyes clashed in the air, sparks flying. Dear audience, dear football fans, welcome to the live broadcast of the Premier League blockbuster match on Channel 1 Sports. I'm commentator Wang Jianhong. I'm Chen Xianxian. In the studio, Wang Jianhong and Chen Xianxian were in high spirits, their voices resonant. Today we bring you the match between the defending champions Liverpool at their home ground Anfield facing last season's Champions League final opponents Tottenham Hotspur. Wang Jianhong swiftly introduced the background. This match has plenty of highlights. It's not just a clash of titans, but also brimming with animosity. Before the match, Tottenham's star player Son Heung-min made some, quite controversial remarks in a media interview. He paused, and beside him Chen Xianxian immediately took over, her tone tinged with undisguised mockery. "Brother Wang, this is more than just controversy. It's practically inciting a war." He said that our Dragon Country's player Ching Feng is not worthy to be compared to him, and that Ching Feng is just a flash in the pan. As soon as these words came out, the entire European football world was shaken. Exactly, Wang Jianhong nodded. It's precisely because of these remarks that the attention on this match has skyrocketed. Everyone wants to see how our Ching Feng will respond to Son Heung-min's provocation on the pitch. As he spoke, the director skillfully cut to the VIP stands of the stadium. Oh, the director is showing the VIP stands. Let's see which distinguished guests are here today. Good heavens. Chen Xianxian let out a gasp. Wang Jianhong's eyes widened as he adjusted his earpiece. We see Figo, the leading figure of Portugal's golden generation. Beside him is Deco, and the classic playmaker Rui Costa. The three superstars of Portugal's golden generation are all appearing together in the Anfield stands. They are undoubtedly here for Ching Feng. Chen Xuanchuan's voice trembled slightly. Yet an even greater shock was to come. The camera panned slightly, settling on a stern-faced, middle-aged man in glasses seated beside the three legends. Wait, that man is Fernando Santos, the current head coach of the Portuguese national team. Wang Jianhong's voice suddenly rose, almost shouting. Santos is here too. My God. What is going on? The studio instantly erupted and the live-streaming barrage exploded. Holy crap. Holy crap. Santos, the Portuguese coach. What's he doing here? Do you even need to ask? He's definitely here to scout Ching Feng. Figo and the others are just accompanying him. Damn, Ching Feng is going to join the Portuguese national team. That's a huge deal. Don't talk nonsense, man. Ching Feng has Dragon Country blood. Why should he go to Portugal? He has blood, but no nationality. He's a legitimate Portuguese citizen. Joining the national team is only natural. What business is it of yours? Exactly. A defensive midfielder who can play regularly in the top 5 leagues, going back to the national team of Dragon Country. Isn't that just charity? The barrage was in chaos, but in the stands Santos was indeed there for Ching Feng. The stubborn and pragmatic old coach had never paid attention to this unknown young man before. That was until the shocking Manchester Derby. Ching Feng's 100 tackle success rate, and his almost single-handed neutralization of Aguero's stunning performance. Finally, through the overwhelming media storm, reached his ears. The Portuguese team had always relied on counter-attacking football. What did the team need most? A stable and reliable defensive midfielder. A steel gate to sweep the midfield and protect the backline. If such a player existed in the midfield, the team's superstar Cristiano Ronaldo could be completely liberated, focusing all his energy on attack. The more Santos thought about it, the more he felt that Ching Feng was the perfect piece to complete his tactical puzzle. So he came. He wanted to see with his own eyes whether this young man was just a hype product. Boo! As the long entrance music played, the players from both teams marched onto the pitch. The song, "You'll Never Walk Alone," echoed through the skies, turning Anfield into a sea of red. In the stands, countless banners supporting Ching Feng were raised high. On the most eye-catching KOP stand in the north, fans even displayed small banners with the same message in English and Korean. Son Heung-min Feng. Son Heung-min is not worthy to be Feng's opponent. Though small, these banners were highly insulting, piercing into Tottenham's formation like needles. Son Heung-min's gaze swept across the stands. When he made out the words on those banners, his eyes involuntarily twitched. His face, which had been wearing a professional fake smile, instantly darkened. His fists clenched unconsciously at his side. Damn Liverpool fans. Damn Ching Feng. Rage blazed in his heart. Soon the captains, Liverpool's acting captain Milner and Tottenham's goalkeeper Loris, completed the coin toss and flag exchange. Next came the pre-match handshake. The players lined up and walked past each other. When it was Son Heung-min's turn, he looked at Chung Fong approaching and curled his lips into a sneer. Just as Chung Fong extended his hand, Son Heung-min deliberately pulled his hand back abruptly. He cast a contemptuous glance at Chung Fong, his disdain unmistakable. He intended to humiliate Chung Fong this way, to tell him, "You are not worthy." Yet Chung Feng's face showed no emotion. He didn't even lift his eyelids. His outstretched hand smoothly dropped back down, and he walked past Son Heung-min without a pause. Ignorance. It was the most utter ignorance. As if Son Heung-min was nothing but air to him. Son Heung-min's smile froze on his face. This was completely different from the script he had imagined. Shouldn't Chung Fong be angry, or at least embarrassed? How could he react like this? Before he could figure it out, Liverpool's next player Salah walked over. The Egyptian pharaoh expressionless passed without even glancing at him. Then came Wijnaldum. The Dutchman also chose to ignore him. Next was Maine. The Senegalese speedster even deliberately swerved in a small arc, clearly avoiding him. Firmino Robertson. One by one, Liverpool players refused to shake hands with Son Heung-min in the same manner. Now it was Son Heung-min's turn to be embarrassed. He held out his hand, unsure whether to keep it out or withdraw it frozen in place. Finally, Liverpool's young right-back Alexander-Arnold approached. He grinned and extended his hand to Son Heung-min. Son Heung-min felt a flicker of hope. At last someone sensible, and quickly reached out to meet it. But just as their hands were about to touch, Alexander-Arnold flipped his wrist, withdrew it, and then wiped his hand on his shorts in a gesture of disgust. Then he winked at Son Heung-min and dashed off. Ha ha ha. Unrestrained laughter erupted from Liverpool's bench. Son Heung-min's face flushed an ugly purple. Mocking me? You dare to mock me? He stared at the backs of the Liverpool players, his eyes seeming to spit fire. Haha, interesting, very interesting. In the studio, Chen Xianxian was laughing so hard she was rocking back and forth. The entire Liverpool team is standing up for Chung Fong. Son Heung-min tried to play a trick, but ended up losing face entirely. Wang Jinhong also smiled. That's teamwork. That's football. When your teammate faces unfair provocation, the whole team will stand up to support him. Alright, let's take a look at the starting lineups. Liverpool Klopp has deployed their favored 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper Karius. Defenders from right to left: Alexander-Arnold, Van Dijk, Lovren, and Robertson. The midfield, three: acting captain Milner, Chung Fong, and Wijnaldum. The offensive trident: Salah, Firmino, and Maine. Tottenham Pochettino counters with a 4-2-3-1 formation. Goalkeeper French international Lloris. Defenders: Ben Davies, Vertonghen, Davinson Sanchez, and Trippier. Double pivots: Dembele and Dier. Ahead of them, Son Heung-min, Ali, and Eriksen. Up front is England's top scorer Harry Kane. Both lineups are star-studded. This is bound to be a clash of titans. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Liverpool won the kickoff. Firmino in the center circle gently passed the ball back. Tottenham's players, like tigers released from cages, instantly pressed forward, launching a fierce high-intensity press. The ball reached Maine's feet. He was immediately double-teamed by two Tottenham players with no space to pass, so he could only send the ball back to Wijnaldum in midfield. Wijnaldum received the ball, glanced without hesitation, and knocked it sideways, firmly passing it to the nearby Chung Fong. Just as the ball rolled toward Chung Fong, a strange sight appeared. Liverpool's forwards, Salah, Firmino, Maine, and even the fullbacks Alexander-Arnold and Robertson. At that moment, as if receiving a unified command, all sprinted forward like mad. With their most decisive runs, they tore apart Tottenham's defense, creating vast space for Chung Fong in the center. Tottenham's players were thrown into disarray by this sudden collective forward surge, their defensive shape momentarily loosening. Now is the moment. A cold gleam flashed in Chung Feng's eyes. He keenly detected the fleeting gap in front of the opponent's defense. A cold, familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected an excellent shooting opportunity. Used the Carlos Cannon skill card. At the Tottenham Hotspur coaching bench, Pochettino chewed gum, hands in pockets, his demeanor seemingly relaxed. He watched Liverpool's formation on the field, a faint trace of a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Mauricio, are we really not going to specifically target that Chung? The assistant coach leaned in his face, bearing a hint of concern. His previous goals. Pochettino interrupted, his tone utterly dismissive. Just luck. Do you really think a midfielder can have that much shooting ability? He's just a passer. Those world-class goals. Pure luck flukes. Pochettino spat out his gum, his gaze sharp as he fixed his eyes on the pitch. Our tactic is clear: use high-intensity pressing to strangle their midfield. Vertonghen and Dier will give that kid enough attention to make it difficult for him even to receive the ball. Once we cut off his connection to the forward line, he's finished. The assistant coach looked at his manager's confident demeanor, opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his worries. Perhaps he was overthinking. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, the situation on the field shifted dramatically. Tottenham kicked off from the center circle, and Harry Kane passed the ball back. After a few passes, the ball tried to break through Liverpool's midfield. However, the iron-blooded midfield duo of Milner and Wijnaldum launched a frenzied press immediately. A Tottenham player made a mistake. The ball was poked away by Wijnaldum, rolling perfectly to the feet of Chung Feng. At that moment, Chung Feng was just past the center circle, a full 40 meters from the Tottenham goal. Everyone thought he would dribble to organize or pass out wide to a teammate. Tottenham's backline was even casually retreating to set up their defense. But Chung Feng did not. He didn't even pause. Facing the rolling ball, he didn't adjust his stride. His right leg swung back violently like a taut bowstring loaded with power. What is he going to do? The assistant coach to Pochettino gasped in shock. The relaxed expression on Pochettino's face froze instantly. A shot. From this distance. Was he joking? The next second, Chung Feng's right foot struck the middle lower part of the ball with solid force. Bang! A dull, thunderous impact transmitted through the stadium's microphones echoed across every screen watching the live broadcast worldwide. The ball instantly deformed violently. Then it transformed into an arrow released from the bowstring. No, a cannonball fired from the barrel. With an unmatched momentum, it howled, tearing through the air of Anfield. Straight as an arrow blasting toward the Tottenham goal. Tottenham's goalkeeper Lloris, the French national keeper and World Cup champion. His positioning was slightly forward, a common habit of modern goalkeepers. When he saw Chung Feng take the shot, his first reaction was absurdity. But as the ball left Chung Feng's foot, that overwhelming aura of destruction rushed toward him, and every hair on his body stood on end. Too fast. Unreasonably fast. Lloris's brain hadn't even issued a command before his body by instinct leaped backward, desperately, arms stretched out. But it was too late. Everything was far too late. The speed of the ball completely exceeded his reaction limit. It nearly grazed the air past Lloris's fingertips with a sharp whistle and buried itself into the net. Swish! The pristine white netting was lifted high by the cannon-like strike, then drooped limply. The entire Anfield Stadium fell into a full second of dead silence. Then, boom! The roar of over 50,000 Red Army fans erupted, a fervent cry that could shake the heavens. Goal! Chung! The time was frozen at the 16th second of the match. The fastest goal record in Premier League history had been shattered at this moment. The Tottenham players were all stunned. Vertonghen and Dier, the two defenders Pochettino had counted on to take care of Chung Feng, stood frozen and placed their eyes hollow. They hadn't even gotten close to Chung Feng, and the match was already behind. Son Heung-min stared fixedly at the figure being mobbed by his teammates, his fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. All his anger, all his bold words before the match had become an utter joke in the face of this unreasonable cannonball. Negative emotion points from Son Heung-min, 999. Negative emotion points from Lloris, 888. Negative emotion points from Pochettino, 1000. A cascade of system notification sounds flashed wildly in Chung Feng's mind. But he had no time to care. Van Dijk was the first to rush over. The Dutch giant grabbed Chung Feng like a chick and lifted him from the ground, then hoisted him onto his shoulder. Beautiful Chung, you madman. Main Milner, Alexander-Arnold. All the Liverpool players charged over. They surrounded Chung Feng and Van Dijk, excitedly pounding their backs. From the Anfield stands, the fans chanted in unison the name that drove them wild. Chung, Chung, Chung. Inside the China Sports commentary booth, Wang Jianhong leaped from his chair, pumping his fist, his voice hoarse from overwhelming excitement. Goal! Goal! Just 16 seconds into the match. Chung Feng. A world-class goal that shook heaven and earth. Over 40 meters. This is a Carlo-style cannonball strike. Oh my God. He broke the fastest goal record in the Premier League. This is a goal that will be etched in history. Beside him, Chun Xuanxuan's face was flushed with excitement. She clutched the microphone tightly and added, "What have we witnessed?" "We have witnessed history." Chung Feng responded to all doubts in the most unimaginable and awe-inspiring way. He tells the world who is the master of Anfield. On the sidelines, Klopp let out a roar, then spun around and hugged his assistant coach, shaking his shoulders vigorously, looking like a madman. "Did you see that? Did you see that? That's my genius. That's the treasure I snatched from Barcelona." Ha ha. Meanwhile, in front of the Tottenham bench, puffed, Pochettino spat out the water from his mouth, spraying it across the grass in front of him. His eyes wide, he stared at the scoreboard on the field. 1-0. That glaring number left his face full of disbelief. All his pre-match tactical arrangements, all his predictions had been shattered in just 16 seconds by an utterly unreasonable long-range shot. In the VIP stand, Figo and Rui Costa exchanged glances, both seeing profound astonishment in each other's eyes. The power of that shot. Terrifying. Figo murmured, "Does that kid have an engine in his leg?" Beside them, Deco had a look of schadenfreude. He took a photo of the field with his phone and muttered low, "Those idiots in Barcelona's management are probably kicking themselves now. Letting a talent like this go, what were they thinking?" On the other side, Mendes elegantly adjusted his cuff and smiled faintly at Liverpool's sporting director Edwards beside him. "Edwards, I told you. Jorge Mendes only signed the best players. Now do you believe how worthwhile this signing is? Edwards beamed, nodding repeatedly. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. The match resumed. The Tottenham players had clearly not yet recovered from the lightning-fast goal. Son Heung-min's face was etched with anxiety and anger. He desperately wanted to do something for his team, and even more to prove himself against Chung Feng. When the ball came to his feet, he immediately went into individual mode. Facing the veteran Milner's Son Heung-min accelerated and changed direction, trying to power past him. Milner, though experienced, was older and at a speed disadvantage, allowing Son Heung-min to squeeze past by half a body length. The Korean felt a surge of joy and was about to continue his dribble. Suddenly, a red figure shot in from the diagonal. It was Chung Feng. Like a ghost, he had predicted all of Son Heung-min's dribbling routes. A clean, crisp, yet extremely precise sliding tackle. The ball remained firmly in place. The man past the ball stayed. Son Heung-min stumbled, nearly falling, and turned back to see Chung Feng already springing up from the ground, claiming the ball. The entire stadium of Red Army fans erupted in enthusiastic applause. This defensive play felt even more uplifting to them than the goal. After winning the ball, Chung Feng wasted no time. He looked up to survey the front field. In just 1 second, with his left foot, he delivered a low-driven long pass. The ball precisely sliced through Tottenham's chaotic defense and found Maine, who was sprinting forward. One-on-one. Commentator Wang Jianhong's volume shot up again. Maine, facing the charging Loris, calmly used the outside of his right foot to curl a clever shot. The ball curved past Loris's fingertips and rolled gently into the far corner of the net. 2-0. In less than 10 minutes, Liverpool led by 2 goals. The entire Anfield had transformed into a sea of joy. On the sidelines, Tottenham manager Pochettino's face was black enough to wring water out. He roared at the pitch, his arms flailing wildly, spittle flying. What did I tell you before the match? Stick to him. Don't give him space to pass. What are you doing? Going for a stroll? A simple long ball, and your defense turns into a sieve. Idiots. Pochettino's fury nearly set the entire dugout ablaze. He had emphasized repeatedly before the game that Chung Feng's long passes were Liverpool's lethal counterattack weapon. But such long-distance passes, if subjected to even the slightest pressure, would lose significant accuracy. And what was the result? His players gave Chung Feng ample time and space to execute a textbook long ball assist. This was a slap in the face. After lashing out at the entire team, his gaze locked onto Son Heung-min, who was preparing to kick off at the center circle. Son, forget about the stands and that goal. Focus. Respond with a goal. Do you hear me? Pochettino knew well that Son Heung-min, after being doubly humiliated by the opponent's goal and the banner in the stands, would be mentally shaken. He had to pull him back from the brink of imbalance. Goal. And another goal. Chung Feng. 1 assist, 1 goal. God. Tonight at Anfield, he is the undisputed king. In the Dragon Kingdom broadcast studio, Wang Jianhong stood up excitedly, his fists clenched tightly. We can see that Chung Feng made a crucial recovery tackle in the back line. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a precise long pass to the advancing Maine. The entire process was seamless. From defense to attack, it took less than 5 seconds. Chun Xuanchuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Coach Wang, I feel Chung Feng's long passes today are even more formidable than in the match against Manchester City. Exactly. Wang Jianhong nodded emphatically. In that City game, Aguero still needed a touch to control the ball. But with this pass, Maine received the ball at the perfect moment. No pause needed, straight into a one-on-one. This shows Chung Feng calculated the ball's landing point, the lead, and his teammates' run to perfection. Terrifying. A defensive midfielder with world-class tackling now also has a long pass skill. How do opponents defend against that? They can't. Wang Jianhong spread his hands. This is the prototype of a world-class midfielder. Tonight, Santos and Figo will certainly not have come in vain. Beep. At the referee's whistle, the match resumed. Tottenham had become noticeably more cautious. They no longer pressed forward recklessly, opting instead for more passes and control in the midfield and defense. The ball reached their midfield core, Eriksen. But before he could lift his head to survey the field, a red-shirt figure closed in. It was Wijnaldum. The Dutch midfielder used his robust physique to constantly squeeze Eriksen's space, denying him any chance to turn or pass forward. Eriksen tried several times, but couldn't break free and had to reluctantly pass back to the defender. Tottenham's famed right flank attack under Liverpool's targeted pressure ground to a halt. Forced to shift their attack to the center, Dele Alli now had the ball. The English talent, known for his flair and creativity, looked confident as he received the ball in the middle. He made a series of feints trying to shake off the defender in front of him and deliver a lethal through ball. The idea was good, but reality was harsh. Just as he swung his foot to pass, a figure ghosted into the path he had intended for the ball. It was Chung Feng. He extended his right foot and gently poked the ball away, intercepting it cleanly. Fuck. Ali cursed in frustration. The first time could be a coincidence. But just 2 minutes later, when Ali again tried to penetrate through the center with a lofted pass over the defense, that damned number 66 appeared in the crucial position once more. Chung Feng leaped high, and with a splendid header directed Ali's pass to the retreating Firmino. Possession changed again. The singing from the Anfield stands rose an octave. With the ball, Liverpool's front three began to churn the storm. Main Salah, Firmino. The three elite attackers unleashed a dazzling display of short passes in the final third. The ball moved swiftly among them like a butterfly through flowers, throwing Tottenham's penalty area into disarray. Centre-back Davinson Sanchez was drawn out of position by Firmino's off-the-ball movement. The fullbacks were dizzy from the overlapping runs of Salah and Main. The entire defense was in chaos. Just then Firmino backheeled the ball to the edge of the arc. There a huge gap had appeared. A figure sprinted from behind, meeting the rolling ball with no adjustment. He swung his right leg. Bang! A thunderous strike. The ball like a cannonball flew with intense spin, curving in a visible arc past the fingertips of the despairing goalkeeper Loris. Swish! The net bulged. Goal! Alexander-Arnold. Trent Alexander-Arnold. A thunderbolt of a world-class strike. In the 32nd minute, Liverpool extend the lead to 3-0. Wang Jinhong's voice was already hoarse, nearly bursting through the studio ceiling. The match is over as a contest. Anfield belongs to the Reds tonight. To Liverpool. After scoring, Arnold sprinted wildly across the pitch, arms outstretched in celebration. But his run was not towards the corner flag. He charged straight at Son Heung-min, who was trudging back with his head down. Just 2 meters from Son, Arnold executed a stylish slide and stopped in front of him. Then, under the gaze of the world, he lifted his shirt to reveal the specially prepared white undershirt underneath. On it in bold black letters was written, Son Heung-min who. Provocation. Naked, undisguised provocation. Anfield exploded. The roar and whistles merged into a tidal wave threatening to lift the stadium roof off. The fans in the Kop stand waved the banner with Korean and English text frenziedly echoing Arnold's celebration on the pitch. Son Heung-min's face instantly turned a deep purple. His fists were clenched tightly, his body trembling with rage. He stared at Arnold, fire almost spitting from his eyes. And Arnold, before his teammates piled on top of him, shot Son a smug raise of the eyebrows, his lips clearly forming the words, rookie. Humiliation. Utter absolute humiliation. Surrounded by teammates, Arnold got up from the turf with a laugh, pushed through the crowd, and ran straight to Chung Feng. Chung, how was that shot? Cool, huh? And the celebration. Epic, right? The young Liverpool prince had a praise me expression plastered all over his face. Chung Feng laughed and punched his chest. Absolutely awesome. Especially the celebration. A perfect 10. Arnold grinned smugly, then winked and lowered his voice, speaking in a cheeky tone. By the way, bro, about that thing I mentioned last time. How's it going? Chung Feng was taken aback. What thing? Oh, come on, your childhood friend's best friend. What's her name? Right, Sue? Sue something Moon. Sue Qinghua. Chung Feng's expression turned odd. Why are you asking about her? Set me up, Arnold said matter-of-factly. Look, I scored today to help you get back at them, right? This assist is my gift to you. As a return, you gotta do me this favor. Chung Feng was amused by his twisted logic. Wait, you score, you help me get back at them, and then I set you up with a girl. What kind of logic is that? Bro, man. Arnold threw an arm around Chung Feng's neck. Look, I risked a yellow card to back you up. That's loyalty, right? Just do it for me this once. When it's done, I'll treat you to the best bar in town. Chung Feng squinted at him. You're treating. Arnold's expression froze for a second, then he shamelessly changed his tune. No, you're treating. You make more money than me. You should treat. Chung Feng. The match entered a white-hot stage. Tottenham's players, spurred by Pochettino's roaring commands, attempted to mount a counterattack. However, Liverpool's onslaught came in relentless waves, denying them any chance to catch their breath. In the 62nd minute of the second half, Firmino received a through ball from Chung Feng in the front field. The Brazilian showcased his prowess as a top-tier link-up striker. Instead of turning himself, he used his robust physique to firmly hold off Tottenham's center-back Vertonghen behind him. Vertonghen exerted every ounce of strength, but could not budge Firmino an inch. Firmino stood like a wall, shielding the ball with unwavering stability. He caught a glimpse of Salah sprinting down the right flank from the corner of his eye. A gentle tap of his heel. An exquisite setup. The ball passed through Vertonghen's legs and landed precisely at Salah's feet. The Pharaoh Salah did not hesitate. Meeting the rolling ball, he unleashed a fierce left-footed volley. The football shot like a cannonball, heading straight for the top left corner of the goal. Tottenham's goalkeeper Loris made a desperate save, his fingertips grazing the ball. But it was to no avail. The force of the ball was too immense. It brushed past Loris's fingertips, spinning slightly, and slammed viciously into the back of the net. Goal. 4-0. Mohamed Salah. Liverpool's Egyptian pharaoh has sealed the match. Anfield erupted. The entire stadium, with over 50,000 Reds fans, descended into frenzy. In the stands, countless beer mugs were hurled into the air by ecstatic supporters. Golden liquid arced recklessly through the air, accompanied by thunderous cheers, forming a grand celebration. Massive red flags fluttered wildly above the KOP stand, blotting out the sky. On the sidelines, Klopp could no longer contain his excitement. He punched the air with passionate fervor toward the KOP stand. 1, 2, 3. The iconic Farmer's three punches celebration ignited the passion of everyone present. The fans responded with even more frenzied roars to their manager. On the pitch after scoring, Sulla spread his arms and sprinted toward the corner flag. A graceful slide. Turf flew. Yet he did not celebrate alone. After rising from the slide, he immediately pointed his fingers in two directions across the midfield. One pointed to Firmino, who delivered the exquisite assist. The other pointed to Chung Feng, the initiator of the attack. This gesture spoke volumes. My goal is the fruit of everyone's effort. Firmino and Chung Feng ran over with smiles, and the three embraced tightly. At that moment, Liverpool's front three, coupled with an omnipotent midfield core, proclaimed their might to the world. In the commentary booth, Wang Jinhong's voice carried a hint of emotion. The match has completely lost its suspense. 4-0. This is a one-sided massacre. We must admit that Liverpool with Chung Feng is an entirely different caliber from the team in the first half of the season. His arrival has made Firmino, Sulla, and Main play more comfortably and efficiently. What a pity, though. He sighed. They dropped too many points in the first half of the season. Catching up to Manchester City is an enormous challenge. Chun Xuanchuan beside him appeared more optimistic. Don't be so pessimistic, Coach Wang. Although the league title is unlikely, we still have the Champions League. A Liverpool in this form is the opponent no team wants to face in the Champions League. I'm looking forward to their performance next season. The camera panned to the Tottenham bench. Pochettino stood with his hands in his pockets, expressionless, but the slight trembling of his shoulders betrayed his inner turmoil. He couldn't understand. He truly couldn't comprehend. Why? Why had his team become so fragile at Anfield? Why could that young man named Chung Feng always deliver such unfathomable passes? He had assigned Ali to man-mark him and restrict his distribution. Yet Chung Feng still managed to send precise, lethal long balls time and again, despite the pressure. Was this guy's pass equipped with a navigation system? For the first time, Pochettino doubted himself. Could it really be that my tactics are flawed? Sir, his assistant coach cautiously approached, lowering his voice. Do we need to make some adjustments? Pochettino frowned, a surge of anger rising within him. He detested nothing more than someone offering unsolicited tactical advice while he was deep in thought. He was about to snap. But when he saw the glaring 4-0 scoreline on the pitch, all words choked in his throat. He took a deep breath, suppressed his temper, and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Speak. The assistant coach, relieved quickly, said, Sir, our midfield has completely lost control. Eriksen is in poor form today. He's been completely suppressed by Chung Feng and can't organize any effective attack. Son Heung-min is being double-teamed by that kid, and Milner. Whenever he gets the ball, he's immediately surrounded and can do nothing but pass back. Harry is too isolated up front. Van Dijk and Lovren are glued to him, and he doesn't even have a chance to receive the ball comfortably. Ali is working hard to defend Chung Feng, but he can't do it alone, and it's costing his support in the attack. The assistant coach's analysis hit every point. Pochettino's face grew darker. So what's your suggestion? He asked coldly. Change formation. The assistant coach declared firmly. Switch to a 5-3-2. Take off Eriksen and bring on a full-back to strengthen the defense. Let Son Heung-min and Harry Kane play as a front two. Abandon midfield possession and go for direct long balls. Use the simplest, most brutal method to assault their defense. This suggestion was tantamount to admitting that Tottenham's tactics had utterly failed. But given the situation, there was no other choice but to gamble. Pochettino remained silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Soon Tottenham made a substitution. Eriksen was replaced by full-back Ben Davies. The formation changed from 4-2-3-1 to 5-3-2. This adjustment yielded immediate results. Tottenham's defense became more solid, and their attack became more direct. In the 75th minute, Son Heung-min received a long ball from the back on the flank. He once again faced the veteran Milner. This time, using his speed, he knocked the ball past Milner and burst past him. However, just as he was about to cut inside and shoot, that red figure appeared again. Chung Feng. He sprinted from the half space to cover, executing a fierce, yet perfectly timed slide tackle. He cleanly knocked the ball out of play for a throw-in. Son Heung-min was startled by the tackle, quickly hopping out of the way to avoid injury. Chung Feng sprang to his feet, brushed off the grass clippings, and shouted to Milner and Wijnaldum nearby. James. Jorginho. Let's swap positions. I'll take the flank, you two protect the middle. Let's see if he can get past me again. Milner and Wijnaldum exchanged a glance, immediately understanding Chung Feng's intent. They were going to completely lock down Son Heung-min. The three quickly switched positions. Chung Feng took up the position on Son Heung-min's preferred cutting-in route. A few minutes later, Tottenham's attack resumed. Harry Kane received the ball near the center circle, spotted Son Heung-min making a run on the flank, and immediately delivered a through ball. Son Heung-min had just controlled the ball, ready to accelerate again. But when he looked up, Chung Feng was already standing in front of him. His positioning perfectly blocked all angles for cutting inside or crossing. Son Heung-min refused to accept it. He feigned a burst toward the byline, then quickly cut the ball attempting to break through on Chongfeng's other side. It was one of his signature dribbling moves. Yet at the moment he cut the ball, Chongfeng's right foot emerged like a phantom. A gentle poke. The ball was cleanly dispossessed. Sun Heung-min's foot didn't even touch the leather. Is that all you've got? Chongfeng said, controlling the ball with ease, his tone dripping with contempt toward the crestfallen Sun Heung-min. Is your skill only at this level? Still calling yourself Asia's #1? Save it. Every word struck Sun Heung-min like a heavy punch to the face. His mental state shattered. His eyes bloodshot, he glared at Chongfeng. Sherbal. He roared in Korean, his demeanor frenzied, eyes blazing as he hurled a torrent of curses and obscenities at Chongfeng. Sun Heung-min was like a beast driven to madness, his mind consumed by a single thought. Destroy him. Destroy that Chinese kid named Chongfeng. The ball was passed back to the defense, then after a few touches it reached the midfield. Tottenham's players tried to organize an attack, but Liverpool's high press suffocated them. Chongfeng ran tirelessly up front, like a hunter ceaselessly harassing Tottenham's backline. A Tottenham midfielder launched an aimless long ball aiming for Kane up ahead. But the pass was utterly off target, easily headed down by Van Dijk. The ball landed at Chongfeng's feet. Opportunity. Just as Chongfeng was about to burst forward and launch a counterattack, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind him. As if a venomous snake had bared its deadliest fangs. God's perspective activated instantly. In Chongfeng's mind, the scene behind him was vividly clear. Sun Heung-min. Like a raging bull, he came from an angle, studs raised, lunging viciously at Chongfeng's standing ankle. That wasn't aimed at the ball. It was aimed at ending his career. If that tackle connected, his professional life would be over. In the blink of an eye. Chung, watch out. Milner on the sidelines screamed in anguish, his eyes wide with terror. Lovren and Wijnaldum at the back were also frozen in horror. Gasps erupted from the stands. On the touchline, Klopp's heart nearly stopped, his mouth agape. He couldn't utter a word, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Yet Chongfeng's reaction was faster than anyone's shout. Just as Sun's studs were about to make contact with his ankle, Chongfeng's body executed an unbelievable move. Instead of moving forward, he pivoted on his standing foot and took a massive lateral step to the left. A dodge that seemed almost teleportation. Swoosh! Sun's studs whistled past, barely grazing Chongfeng's sock. A miss. The ferocious tackle, carrying immense force, slammed into the turf, tearing up a chunk of grass. Sun Heung-min, due to his own momentum, rolled awkwardly several times before stopping. Beep! The referee's sharp whistle pierced the air. He rushed to the scene, without hesitation, fury evident on his face. Such a vile act. This wasn't a tackle, it was deliberate assault. Fuck! What do you think you're doing? The nearest players, Van Dijk and Sulla, charged over first, angrily pointing at Sun on the ground. More Liverpool players swarmed in from all directions. Every face burned with rage, and they advanced menacingly, demanding an explanation from Sun. Meanwhile, Chongfeng slowly turned around. He looked down at Sun, still sprawled on the ground, his expression dark as a storm cloud. In that instant, he had genuinely felt the threat of death. If not for the system, he might now be lying on the pitch waiting for a stretcher and an ambulance. The lingering fear transformed into a blazing fury. He walked slowly to Sun, looking down at him with a cold, mocking smirk. Is that all? You wanted to cripple me? You can't even execute a proper slide tackle, you waste. These light words were more devastating than any curse. Sun Heung-min jerked his head up, his face flushed with anger and oxygen debt twisted beyond recognition. He had failed. He had poured all his strength and speed into that tackle, risking a red card, and hadn't even touched his opponent. And now he was being looked down upon like garbage. Negative emotion value from Sun Heung-min, 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. The system notifications flooded the screen. Aya! Sun Heung-min's sanity snapped completely. He leaped to his feet and pointed at Chongfeng, unleashing a torrent of abuse. Sybil, you damned bastard. I'll kill you. A string of Korean curses poured from his mouth, though Chongfeng didn't understand the words. The venom and madness were unmistakable through his twisted expression. Meanwhile, the sidelines erupted. This is murder. It's violence on the pitch. Klopp, like an enraged lion, stormed to the fourth official, spittle flying. Did you see that? He tried to destroy my player. That's not a red card. That's a crime. The police should arrest him. Tottenham manager Pochettino rushed over to shield his player. Calm down, Jurgen. It was just a mistimed tackle. Son only wanted to win the ball back. A mistimed tackle. Klopp laughed bitterly, pointing at Pochettino's nose. You call that a mistimed tackle? Are you blind? You're condoning a crime. You coward. Who are you calling a coward? Pochettino was also provoked. Watch your mouth. Don't bark like a mad dog. The two usually composed managers had completely shed their civility. I'm a mad dog. You're an accomplice. In the heat of the moment, Pochettino shoved Klopp's chest. Get away. Caught off guard, Klopp stumbled backward and fell onto the grass. That act lit the fuse. Fuck. You dare touch our boss. Liverpool's coaching staff and substitutes exploded. Assistant coaches, fitness coaches, subs. Everyone surged forward like a tide surrounding Pochettino. Tottenham staff also rushed to defend their manager. In the tiny technical area, fierce shoving and shouting broke out. "Don't touch our coach. You want to fight?" The scene spiraled out of control. In the Anfield stands, fans grew restless. Massive boos and curses filled the air. Some agitated KOP fans even tried to climb over the advertising boards only to be restrained by security. In the away section, sporadic clashes occurred as fans exchanged insults across the barrier, some even throwing objects. The fourth official, caught in the middle, was shoved back and forth, powerless to control the situation. He could only blow his whistle and frantically signal the referee for help. In the broadcast studio, Wang Jinhong and Chen Xinxian were still shaken. "My God, Son Heung-min. That move was insane." Wang Jinhong's voice trembled. That was completely aimed at ending his career. Thank goodness Cheng Feng dodged. It was terrifying beyond the realm of football. Chen Xinxian clutched her chest, pale. Son Heung-min has completely lost control. He should be sent off immediately. While the world's attention was on the touchline clash, the situation on the pitch escalated further. Son Heung-min, just getting up, ignored the referee who was already reaching for a card. His eyes were fixed only on Cheng Feng. Like a completely crazed beast, he lunged at Cheng Feng again. This time his hands reached out, aiming for Cheng Feng's neck. He wanted to choke him. Cheng Feng's eyes narrowed, his body agilely leaning back, easily evading Son's attack. Failing again, Son grew more ferocious, swinging his right fist toward Cheng Feng's face. "How dare you!" A thunderous roar. A figure charged from the side like a small tank, slamming into Son's side. It was James Milner. Thud. A dull sound. Son, caught completely off guard, was sent flying sideways, crashing heavily to the ground. Beep. The referee's whistle nearly blew out as he rushed into the crowd, wildly waving his arms. Tottenham's players finally reacted, rushing over to restrain Son, who was trying to get up again. Liverpool's players surrounded Son, Van Dijk, Sulla, Firmino, each glaring, angrily hurling curses. "Calm down. Everyone calm down." The referee shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to control the chaos. The entire Anfield stadium had become a massive, about to erupt volcano. Do. The sharp whistle of the main referee finally sounded. He stormed into the chaotic crowd, his face clouded with frost. Without hesitation, he first pushed aside several agitated players, then strode directly to Son Heung-min. There was not a moment of hesitation. He raised a bright red card high and thrust it directly into Son Heung-min's face. Red card. The referee's gaze was icy cold as he pointed to the player tunnel and made a get-out gesture. "You, leave the pitch immediately." Seeing the red card, Liverpool fans erupted in deafening cheers. The Tottenham players, however, were filled with disbelief. "Referee, this is unfair." Harry Kane stepped forward to argue. He just lost his temper. The referee gave him a cold, dismissive glance. A malicious retaliatory tackle, a chokehold, and punching an opponent. You call that losing his temper? If I hadn't blown the whistle, would he have started a full-blown brawl on the pitch? With that, the referee turned to Milner, who had been the first to rush in and push players. "And you?" He pulled a yellow card from his pocket. "Involved in the conflict, yellow card warning." "What?" Milner couldn't believe his ears. "That guy tried to injure our player." "I was just protecting my teammate." "I get carded for that. Shouldn't I protect my teammate?" "Referee, look clearly. He was the one who started it." Robertson protested loudly from the side too. The referee's authority faced an unprecedented challenge, and his face grew even darker. "Shut up. Say one more word, and you'll get cards too." He barked harshly, forcibly suppressing the discontent of the Liverpool players. However, no one expected that the true madness was just beginning. Son Heung-min, sent off with a red card, should have been the most dejected person on the pitch. But at this moment, the expression on his face was not dejection or regret, but a reckless frenzy of someone who had nothing to lose. "Sybil. Sybil." He kept cursing in Korean, pulling away from his teammates' attempts to restrain him. Under everyone's horrified gaze, he suddenly charged at the referee, who was noting down the card. Slap. A crisp sound. Son Heung-min actually slapped the referee hard on the back of the head. The entire stadium fell into deathly silence. Time seemed to freeze. Over 50,000 fans at Anfield and hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide, watching by a television broadcast, all witnessed this unbelievable scene. A player had attacked the referee. The referee clutched the back of his head, completely stunned. He slowly turned around, his eyes filled with shock, fury, and a trace of fear. He had been a referee for half his life, officiated countless matches, and seen all kinds of players, but never such a deranged one. You. The referee pointed at Son Heung-min, trembling with rage. But Son Heung-min seemed utterly insane. He raised his leg as if trying to kick the referee again. "Quick, stop him." Tottenham's head coach Pochettino let out a desperate roar from the sideline. Harry Kane and several Tottenham players finally reacted, desperately grabbing Son Heung-min, dragging him away to prevent him from getting any closer to the referee. "He's crazy. He's completely lost it." "Security. Where's security?" The referee finally snapped out of his shock and screamed hysterically into the communicator on his chest. "Call security. Get on the pitch immediately." Number 7. Sun Heung-min attacked the referee. Repeat, attack the referee. As soon as the words left his mouth, dozens of security personnel in yellow vests surged onto the pitch like a tide from the player tunnel and the stands below. They were well-trained and quickly formed a human wall between the conflicting parties. Several burly security guards even raised transparent riot shields. They immediately shielded Chung Fong-sula and other Liverpool key players, protecting them from any potential harm. Both coaching staff and substitutes from the sidelines also rushed onto the pitch, turning the scene into total chaos. The security personnel unceremoniously separated them. Then 4 or 5 guards charged at Sun Heung-min, who was still struggling wildly. Without any courtesy, they used the most direct and brutal method, pinning Sun Heung-min's arms behind his back. 2 men carried his legs and forcibly carried him off the pitch. "Let go of me, Sybil, you bastards." Sun Heung-min's curses and struggles echoed through the air of Anfield, sounding both harsh and pitiful. Watching Sun Heung-min being forcibly taken away, the referee's mental state completely collapsed. He spoke to the 4th official in a trembling voice. "I will submit the highest level report to the FA. I want him banned for life." Life. At the center of the chaos, Chung Fong remained remarkably calm. He merely watched this farce with cold indifference. In his mind, the system's notification sound was ringing frantically. Ding. Detected extreme negative emotions from Sun Heung-min, 999. Ding. Detected extreme negative emotions from Sun Heung-min, 999. Ding. I see. Chung Fong analyzed in his mind. Since childhood, his controlling father brainwashed him with PUA-style tactics, forcing him into a perfect humble persona. The deep-seated distortion and pressure inside him had long turned him into a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest spark. I merely pricked his mask of pretense, and he completely collapsed. What a pitiful and pathetic fellow. In the VIP box, Mendes abruptly rose from his seat. Pointing at the miserable figure being dragged off the pitch below, he berated the Liverpool sporting director Edwards beside him. "Michael, did you see that? That's a thug. A complete football hooligan. People like that don't belong on a professional pitch." Edwards's face was also dark and fury-laden. He nodded and said coldly, "Jorge, don't worry. This matter will not be settled so easily. The club will file the harshest complaint with the FA and UEFA." In another box, several invited Portuguese football legends were also discussing in heated tones. "Too appalling. This kind of behavior is a disgrace to football. A red card couldn't calm him down, and he even dared to attack the referee. Who does he think he is?" Sanchez, the heir to Rui Costa and former core of Portugal's golden generation, was still shaken. That kick just now, if Chung hadn't dodged, his career could have been ruined. He looked at the still calm young figure on the pitch, his eyes full of relief and admiration. A genius midfielder like him is the hope of Portugal. He must never be destroyed by a madman. On the pitch, the chaos gradually subsided. The referee composed himself, walked over to Chung Fong, and asked with concern, "Son, are you all right? Do you need the team doctor?" Chung Fong shook his head calmly. "I'm fine, referee. We can continue the match." Seeing Chung Feng's composure, the referee nodded approvingly, and his anger eased slightly. He took a deep breath and turned toward the technical area at the sideline. His gaze locked on Tottenham's head coach Pochettino. The Argentine manager had been the first to rush onto the pitch and participate in the pushing. The referee showed no mercy, pulling out another red card. "You, get up to the stands too." Pochettino opened his mouth to argue, but under the referee's murderous glare, he eventually chose to stay silent and slunk off to the stands. Inside the broadcast studio, Wang Jianhong was still immersed in a state of utter exhaustion after the extreme excitement, holding his forehead and shaking his head incessantly. "Crazy, all crazy. I've been commentating football for over 20 years, and I've seen plenty of explosive Premier League matches, century derbies, do-or-die battles. But a match like today's, first time ever." Beside him, Chun Xianxian was still shaking her small hand, patting her chest repeatedly in an attempt to calm her rapid breathing. "Sun Heung-min, that last move of his was absolutely terrifying. This is no longer about sportsmanship, it's about character. He doesn't deserve to be a professional player at all." Wang Jianhong smiled wryly and shook his head. "Not just undeserving. I dare say his career may be facing a huge question mark. The FA's supplementary punishment will definitely not be light, plus today's globally broadcast disgrace. Which top club would still want him? He's ruining his own future. And the funniest part, Wang Jianhong suddenly changed his tone with a hint of mockery. He put on a whole kung fu football show, but what happened? When he tried the chokehold, Chung Fong dodged it with an iron bridge move. When he tried to throw a punch, he got sent flying by the towering Milner's shoulder. That's some terrible skill. Chun Xianxian couldn't help but burst out laughing at his remark, and the tense atmosphere eased considerably. Indeed, it was incredibly clumsy. Meanwhile, the Chinese livestream comment section had gone completely insane. "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! That scared me to death. That Sun guy was trying to kill someone. My heart goes out to my hubby Chung Fong. He almost got hurt by that lunatic. Hey, don't call him that. Chung Fong is my husband." Milner is awesome. That shoulder bump. I call it the bump of justice. So satisfying. Haha, the comment above is spot on. Son Heung-min thinks he can mess with Chung Fong with that skinny frame. One glare from Milner, and he'd wet his pants. Now the whole world has seen the sportsmanship of those Koreans. Can't handle losing, so they resort to violence. I suggest Son Heung-min retire and join UFC. Oh wait, with his pathetic martial arts, he'd just get beaten up there too. On the pitch, after several minutes of chaos, order was finally restored with the forceful intervention of the referee and security personnel. From the stands, Klopp, looking down from above, made a gesture to the assistant coach on the sidelines. A pressing down motion. The meaning was clear. Push forward. Attack with everything. Use goals to nail them to the pillar of shame. Make them remember this day, forever. Forever remember the colors of Anfield. The Spurs assistant coach stood on the sideline feeling as if plunged into an ice cave. He looked at the dejected players and the huge scoreboard on the field. He was even beginning to think about where to send his resume after the match. It was over. Everything was over. The Spurs players felt waves of humiliation and despair. Son Heung-min's insane behavior not only ruined himself, but also completely shattered the team's morale. They just wanted the match to end quickly. Too shameful. Beep. The whistle blew. The match resumed. Liverpool, filled with fury, launched the most ferocious attack against the already broken Spurs like a pride of enraged lions. With one man down, morale shattered, and previous decisions clearly against them, Spurs' defense was as fragile as a sheet of paper. Within 5 minutes, Chung Fong received a pass from Milner in midfield. He didn't even look up. With a subtle flick of his right ankle, the football flew like a ground-hugging missile, slicing through the entire Spurs backline. It was an incredible, impossible low-through ball. Firmino understood perfectly, ghosting between the two center-backs, easily controlling the ball, and facing the advancing goalkeeper Lloris, calmly slotting it home. Goal. 5-0. Anfield erupted. And this was only the beginning of the massacre. The Spurs players' mentality completely collapsed. A few minutes later, Ali tried to steal the ball from Chung Fong in midfield. Chung Fong easily shook him off with a simple drag-back turn. Frustrated and enraged, Ali lost control of his emotions, lunging into a brutal tackle from behind with his studs showing. Beep. The sharp whistle sounded again. The referee showed no mercy, sprinting over and brandishing a second yellow card at Ali. 2 yellows, 1 red. Ali was sent off too. Spurs were down to 9 men. The match had completely lost all suspense. The remaining time turned into a Liverpool half-pitch attacking drill. 6-0, 7-0, 8-0. When the final whistle blew, the massive scoreboard at Anfield displayed a shocking score. 9-0. A total massacre. The match is over. A match that will go down in history. Wang Jinhong's voice was fervent. Liverpool thrashed Tottenham Hotspur 9-0 at home. And our Chung Fong contributed 2 goals, 7 assists, 12 successful tackles, and 16 interceptions in this match. A 100 tackle success rate. Undisputed man of the match. After the game, Chung Fong was surrounded by reporters. His performance today was godlike. Facing the microphones, Chung Feng's expression was calm as he wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke slowly. Regarding Mr. Son Heung-min's actions, I don't want to comment too much. I just think that football is a passionate sport, but it is by no means a violent one. Personally, I suggest he might want to see a psychologist. Chung Fong paused and added with a serious face. I suspect he may have some tendencies towards mania or something. That's not good for his career or his personal health. As soon as he finished, Milner immediately leaned in and shouted into the camera, "That's right. I know some good psychiatrists. If he needs one, I can give him the contact info. We get a team discount." His teammates nodded and chimed in, making the scene quite jovial. The aftermath of this match rapidly swept across the entire football world. Portugal's national team coach Santos, in an interview with his country's media, stated clearly, Chung Feng's performance was phenomenal. He possesses all the qualities to become a world-class midfielder. This World Cup, the national team's door is always open for him. On the other side, Tottenham's post-match press conference saw head coach Pochettino absent directly. Only his assistant coach faced the countless flashes, looking as pale as death. He muttered a few insincere words like, "We apologize for the result," and hurried away. Then came Liverpool's press conference. As soon as Klopp entered with Milner, the atmosphere ignited. The German slammed the table and roared at all the reporters, "Disgrace. This is a disgrace to the Premier League. A disgrace to football. That kind of action deserves a lifetime ban. He doesn't deserve to stand on this pitch. We demand the FA issue the most just and severe punishment. Liverpool Football Club will appeal to the end." Milner, as the players' representative, was equally fierce. "We're not here to fight. We play for the fans. If the safety of players isn't guaranteed, then why even play?" At that moment, a reporter from a Korean media outlet stood up and asked in broken English, "Mr. Klopp, do you think Chung Feng's provocation led to Son Heung-min's loss of control? After all, trash talk is common in football." This question instantly ignited Klopp. "What did you say?" The German's eyes bulged like brass bells. "Are you suggesting that if someone breaks our leg, we should thank him? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" Which media outlet do you represent? Is this how your media twists the truth? Get out. You're not welcome here. Milner even stood up, directly pointing at the reporter's nose and cursing, "FXX gay off. I refuse to accept your interview." The scene erupted into chaos. The local Liverpool media reporters immediately got into a heated argument with the Korean reporter, which even escalated into shoving. "Go back to your country, you bunch of truth-twisting bastards." The press conference could not continue and was hastily concluded with security intervention. The entire football world was utterly shaken by that night at Anfield. The headline of the Times in stark, bold black lettering read, "Anfield Slaughterhouse. The darkest day in football history." The accompanying picture captured the chilling moment when Son Heung-min, his eyes bloodshot, locked his hands around Chung Feng's throat. The Daily Mail was even more direct: "Mad dog. Hooligan. Ban him from the pitch forever." Sky Sports top commentator Gary Neville spoke with deep anguish on the program. "I've been commentating for over 20 years, and I've never seen such heinous behavior. A two-footed tackle, a chokehold, and assault on the referee, chasing down opponents. This isn't football, it's a crime. If the FA doesn't take strong action, the Premier League's reputation will be shattered." Online, a storm of outrage erupted. Son Heung-min's pre-match and post-match interviews, full of humility and politeness, were dug up and juxtaposed with his on-field frenzy, creating a stark irony. A two-faced man, or just too stressed and gone mad. Such acting skills. What a pity he didn't win an Oscar, bros. Hilarious. 1 second, he's bowing, the next he's choking someone. The speed of his face changing would make a Sichuan opera master seek apprenticeship. Meanwhile, Portugal national team coach Fernando Santos publicly expressed his staunch support for Chung Feng in an interview. "Chung is a treasure of Portugal. I will definitely take him to the World Cup. Any attempt to harm him is an act of enmity against all of Portuguese football." These words only added fuel to the fire. At Liverpool FC, in the office of sporting director Michael Edwards, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. He hadn't slept all night, his eyes bloodshot as he roared into the phone. "I don't care what procedure you use. I just want results. I want to see the FA's disciplinary announcement. The harshest punishment." "What? You need time to investigate." "Investigate my ass. The whole world saw it. What the hell do you need to investigate? Do you need to investigate whether he used his left hand or his right?" Edwards slammed his hand on the table, making the coffee cup jump. "Chung Feng. He is Liverpool's future core, the cornerstone of the club. Now someone wants to destroy him on our turf. If we don't react, anyone will dare to run wild at Anfield." He hung up, grabbed his coat, and said coldly to his assistant, "Get the car to London. I'll go to the FA headquarters myself. Let's see if they dare to cover up for that Korean." Meanwhile, in a top-tier private hospital in Liverpool city centre, Chung Feng had just completed a full physical examination. Mendes, holding the report, carefully scrutinized each item, and his expression finally eased a little. Fortunately, the doctor said, "It's just superficial injuries, bones and ligaments are fine." Chung Feng moved his neck, where a few faint finger marks still remained. "I told you, Jorge, I'm fine. As for you, you're so nervous, you're almost acting like my father." Mendes put the report away and glared at him. "Your father is even more nervous than I am. He was about to book a flight to come over last night, but I managed to stop him. I promised him I would give you the most thorough checkup, including a psychological evaluation." Chung Feng's head ached at that. "Not that. I have to see a psychiatrist. My mental health is perfectly fine. The one who should see a doctor is that Son Heung-min." But Mendes was adamant, pointing to another room at the end of the corridor. "Stop talking nonsense. This is your father's special request. He said you've been strong-willed since childhood, always bearing everything on your own. He's afraid you might have some psychological trauma. Go now. Talk to the doctor, go through the motions, so I can report back to your parents." Chung Feng couldn't argue with him, so he reluctantly walked over. Half an hour later, he came out with a report stating, "Extremely healthy and stable psychological state. Looking helpless." Mendes finally felt completely relieved. He patted Chung Feng on the shoulder, a shrewd businessman smile on his face. "All right, your matter is temporarily settled. Now it's my turn to step in." Seeing that expression, Chung Feng knew someone was going to be in trouble. "What are you planning to do?" Mendes took out his phone and showed the flight ticket info he had just booked. Destination 9, Switzerland. The location of UEFA headquarters. "What am I going to do?" Mendes let out a cold laugh. "The FA is for Liverpool to pressure. As for me, I'm going to UEFA to turn up the heat. Don't they love to talk about football, family, and fair play? I'll show them how their family member was attacked by a thug on the pitch. If this doesn't make him lose a layer of skin, my name will be written backwards." With that, he turned and left with a swift, decisive stride, leaving Chung Feng with a murderous silhouette. Chung Feng watched Mendes leave, then looked down at the overwhelming news on his phone. Tottenham Hotspur player Harry Kane, speaking after the match, expressed with a complex expression, "I don't know what happened at that moment. It's unfortunate." This fence-sitting comment was instantly flooded by angry fans. "You don't know? Are you blind? Being the captain like that, that's really something." Chung Feng shook his head and turned off his phone. The outside world's clamor had nothing to do with him. For now, he just wanted to count his spoils. Back at his apartment, he threw himself onto the soft sofa. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind and entered the system space. Looking at the massive string of negative emotion points contributed by Sun Heung-min, almost overflowing the screen, Chung Fong felt immensely pleased. Bro, I really have to thank you, man. You've sacrificed so much for my growth. Come on, it's time to witness a miracle. System, give me a 10 draw. No, a top-tier 10 draw. Ding. Consuming negative emotion points, conducting top-tier 10 draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained S-rank skill card, Celestial Flying Immortal Template. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained special item, Injury Immunity Card, one-time use. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained body attribute, Max Jumping. Ding. A series of notification sounds made Chung Feng's heart race. He eagerly checked his gains. Injury Immunity Card, as the name implied, could immunize one from a major injury that could end a season. This was a god-tier item for a professional player. Max Jumping made him even more formidable. Whether for heading or defensive clearances, his aerial advantage would be unmatched. But what intrigued Chung Fong most was the S-rank skill card named Celestial Flying Immortal. Celestial Flying Immortal Template. After activation, the host will gain a portion of the abilities of retired superstar Zinedine Zidane. There is a certain chance of perfectly replicating his iconic volley in the 2002 Champions League final. Template function enabled. The host can obtain templates of specific stars to inherit part of their peak abilities. Chung Feng's breathing instantly became rapid. Zinedine Zidane. Celestial Flying Immortal. That volley etched into history. He had actually drawn this. This was no longer just a skill, it was a template. It meant he could inherit Zidane's abilities. Sun Heung-min. Chung Fong murmured, a huge grin spreading across his face. You are truly my lucky star. Just as Chung Fong was rejoicing over his gains in 2 meeting rooms far away in London and 9 Switzerland, the atmosphere was so tense it could drip. In the FA meeting room, a senior executive pounded the table fiercely. The impact of this incident is too severe. It has seriously damaged the commercial image of the Premier League. Our biggest sponsors are waiting to see our handling result. A heavy punishment is necessary. Severe punishment. Give everyone an explanation. In the UEFA meeting room, the discussion was equally intense. The Champions League is the face of European football. Such violent incidents must not be allowed to tarnish its reputation. I suggest immediately establishing a special investigation team to conduct a comprehensive investigation of Tottenham Hotspur FC and Sun Heung-min himself. A storm was brewing across European football, and at the heart of the storm, Chung Fong was lying on the sofa studying how to use his new abilities. The next day, the entire English football world and indeed the global football community awaited the FA's final verdict. The clash at Anfield that night had been too severe, its impact too widespread, everyone knew the punishment would be far from lenient. Yet no one expected it to be this heavy. At 10 in the morning, the FA's official website released a statement. The announcement was lengthy, enumerating multiple acts of violence committed by Sun Heung-min during the match, including but not limited to malicious stamping, dangerous tackles, choking, and striking an opponent's face. Each of these alone constituted a serious foul. The final disciplinary decision left everyone gasping. In response to Tottenham Hotspur's failure to manage the match properly, a fine of 8,000 is imposed. For the violent conduct of player Sun Heung-min, a personal fine of 3,000 is imposed, and he is ordered to undergo 5 months of professional mental health treatment. The most critical clause: Sun Heung-min is banned from all FA-run competitions for a period of 3 years. A 3-year ban. The moment the announcement was made, public opinion exploded. For a star in his prime, this was essentially a death sentence for his career. Before Tottenham's PR team could react, another heavy blow landed. UEFA followed suit, issuing a supplementary statement. In light of Sun Heung-min's violent behavior in the Premier League, UEFA has decided to ban him from all European competitions, including the UEFA Champions League and the Europa League. The ban takes immediate effect. The FA had shut the door to England. UEFA had sealed the windows of the entire continent. It was over. Everyone knew that Sun Heung-min's European career was completely finished. Online, a tidal wave of support surged. Justice served. This kind of pitch butcher should get out. 3 years. Too little. He should be banned for life. Well done. The FA and UEFA finally showed some backbone. Cristiano Ronaldo, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, and other sports superstars like the relevant news their stance clear. Naturally, some Tottenham fans struggled in vain, arguing the punishment was excessive, but their voices were drowned out by the overwhelming tide. Back home in China, netizens were directly celebrating. So satisfying. Suggest increasing the penalty. Let him be arrogant. Now you know it's wrong. Too late. All I can say is deserved. Meanwhile, in a luxury apartment in London, Sun Heung-min's agent hung up the phone, his face pale as he looked at the man on the sofa. The appeal was rejected. The FA's stance is unyielding with no room for negotiation. Sun Heung-min slumped into the sofa, eyes vacant, muttering to himself. It's over. All over. Slap. A resounding slap struck his face. Sun Heung-min's father Sun Young-yun, a man who had poured his entire life's effort into his son, now had bloodshot eyes and heaving chest. Useless. You useless piece. He pointed at Sun Heung-min's nose, trembling with rage. How did I teach you from childhood? I told you to focus. To be disciplined. Did you just ignore my words? Do you know what you've destroyed? Not just your own future. It's the future of all Korean players in Europe. Who will dare to use our people now? Who will trust us? You've wasted everyone's efforts. Sun Heung-min covered his face, speechless. The more his father talked, the angrier he became, and he kicked him again. Now, immediately, get out there and record an apology video. Beg that Chung Fong for forgiveness with tears. It's the only thing you can do. If you can't salvage any reputation, then get the hell back to Korea and never play football again. Half an hour later, a video went viral online. In it, Sun Heung-min wore a simple white t-shirt, his hair disheveled, eyes swollen, and even clear finger marks visible on his face. He faced the camera, sobbing uncontrollably. Mr. Chung Fong, I'm sorry. I apologize for my actions. I was blinded by anger at that moment. I didn't mean it. I accept any punishment. I only beg for your forgiveness. I truly know I was wrong. He wept profusely, bowing deeply to the camera, and did not rise for a long time. The video's effect was immediate. Some overly sympathetic netizens began to express pity, but the majority remained unconvinced. Where were you before? Now you know how to cry. Crocodile tears just to gain sympathy. Don't drag our Chung Fong into this. It's his right not to forgive you. At Liverpool's training ground, Chung Feng's phone buzzed with the news. As soon as he opened the video, a call came in. It was his agent, Jorge Mendes. Chung, have you seen the video? Mendes' voice was steady and firm. Just saw it. Chung Fong replied. Good. Mendes continued. Now listen to me. Use your social media account to post a statement. Say that you accept his apology. Football is intense and conflicts are inevitable. Hope he can become a better person through treatment, and hope he can return to the pitch soon. Chung Fong hesitated. Just that. Mendes interrupted. Chung, you need to understand. You've already won completely and thoroughly. On the pitch, you defeated him. In terms of rules, he has received his just punishment. Now what you need to do is show your grace. The grace of a victor. This will earn you more respect and admiration. Trust me, it is far more powerful than any mockery or kicking someone when they're down. Chung Fong instantly understood Mendes' point. After hanging up, he composed a message and posted it. Sun Heung-min, I accept your apology. I hope you recover soon, both physically and mentally. The football world needs positive role models. The moment this post went live, Chung Feng's image skyrocketed in the public's eyes. Now that's class. What class? Feng Shun is awesome. What a magnanimous spirit. A clear contrast. That Sun guy is like mud compared to Chung Feng. Meanwhile, in London, Sun Heung-min, upon seeing Chung Feng's response, reportedly hugged his father and wailed. Thank him. Thank him. The incident finally came to a temporary close. The entire Liverpool squad turned their focus back to the league. Their next opponent was an away match against the Hammers, West Ham United. Under manager David Moyes, the team was known for their tough style and strict discipline. They especially excelled at unleashing formidable fighting spirit against strong sides, earning a reputation for robbing the rich to feed the poor. Klopp took no chances. In the tactical analysis meeting, the German held a tactics board with a serious expression. Guys, forget the last match. What we face now is a tough nut to crack. West Ham's counterattacks are sharp, their wingers are fast, and their midfielders Rice and Soucek cover immense ground. So we must be patient. Use passing to break down their defense. Chung. Klopp looked at Chung Fong. You are our metronome. You need to control the tempo and not be lured into a physical battle. Understood. Understood. Chung Fong nodded firmly. Match day at the London Stadium, West Ham's home ground. The venue was packed with over 60,000 fans, creating a deafening roar. In a corner of the VIP boxes, a middle-aged Asian man with gold-rimmed glasses and an elegant demeanor was carefully observing the players warming up on the pitch. His name was Hu-Ni, chief scout for Real Madrid. This time he was here with the highest directive from President Florentino Perez. By any means necessary, evaluate that young man named Chung Fong. Hu-Ni's gaze was locked onto Liverpool's number 18. He was confident in his mission, believing that Real Madrid's allure was irresistible to any player. However, when he habitually scanned the surrounding boxes, the smile on his face slowly froze. In the adjacent box, that American with the fluffy blonde hair and shrewd look. Wasn't that Chelsea's new owner, Bowley? A bit further away, that young Asian face. It was Inter Milan's chairman, President He. Hu-Ni's heart skipped a beat. He quickly took out his binoculars and scanned box after box. Atletico Madrid's scout. Barcelona's technical director. PSG's representative. Manchester City's. Manchester United's. Bayern's. Juventus. Almost every top European club had sent someone. Moreover, many were not ordinary scouts, but club executives, or even owners themselves. Their gazes, without exception, all focused on the same figure. Chung Fong. In the luxurious VIP box of the London Stadium, the owner of West Ham United with a beer belly and a beaming smile was warmly entertaining several heavyweight figures. Mr. Bowley President, he welcomed to the London Stadium. And Director Edwards, it's wonderful that you could make it. He raised his glass, adopting a humble posture. There was no choice. Today's guests were all genuine benefactors. The new owner of Chelsea, American billionaire Todd Bowley, sat with legs crossed, eyeing the stadium with keen interest. Beside him sat the helmsman of Inter Milan, President, he from the East, whose demeanor was reserved, but whose eyes were sharp. On the other side, Liverpool's sporting director Michael Edwards seemed somewhat restless. His trademark smile now appeared strained. The West Ham owner understood perfectly why these people had gathered here today. Their attention was all focused on the same individual. Edwards felt as if he had walked into a den of thieves carrying the imperial seal, surrounded by rapacious bandits. Every familiar face he spotted deepened his sense of crisis. Director Edwards, Liverpool has been quite formidable lately. President, he said slowly, holding his glass, but his gaze was fixed on Edwards. Especially that Chinese lad in your team, Ching Feng. He's a true genius. He came straight to the point, making no attempt to conceal his intentions. Bowley chimed in with a laugh, revealing a row of perfectly white teeth, the scent of dollars exuding from him. President, he is right. I watched the replay of that match. It was incredible. Edwards, name your price. As long as you're willing to sell, Chelsea's checkbook is ready. Bowley's words were blunt and crude, brimming with the power of capital. Edwards's eyelid twitched. He took a deep breath, struggling to maintain his professional smile. Mr. Bowley, President, he thank you for your appreciation of our player. But I'm sorry. Chung is not for sale at Liverpool. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Not for sale. Bowley raised an eyebrow as if amused by the term. In this world, nothing is truly not for sale. It's just a matter of the right price. 100 million. 150 million. Name your figure. Edwards shook his head, his stance unwavering. It's not about money. Chung is the core of Liverpool's plan. Oh, we will not sell him. Sensing the atmosphere growing tenser, Edwards had no desire to continue tangling with these hungry wolves. He stood up, straightened his suit, and said, "Sorry, excuse me for a moment. I need to visit the restroom." With that, he strode out of the box, leaving Bowley and President, he exchanging a meaningful glance. Edwards did not go to the restroom. He walked directly to a secluded corner, pulled out his phone, and dialed Liverpool's majority owner John Henry. The call was answered almost instantly. "Michael, boss, the situation is critical." Edwards' speech was rapid, revealing unprecedented anxiety. The box at the London Stadium today was like a gathering of European giants. Bowley from Chelsea and President, he from Inter, made an on-the-spot offer to buy Chung. "I'm sure the others are waiting for their chance. We must immediately right now renew Cheng's contract. Give him a deal he can't refuse. With the highest possible buyout clause. Lock him down at Anfield for good." Edwards' voice trembled with agitation. He knew all too well the value of Ching Feng. This was no mere promising young star. He was a treasure, visibly growing into a world-class superstar. They could not afford to lose him. Meanwhile, in the away team's dressing room on the other side of the pitch, West Ham United manager David Moyes stood before the tactical board, his expression grave as he delivered the final tactical instructions. "Listen up, lads." Moyes' voice echoed in the quiet room. "They all say Liverpool is unbeatable, that their high press is every team's nightmare. And they're right. Liverpool are strong. Especially their midfield, that young man named Ching Feng. You saw the last match. He tore apart Tottenham's entire defense single-handedly. The players' faces were grim, well aware of Ching Feng's reputation. So today we're not playing their game on the ground." Moyes drew a large arrow on the board from the back line straight to the front. "Forget that pointless passing at the back. That's just giving them a chance to press. As soon as the ball reaches a defender, no hesitation. Boot it long. Find Arnautovic." He pointed to the name of the striker, Arnautovic. "We're going back to the most traditional, most direct English style. Long ball, route 1. Play the high ball. Use our bodies to batter their defense. Drag them into the kind of physical battle they hate most. Don't try to match them in technique or possession. That's suicide. What we do is get the ball forward in the simplest way and create chaos. Find the opportunities in that chaos." Moyes' tactical plan was clear: avoid the opponent's strengths and strike at their weaknesses. He would use the most primitive football to counter Klopp's sophisticated system. "Understood." "Understood." The players roared in unison, their morale roused. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Premier League match between West Ham United and Liverpool. I'm your commentator, Wang Jianhong. And I'm Chen Xianxian. In the commentary booth, Wang Jianhong and Chen Xianxian had begun their work. Alright, we can see the players are entering the pitch and the match is about to begin. West Ham United have lined up in a very pragmatic 5-4-1 formation, indicating that manager Moyes is determined to play on the counterattack. Liverpool, meanwhile, stick to their familiar 4-3-3 formation. Notably, Captain Henderson has returned from injury, and together with Ching Feng and Chamberlain forms a new midfield trio. It will be fascinating to see the chemistry of this combination. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Liverpool kicked off. As soon as the match started, the Reds charged like a tiger, descending a mountain, unleashing their trademark high press. The front three, Firmino, Maine, and Sulla, shot like arrows from a bow, charging at West Ham's defensive line. Midfielders like Chung Feng quickly followed suit, pushing the entire formation forward, aiming to snatch a goal in the opening minutes and secure the victory. However, West Ham's response caught everyone off guard. Once they got the ball, they refused to engage in any entanglement with Liverpool. The defenders retreated rapidly to the edge of their own penalty area, the entire team compacting like an iron bucket. They didn't attack. They even gave up possession. Liverpool's players charged forward in vain, feeling as if they had punched a ball of cotton. Chung Feng roamed the midfield, keenly sensing something amiss. It was too abnormal. Even for a counter-attacking strategy, why would they shrink back so early, abandoning the midfield entirely? This wasn't Moyes' style. Just then, West Ham centre-back Collins, under pressure, did not pass to the full-back or goalkeeper, but instead launched a long ball. Chung Feng's pupils contracted sharply. He understood instantly. This wasn't a simple counter-attack. It was a trap to lure them in. Moyes had deliberately abandoned the midfield to draw Liverpool's entire formation into his half. Then, with the simplest long pass, he bypassed Liverpool's midfield defense and exploited the massive gaps left by their advanced formation. Fall back. Chung Feng barked, almost instinctively, already sprinting backward. But it was too late. The ball traced a high arc through the air, landing precisely on the target man, Arnautovic. Liverpool's centre-back Van Dijk leaped high. But the towering Arnautovic was clever enough not to engage in a direct duel. Instead, he flicked the ball sideways and backward. The ball was accurately redirected to the wing. A blue figure emerged ghost-like from behind Liverpool's full-back. It was West Ham's winger Lanzini. After receiving the ball, Lanzini burst forward like a wild horse, breaking free, sprinting frenziedly down the wing. Liverpool's defense was instantly torn open. Van Dijk was forced to charge out of his center-back position to cover the flank, attempting to disrupt Lanzini. But Lanzini was clever. He chose not to confront the towering Van Dijk head-on. Instead, he made a sudden stop, changed direction, and feigned a cut inside. Van Dijk's balance was off. In that split second, Lanzini flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it rolling past Van Dijk. He himself sprinted around the other side. A nutmeg. Beautiful. The London stadium erupted in cheers. Lanzini had successfully breached the world's best centre-back and charged all the way to Liverpool's byline. At that moment, Liverpool's penalty area was in chaos. Van Dijk was left behind, while centre-back Lovren was tightly marking the opposing tall striker Arnautovic. But Arnautovic's physical prowess was exceptional. He constantly used his powerful frame to compress Lovren's defensive space. On the other side, fullback Robertson was frantically chasing back West Ham's other attacker Mario. The center was completely open. Liverpool's midfielders were desperately retreating, but they were too far away to make it in time. Klopp's heart was in his throat. All Liverpool fans stood up nervously, their eyes fixed on the pitch. Lanzini glanced at the penalty area, hesitated not a moment, and delivered a precise cross with his right foot. The ball traced a perfect arc, bypassing all defenders and heading straight for the center of the box. That spot was exactly where Arnautovic was. Danger. Lovren saw it, gritted his teeth, and leaped with all his might, trying to head the ball clear. But his timing was off by a fraction of a second. Moreover, his jumping ability was far from enough to reach that height. The ball grazed his scalp and flew past. It's over. Lovren's heart turned cold. Behind him, Arnautovic had already soared high, his massive head aimed at the incoming ball. Goalkeeper Karius stood at the goal, caught in a dilemma. Come out. Too late. Stay on the line. He'd be a sitting duck. He instinctively retreated a couple of steps, nearly giving up. On the sidelines, Moyes had already spread his arms, ready to embrace a victory celebration. This was a sure goal. Yet just as Arnautovic was about to deliver the fatal blow, a red figure descended like a divine soldier, bursting out from his side behind. It was Chung Feng. He had sprinted all the way from the edge of the penalty area to defend, arriving at the most critical moment. He pushed off the ground with all his strength and launched himself into the air. His terrifying jumping ability carried him to an astonishing height. The 192-meter Arnautovic was completely overshadowed in that instant. Chung Feng was a full half-body higher than him in the air. What a... Arnautovic's pupils contracted sharply as he felt a tremendous force from the side. His upward momentum was abruptly halted, and his body began to descend uncontrollably. Bang! Chung Feng's forehead struck the ball with precision. He didn't blindly head the ball out for a corner. Instead, with an incredible flick of his head in midair, he passed the ball steadily to Van Dijk, who was positioned to his side front. Van Dijk controlled the ball with his chest, glanced up, and immediately booted it out of the sideline without hesitation. The crisis was over. Roar! The Liverpool fans, having narrowly escaped, erupted into thunderous cheers. Chung Feng landed steadily and was immediately grabbed by Lovren before he could even regain his footing. Chung, my God, you saved my life. Lovren was incoherent with excitement, slapping Chung Feng's back vigorously. Van Dijk and goalkeeper Karius also rushed over, surrounding Chung Feng, their faces filled with relief and gratitude toward him. Well done, kid. You're a monster. Van Dijk's heavy hand landed on Chung Feng's shoulder. Thank you, Chung. Really thank you. Karius's voice even trembled slightly. On the sidelines, Klopp was pumping his fists, wildly screaming at the sky with a fierce and ecstatic expression. This was the kind of player he wanted. This was Liverpool's spirit. Never give up. On the other side, West Ham's manager Moyes stood frozen in place, his smile completely frozen, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could that ball have been defended? Was that no? 18, even human? In the broadcast booth, commentators Wang Jianhong and Chen Xianxian were also going wild. Chung Feng. It's Chung Feng. A world-class defensive play. He descended from the sky to save Liverpool. My goodness. Let's see the slow-motion replay. This leap. This hang time. It's beyond human limits. Arnautovic looked like a schoolboy in front of him. This is a dimensional strike. Online discussions about Chung Feng's incredible defensive play exploded instantly. Damn. Did Feng Shun install springs in his legs? This hang time. I call it ridiculous. Ronaldo would be speechless. Jordan would shed tears. A midfielder retreats into the box, and out jumps a 192-meter striker with a header. Who would dare write that script? In the VIP box, after a brief moment of shock, nearly all the scouts and executives of the top clubs picked up their pens and furiously scribbled in their notebooks. Jumping top tier. Defensive awareness top tier. Retreating initiative top tier. Core strength top tier. Inter Milan's chairman Mr. He stared at the replay on the screen, his mouth slightly agape, unable to close for a long time. He had originally thought Chung Feng was just a talented player with technique and organizational ability. But he never imagined that Chung Feng's physical attributes were also this terrifying. Chelsea's owner Bowley immediately picked up his phone and dialed his assistant. Listen, no matter how much it costs this summer, I must see Chung Feng in a Chelsea shirt. Now. Immediately. Prepare an offer they can't refuse. The representatives of Manchester City, Paris Saint-Germain, and Bayern Munich also had their desire burning even brighter. Who wouldn't want a player like that? In Atletico Madrid's box, the scout's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered respectfully. On the other end came a calm, powerful voice. The mysterious Chinese billionaire behind Atletico. Did you see that kid named Chung Feng? Yes, boss. Sign him at all costs. But boss, Real Madrid and Barcelona. I don't care how much they offer. We'll outbid them. Also tell his agent that if he comes to Atletico, I'll personally give him the highest commercial endorsement contract in the country. The match resumed. Moyes stubbornly insisted on executing that crude, straightforward long ball tactic. He had gleaned its essence from Mourinho. It was essentially about abandoning midfield entanglement, lofting the ball from the back directly to the forward target, then quickly surging forward to launch attacks. The idea was sound, but West Ham's players clearly lacked the execution of Mourinho's stalwarts. Time and again the defenders hoofed the ball with all their might toward Liverpool's half, but the landings were erratic. Either it sailed straight out of bounds, or Van Dijk easily headed it back. The scene was almost comical. Chung Feng observed it all, his mind as clear as a mirror. He no longer surged forward as frequently as at the start. Instead, he quietly dropped back, almost level with the defensive midfielder. His objective was clear: neutralize Arnautovic. If he could strangle West Ham's sole attacking fulcrum, Moyes' makeshift tactic would completely collapse. Sure enough, a West Ham defender hoofed the ball again, tracing a high arc through the air aimed directly at Arnautovic. The Austrian striker had already positioned himself, ready to use his stout frame to shield off the defender and comfortably bring the ball down. Just as he was about to leap, a red figure sprinted back from an oblique angle ahead, ghosting between him and the ball. It was Chung Feng. His anticipation was razor-sharp. Arnautovic was startled. He abandoned all caution, launching himself upward, trying to overpower his opponent with height and weight. Both leaped into the air almost simultaneously. The tens of thousands of fans in the London stadium held their breath. The next moment, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Chung Feng's body seemed to defy gravity, soaring to a height a full half-body above Arnautovic's full-powered jump. His terrifying hang time allowed him an extraordinary composure in the air. He even had time to adjust the angle of his head. Thud. A muffled sound. The ball was cleanly headed away by Chung Feng's forehead, precisely to teammate Oxlade-Chamberlain. Meanwhile, Arnautovic at his apex felt as if he had slammed into a wall, then began his powerless descent. The Austrian stumbled upon landing. He looked up at the back of the figure who had landed steadily, and for the first time a deep sense of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Is this guy a monster? A feeling of defeat spread rapidly within him. Negative emotion points from Marco Arnautovic 250. Yet the crisis was not fully resolved. Oxlade-Chamberlain, clearly unprepared for Chung Feng's breathtaking defensive intervention, hesitated slightly when receiving the ball. West Ham's defensive midfielder, the Commissar, Noble, pounced like a relentless hound, executing a clean tackle to dispossess Oxlade-Chamberlain. Noble got up after the tackle and was about to launch a counterattack. But the moment he took a step, a blur flashed before his eyes. Chung Feng, who had just cleared the ball at the back, was already sprinting full speed toward him. Too fast. Noble's heart tightened. He instinctively tried to shield the ball with his body. But Chung Feng was quicker, flicking the ball with his right toe, sending it neatly between Noble's legs. A deft nutmeg. Damn, Noble cursed, turning awkwardly to block Chung Feng's next pass. He spread his arms like a wall in front of Chung Feng. Chung Feng's peripheral vision had already caught Main sprinting into the gap in the box. Watching Noble's desperate blocking stance, the corners of Chung Feng's mouth curled slightly. He raised his right foot, feigning a cross to the left. Noble took the bait, shifting his weight to the right. Now, Chung Feng's right ankle twisted sharply the outside of his foot, striking the ball's rear side with precision. The ball carved a deceptive outward curve across the grass. It bypassed Noble's outstretched leg, accurately slicing through West Ham's entire defensive line, rolling perfectly into Main's path. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless. In the commentary box, Wang Jianhong's voice began to tremble. Chung Feng. A brilliant tackle. He's going to pass. My God. An outside of the foot pass. A surgical through ball. When the ball reached Main, the weight and timing were immaculate. The Senegalese speedster needed no adjustment. He met the ball, swung his right leg with full force, and unleashed a thunderous strike. Boom. The ball, like a cannonball, leaving the muzzle, screamed low across the turf toward the near post. West Ham's goalkeeper had already dived, but Main's shot was too powerful, too fast. He couldn't even touch it. Swish. The white net was violently lifted. Goal. In the 30th minute, Liverpool led West Ham 1-0. Goal. It's in. In. Sadio Mane. Wang Jianhong leaped from his commentary seat, punching the air. What a beauty. This goal owes at least 80% to Chung Feng. From the incredible header clearance at the back to the midfield steal to this unbelievable imaginative outside of the foot assist. Chung Feng orchestrated this entire attack. Beside him, Chen Xianxian was equally excited, her cheeks flushed. This pass was truly inspired, fully showcasing Chung Feng's top-tier football IQ and technique. And Main's finish was equally decisive. After scoring, Main did not celebrate alone. He spread his arms excitedly and rushed first to Chung Feng, who had provided the assist. The two embraced tightly near the corner flag. Great pass, Chung. Main patted Chung Feng's back vigorously, laughing with a wide grin. Just run, and the ball will come. Chung Feng smiled back. Main released him a hint of genuine warmth in his eyes. Seriously, Chung, I think highly of you. When I played in China before, I had a good friend who helped me a lot. So seeing you, this Chinese kid, I feel a special connection. Chung Feng was momentarily stunned, then a wave of warmth surged in his heart. He knew Main was referring to his time at Changchun Yatai, never expecting such a bond. Thank you, Sadio. This goal completely changed the tide of the match. The morale of West Ham's players visibly plummeted, especially Arnautovic, who found that no matter how he moved, Chung Feng was always there. That seemingly slender figure was like an insurmountable mountain, turning all his efforts to dust. With their linchpin neutralized, the Hammers' attack was completely stifled. Liverpool, on the other hand, were invigorated, launching a barrage on West Ham's goal. Salah's cutting inside and shooting, Firmino's poaching in the box. Wave after wave of attacks kept the London Stadium fans on edge. The halftime whistle was a relief for West Ham. The second half began, and Liverpool's intensity showed no sign of waning. In the 55th minute, Firmino received a pass from Oxlade-Chamberlain in the box and stabbed a shot that was desperately blocked by a retreating defender going out for a corner. Liverpool won a corner. Usually Salah or Coutinho would take it. But this time Chung Feng slowly walked toward the corner flag. He glanced at Salah, who was about to take the kick. Hey Mo, Chung Feng called out. Salah turned, looking somewhat puzzled. Let me take this one, okay? Chung Feng pointed at the ball on the ground, his tone brimming with confidence. Salah raised an eyebrow. He saw the light in Chung Feng's eyes, a gleam of intense hunger for victory and absolute belief in his own ability. The Egyptian smiled and nodded. Sure. All eyes were fixed on Chung Feng. The referee's whistle sounded. Chung Feng slowly raised his right hand and extended two fingers. It was a tactical signal. Back post. The Liverpool players understood immediately. Van Dijk and Lovren sprang into action, leading the defenders in a collective surge toward the far post. West Ham United's defense was thrown into disarray. All attention was drawn to the back post. A brief vacuum appeared at the near post. Now was the moment. Moyes on the sidelines felt his pupils contract, a foreboding sense welling up. He wanted to shout, but it was already too late. Chung Feng, after raising his hand, showed no sign of passing. Instead, he sprinted forward 2 steps. His right foot, like a war axe, swung in an exceedingly bizarre posture. Outside of the foot, he struck the bottom of the ball fiercely with the outside of his right foot. A dull thud echoed. The ball did not fly to the back post. Instead, it carried an unimaginable spin, carving a brilliant and deadly arc. It bypassed the defenders at the near post, slipped past the desperate fingers of West Ham goalkeeper Adrian, and headed straight for the far corner of the net. It was a perfect curving shot. West Ham's goalkeeper Adrian's mind went blank. He saw Chung Feng strike and the ball flying toward him. But all his judgment and experience failed him at this moment. He thought Chung Feng would cross and instinctively shifted half a step toward the back post. That half step turned him into a mere backdrop. When he reacted and turned to look at the goal, he saw only the white net billowing violently from the ball. Goal. A corner kick scored directly. The entire Anfield stadium, after a second of silence, erupted into a deafening roar. Goal. Chung Feng. Chung Feng again. My God. He scored directly from a corner kick. Incredible. This is an Olympic goal. My heavens. Chung Feng spread his arms and ran toward the KOP stand. He glided like a fighter plane basking in the adulation of tens of thousands of fans. Wind. 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 The fans chanted his name madly, their voices threatening to lift the roof off the stadium. Sulla was the first to rush from behind and leap onto Chung Feng's back. Then came Firmino Main Van Dijk. All the Liverpool players rushed over, encircling Chung Feng, and finally piled on top of him in a jubilant dogpile. On the sidelines, Klopp could no longer contain his emotions. He spread his arms, sprinted wildly on the grass, then dropped to his knees in a passionate slide. Turf flew. Huh, did you see that? That's my player. My treasure. Klopp jumped up and roared at his assistant coach Buvac. Buvac adjusted his glasses, his face still stunned, and spoke urgently. Jurgen, we must renew his contract immediately. Right now, or we won't be able to keep him this summer. Klopp's ecstasy instantly sobered, turning into extreme seriousness. You're right. I'll call Edwards now. He knew that with that defensive play and that goal, Chung Feng's value was beyond their imagination. Meanwhile, in the VIP stand, Liverpool's sporting director Edwards felt his back scorched by countless burning gazes. Mr. Edwards, a voice sounded beside him. Chelsea's owner Todd Boehly approached with a glass of wine, smiling. Cheng's performance is truly astonishing. Name your price. £60 million. This summer let him come to Stamford Bridge. Boehly's words were blunt, filled with American capital's arrogance. Edwards had no time to reply before Inter Milan's president Stephen Zhang also walked over. Mr. Boehly's $60 million for such a talent. You underestimate Zhang. Zhang shook his head with a smile. Mr. Edwards' Inter is equally sincere. Edwards felt a headache coming on. Just then his assistant hurried over and whispered, Director Atletico Madrid is on the line. They want to discuss Chung. Edwards took a deep breath and said decisively to his assistant, Tell them Chung is not for sale. From now on, reject all inquiries about Chung Feng. Don't take any calls. Yes. The assistant turned to leave. But no sooner had he gone than Manchester City's CEO, Ferran Soriano, and Paris Saint-Germain's sporting director Luis Campos flanked him on both sides. Edwards, don't be so stingy, Soriano said cheerfully. £80 million. That's a very sincere offer. Campos was more direct. He adjusted his glasses and raised one finger. £100 million. Our boss said if he agrees to come to Paris, that number is negotiable. Gasps surrounded them. £100 million. For a young player who had only played a few matches. Madness. The world had gone completely mad. Edwards felt his temples throbbing. He just wanted the match to end quickly, then lock Chung Feng in the training ground and let no one see him. Meanwhile, super agent Jorge Mendez's phone was ringing off the hook. Jorge, Atletico Madrid is willing to pay $120 million for Cheng's release clause. Jorge, Bayern Munich wants to meet you. They're offering the highest salary in the squad. Jorge, Paris Saint-Germain. Mendez calmly answered each call, a professional smile on his face, but his eyes were ice cold. Suddenly, an unfamiliar Spanish number rang. He hesitated, then answered. Hello, Mr. Mendez. I'm from FC Barcelona. Before the caller could finish, Mendez's face darkened. Barcelona. His voice was cold enough to freeze ice. Who was it that threw Chung Feng away like trash? Who said he would never make it? Now that he's shining, you want to sign him back? Have you no shame? I tell you, even if Chung Feng retires or goes to play in the Middle East, he will never have any connection with Barcelona again. Block my number. Don't call again, or I'll make you regret it. With that, Mendez slammed the phone down, his chest heaving. Those bastards. The match ended without further incident. In stoppage time, Chung Feng delivered a precise through ball from midfield, splitting West Ham's entire defense. Sulla read the play and sprinted forward, slotted home calmly, sealing the score at 30. The match ended. Chung Feng, with 1 goal and 1 assist, plus a miraculous goal line clearance, was an undisputed choice for man of the match. At the post-match press conference, West Ham manager David Moyes looked bitter. We didn't lose to Liverpool today. We lost to a player named Chung Feng. He alone decided the match. Meanwhile, Klopp beamed with pride. Cheng's performance. What more can I say? He scores, he assists, and he defends like a top center-back. He's versatile. He's perfect. A reporter asked Mr. Klopp, Liverpool's Champions League knockout opponent is Barcelona. Are you confident? Klopp grinned widely, showing his trademark white teeth. Barcelona is strong, but we have the Liverpool spirit, and we have Chung Feng. Why should we be the ones worried? Those words instantly ignited the media. After the match, Chung Feng's name dominated the headlines of every major sports publication. God descends on Anfield. Chung Feng scores directly from a corner, delivers a godlike attack and defense. £100 million. Paris offers a sky-high price for Chung. The transfer market goes crazy for him. Klopp, with Chung Feng, we fear no Barcelona. Some media outlets began digging into Chung Feng's past. They unearthed the story of his release from Barcelona and the news of Barcelona's expensive signing of Dembele juxtaposing them. Abandoned genius versus 100 million flop. Barcelona, do you regret it? In an instant, the feud between Chung Feng and Barcelona became the center of a storm. After the team disbanded, Sulla hooked his arm around Chung Feng's neck. Chung Sadio, let's go together. I'll drive. Sure, I was planning to skip driving anyway. Main agreed readily. The three of them lived not far apart, all in the affluent suburbs of Liverpool, just a 10-minute drive away. Sulla drove his Bentley. Main sat in the passenger seat, and Chung Feng took the back. Honestly, Chung, those two passes of yours today were ridiculously slick. Main turned to look at Chung Feng, clicking his tongue in admiration. Especially that corner kick. How did you think of that? Everyone expected you to aim for Virgil. Chung Feng chuckled. Tactical deception. Their defensive focus was all on Virgil and Lovren, leaving Genie's spot wide open. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Sulla laughed as he drove. You've got a tactical map in your head, don't you? By the way, dinner together tonight. My treat. Sulla suggested. Yes. I want a feast. Main immediately chimed in. No problem. The three of them found an upscale restaurant, enjoyed a hearty meal, and chatted about football and life. A very harmonious atmosphere. After dinner, Sulla proposed again. How about coming over to my place? Chung Feng thought for a moment and said, let's go to mine. There's a small pitch in my backyard, we can play around. Whoa, you have a private pitch. Main's eyes lit up. Just a small 5-side field. When they arrived at Chung Feng's villa, Sulla and Main were both captivated by the exquisite little pitch. All three were football fanatics. They changed into their boots and played keep away and shooting games on the pitch until they were drenched in sweat. After seeing off the two senior brothers, Chung Feng took a shower and lay comfortably on the bed. He closed his eyes, letting his consciousness sink into his mind. A pale blue virtual panel appeared before him. Host Chung Feng, emotion value balance 31500, negative emotion value collected this match 12800. Source: West Ham United players, coaching staff, fans, system analysis. The opponent in this match was relatively weak, with low expectations for the host. Despite a brilliant performance, it failed to generate a sufficiently strong emotional impact on the opponent. Suggestion: the host should compete on a higher level stage against stronger opponents to maximize gains. Only a little over 10,000 points. Chung Feng frowned. When he played against Tottenham earlier, he had racked up over 100,000 in a single match. Indeed, crushing weak opponents yielded very few points. The system was right. To grow stronger quickly, he had to go to stages like the Champions League and go head-to-head with top-tier giants like Real Madrid and Barcelona. With that thought, Chung Feng's fighting spirit reignited. He leaped out of bed and headed back to the backyard pitch. Extra training. Over the next few days, the entire European football world focused on the upcoming Champions League knockout rounds. Among them, the match between Liverpool and Barcelona was undoubtedly the centerpiece. Coutinho's revenge. The former king of Anfield returns as an opponent. Suarez battles his old club again. Liverpool's legendary striker now faces them as a foe. Grudge match. The feud between Chung Feng and Barcelona. Can the abandoned genius complete his revenge at the Camp Nou? The media frantically hyped up various topics to warm up for this great battle. Yet amid all this clamor, an undercurrent began to stir. Some tabloids and online outlets suddenly started digging into the inside story of Chung Feng's termination by Barcelona. An article titled Exclusive Revelation: The Truth Behind Chung Feng's Expulsion from Barcelona. Violence assault on teammate spread rapidly across the internet. The article included an extremely blurry screenshot showing a figure swinging a fist while another figure lay on the ground. The article claimed with certainty that the one throwing the punch was Chung Feng and the victim was Ousmane Dembele, the star Barcelona had signed for a record 150 million. According to an insider, Chung Feng got into a heated argument with Dembele over a trivial matter during training, then resorted to violence, injuring Dembele. Barcelona's top brass were so enraged that they made the decision to terminate his contract. Such violent behavior on the pitch is outrageous. Chung Feng owes Dembele an apology. The article immediately caused an uproar. Many fans who didn't know the truth were led by the nose. What the hell? Is it true? He actually assaulted someone. No wonder Barcelona didn't want him. He's a troublemaker. His character is questionable. What's the use of being a good player? Soon some Tottenham fans joined in digging up the incident where Chung Feng injured Son Heung-min during the match against Tottenham and embellishing it. That's right. He's a butcher. He deliberately fouled our son, and now it turns out he beat up a teammate. The FA should suspend him. Boycott violence on the pitch. Suspend Chung Feng. Driven by certain parties, public opinion began to turn extremely unfavorable for Chung Feng. Fuck. In Portugal, Mendes slammed his fist on the desk. His assistant stood by, not daring to breathe. Have you found out? Mendes's voice was chillingly cold. Yes, Mr. Jorge, the assistant quickly replied. It's someone from Barcelona's side. They bribed several media outlets in Spain and the UK to release the story simultaneously. Mendes narrowed his eyes. He immediately connected the dots. A while ago, Barcelona had indeed contacted him through intermediaries subtly inquiring about the possibility of Chung Feng's return. Mendes had turned them down on Chung Feng's behalf. A good horse never eats grass from behind, especially when Barcelona had treated him so ruthlessly. Unexpectedly, these fools resorted to such underhanded tactics. If they can't have him, they destroy him. Ridiculous. Do they really think this will affect Chung Feng? Or Liverpool? Mendes let out a cold laugh, picked up his phone, and dialed Chung Feng directly. Chung, have you seen the news online? Yes, Jorge. This bunch is really disgusting. Chung Feng's voice was calm. Don't worry. Don't respond. Turn off your phone and focus on training. Mendes's voice was filled with unwavering confidence. Leave the rest to me. They want to play the media game. I'll show them who the master is. After hanging up, a ruthless glint flashed in Mendes's eyes. He immediately issued orders to his media empire across Europe. Release everything we have. First, publish the full video from the training ground. In high definition, let everyone see who threw the first punch. Second, release the phone recording of my conversation with that stupid Barcelona vice president. Let them hear how Barcelona's top brass to protect their 150 million investment unhesitatingly sacrificed a La Masia kid. Third, slap the evidence of Barcelona's transfers to those media outlets in their faces. I want the whole world to see what kind of club Barcelona, more than a club, really is. I want them ruined. The next day, the entire European football world exploded. If the media outlets bought by Barcelona had thrown a grenade the day before Mendes's counterattack was a direct nuclear bomb. The truth. The Sun exclusively releases the full Barcelona training ground video. Dembele maliciously provoked and threw the first punch. Mundo Deportivo. Mendes releases phone recording with Barcelona executive. Barcelona sacrificed youth talent to protect Dembele. Marca. Ironclad evidence. Barcelona bribed media to deliberately defame Chung Feng. One report after another, piece of evidence after piece shattered Barcelona's hypocritical mask like bombs. In the clear video, everyone saw that Dembele had humiliated Chung Feng by nutmegging him during training and verbally provoked him first. Chung Feng merely pushed him away, but Dembele threw the first punch only to be subdued by Chung Feng in one move. The recording exposed the ugly faces of Barcelona's top brass. A young man who hasn't even played for the first team versus a future core we spent 150 million on. You should understand the weight of each. We must protect the club's assets. As for that kid, it's just his bad luck. Public opinion instantly reversed. The netizens who had attacked Chung Feng the day before deleted their comments and turned their guns on Dembele and Barcelona, unleashing a torrent of fury. Holy shit. I'm disgusted. Barcelona's operation is so shady. Sacrificing their own La Masia talent for a lazy, late-arriving, game-addicted loser. And then they smear him. Dembele out of Barcelona. Chung Feng was so wronged. This is a modern-day injustice. The most furious were the local Barcelona fans. They stormed outside the Ciutat Esportiva Joan Gamper, holding up massive banners. Shame. Restore La Masia's dignity. Bartomeu out. You don't deserve the red and blue. We don't want lazy mercenaries. We want justice for Chung Feng. The fans were incensed, shouting slogans and demanding the club president resign. In the office of the Barcelona club president, the club president, dubbed Bartomeu by the fans, stood with a grim face, watching the protesting crowd outside the window. Bang! He grabbed a crystal glass from the table and hurled it to the floor, shards scattering everywhere. Useless. All of you are useless. He pointed at the trembling club executives and cursed them out. Who told you to pull these dirty tricks? Huh. Now it's all exposed. Recording. Video. Transfer records. Are you pigs? Can't even clean up your mess. Bartomeu was shaking with rage. He didn't care about the club's reputation. He cared about his own position. Once he was impeached by fans and members, the new president would inevitably audit the former's accounts. If those shady books were uncovered, prison awaited him. The executives bowed their heads, not daring to retort. But in their hearts, they were cursing Bartomeu's entire ancestry. Wasn't it Bartomeu himself who suggested defaming Chung Feng to divert the fans' dissatisfaction with the team's performance? Now that it backfired, he shifts all the blame onto us. At the Barcelona headquarters, the atmosphere in the conference room was suffocating. Someone must take responsibility for this. A senior executive stood up, his gaze fixed on a trembling middle-aged man in the corner. Sports director. It was you who insisted on giving up Chung Feng, you who submitted the report claiming he had no potential and would never amount to anything. The sports director trembled all over, his lips quivering as he tried to defend himself, but no words came out. That's right. He was the one who praised Dembele to the skies. Fire him. Immediately. Deschamps looked at the sports director, now a target for everyone, with no sympathy in his eyes, only cold resolve. He needed a scapegoat to quell the public's fury, and this sports director was undoubtedly the best choice. I agree. Deschamps spoke slowly, his tone brooking no dissent. Remove the sports director from all duties immediately. Announce to the public that the club is extremely dissatisfied with his performance. Half an hour later, Barcelona's official website released a brief statement. But far from calming the storm, it only stirred up an even greater wave. Countless furious Barcelona members surrounded Camp Nou shouting slogans and waving banners. Scapegoat out. De Jong stepped down. Give us back Ching Fong. De Jong is the real villain of Barcelona. The roar of voices was deafening. De Jong could hear it clearly from his office, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He knew that sacrificing just one sports director would never silence the masses. Mr. President, the members' assembly demands you appear immediately. The secretary rushed and flustered. De Jong took a deep breath, straightened his tie, forced a composed expression onto his face, and stepped onto the press conference stage. Facing a sea of flashing cameras and angry eyes, he cleared his throat. I know how everyone feels. I understand your anger. Regarding Ching Fong, the club indeed made mistakes in past decisions. As president, I bear an inescapable responsibility. Boos erupted from the audience. De Jong ignored them, continuing with his compelling tone. But, please trust me. Trust Barcelona. I have given the management a direct order. He raised his voice, sharply pointing a finger. By the end of this season, no matter the cost, we will bring Ching Fong back to Camp Nou. He belongs here. He will always be a child of the Blaugrana. At the same time, we will keep Dembele and let him prove his worth. And we will purge those overpaid underperformers from the squad to rebuild our team. These words, like a splash of cold water into boiling oil, instantly quieted the chaotic crowd. Bring Ching Fong back. That promise was too tempting. The members exchanged glances. Though doubts lingered, the longing for Ching Feng's return temporarily overpowered their anger. Fine. We'll trust you one last time. If Ching Fong isn't back by the end of the season, you're out. Watching the crowd gradually calm, De Jong breathed a quiet sigh of relief, a barely perceptible smile tugging at his lips. Just empty promises. First placate these fools. As for Ching Fong, we'll deal with that later. Liverpool training ground. In the office of sporting director Edwards, the tension was equally thick. Across from him sat the man who controlled the fate of countless football stars, the super agent Jorge Mendes. Mr. Edwards, I think there's no need to beat around the bush. Mendes elegantly picked up his coffee, took a delicate sip, but his tone carried an undeniable assertiveness. Paris Saint-Germain is willing to activate Ching Feng's release clause, and they're offering him a net salary of 20 million euros per year. Bayern, Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid. You should know my phone hasn't stopped ringing these past few days. Edwards felt his heart clenched by an invisible hand. Fenway Group, Liverpool's parent company, had given him an ultimatum: do whatever it takes to renew Ching Feng's contract. A player who could score directly from a corner, make miraculous saves on the goal line, and single-handedly change the course of a match. His value was beyond monetary measure. What's more, he was only 19. Jorge, of course we want Ching to stay. Edwards wiped the sweat from his brow. We are very sincere. The club is prepared to offer Ching a new contract, £250,000 per week, plus generous appearance and goal bonuses. That's the top-tier salary in the squad. 250,000. Mendes laughed, a hint of mockery in his smile. Edwards, are you trying to insult a beggar? What's Sulla's salary? Van Dijk's. Don't you think Ching's current performances deserve the highest wages in the Premier League? £300,000 per week. That's my bottom line. Not a penny less. Mendes's voice was resolute. And the release clause must be renegotiated. Edwards's headache grew worse. He knew this was the real battlefield. Salary could be negotiated, but the release clause was the sword of Damocles hanging over Liverpool's head. For 2 full days, Mendes and Edwards engaged in an unyielding battle within that small office. From salary structure to bonus terms to image rights, sharing every detail was fiercely contested. By the morning of the 3rd day, they finally reached a final agreement. All right, Jorge, you win. Edwards slumped back in his chair, feeling as if he had run a marathon. £280,000 per week with tiered bonuses based on appearances, goals, assists, and titles. If Ching wins the Ballon d'Or, there will be additional bonuses. The release clause. Edwards took a deep breath and named a figure that even made Mendes raise an eyebrow. 500 million euros. Mendes was silent for a moment, then broke into a satisfied smile. Deal. He stood up and extended his hand to Edwards. The moment Ching Fong signed his name on the contract, Edwards felt all the strength drain from his body. But the heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart for days finally settled. 500 million euros. Let's see who on this planet could still poach Liverpool's treasure. After signing, Ching Fong gazed at the astronomical figure on the contract, his heart barely stirred. He simply muttered to himself in casual disdain. As if without me Liverpool would fall apart. Even without me, this iron-blooded Reds would still reclaim their glory. Of course, with me, it would only be more glorious. When Ching Fong returned to the training grounds meeting room with his new contract, his teammates were already waiting. Hey, look who's here. Sulla was the first to shout, throwing his arms wide in exaggerated welcome. Let's welcome the man worth 500 million euros. Van Dijk also walked over with a smile, clapping Ching Fong on the shoulder with a force that made him wince. Ching, take it easy on defense from now on. If you get injured, Edwards will kill me. Congratulations, Ching. Maine offered sincere blessings. You deserve all of this. Beside him, Alexander-Arnold's eyes sparkled with envy. Wow, 280,000 a week. Chung, you're the richest man here now. So are you treating us tonight? The locker room was filled with an air of lightheartedness. No one felt jealous or resentful. Chung Feng, with his astonishing performances on the court time and again, had won over these proud teammates. They all understood that this young man deserved that sky-high contract. Soon Liverpool FC officially announced the news of renewing Chung Feng's contract until 2028. The release clause of €500 million exploded like a nuclear bomb across the entire European football scene. Barcelona, which had just been temporarily calmed by the empty promises of Big Bear, was once again thrown into turmoil. Although the club members had remained silent due to that illusory commitment, the vast majority of Barcelona fans erupted in fury. Renewed. A release clause of €500 million. How can we buy him back now? That bastard Big Bear has been fooling us. Unable to find the president, the angry fans vented all their wrath on another person. Dembele. It's because of you flop that Chung Feng didn't come back. Get out of Barcelona. You don't deserve to wear this jersey. Traitor. Liar. At the entrance of the training base, Dembele's car was surrounded by dozens of extremist fans. They pounded on the windows and cursed the Frenchman inside with the most venomous words. Some even threw things at his car. Inside the car, Dembele sat with a livid face, gripping the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Chung Feng again. That damned bastard again. From the very first day he arrived at Barcelona, that name had become his nightmare. The media compared him, the fans compared him, and now he was even being besieged and threatened by his own team's fans because of that guy. Why? I was the genius who joined with a transfer fee of over $100 million. Who the hell do you think you are? An uncontrollable hatred began to fester deep within Dembele's heart. He stared fixedly at the name of Liverpool on the Champions League knockout bracket displayed on his phone screen, his eyes filled with malice and madness. Chung Feng, just you wait. In the Champions League knockout rounds, I'll show you who the true genius is. I'll trample you underfoot in front of the whole world. Absolutely. At the Barcelona training base, the atmosphere on the training ground was suffocating. The opponent in the Champions League semi-final was Liverpool, the craziest team in Europe this season. Barcelona's head coach Ernesto Valverde stood on the sidelines, his brows knitted into a knot. He watched the players on the field, his gaze sweeping over Messi, Suarez, Piqué, Busquets. These veteran legends were still the pillars of the team. But could their age and stamina truly withstand the high-intensity collisions of Klopp's relentless pressing team for 90 minutes? The team's aging problem loomed like a specter over Barcelona. After the dissolution of the MSN trio, the club had spent a fortune to bring in Dembele, whose talent was evident. But he was frequently injured and his off-field headlines outnumbered his on-field goals. Another expensive signing, Philippe Coutinho, was ineligible for the Champions League because he had played for Liverpool in the first half of the season. A €100 million investment could only sit in the stands as a spectator during the most crucial campaign. What kind of nonsense was this? The decline of midfield control and the slow-turning speed of the backline. Every problem seemed to be placed precisely under the heat of Klopp's high-pressing tactics. The more Valverde thought, the more his head ached. He couldn't help rubbing his temples, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the empty training spot left by the scandal. Chung Feng. He recalled the young man he had personally nurtured from La Masia. That spark of talent, that fighting spirit. He had been certain back then that this kid would achieve great things. When the club's top brass decided to let Chung Feng go, he was the only one in the team who stood up to defend him. Unfortunately, he was just a head coach. In front of the executives who only cared about money and political interests, his words meant nothing. And now look. The uncut jade he had painstakingly cultivated was forcibly pushed away by the club, only to become the sharpest blade in the hands of their opponents. A blade returning with a burning desire for revenge. This was a hell of a script. The match day was drawing closer. The pre-match press conference at Anfield was packed. When Klopp walked in with Roberto Firmino, the flashbulbs instantly turned the room into a sea of white. Klopp wore his trademark grin, but his eyes held an undeniable sharpness. Firmino, on the other hand, had a stoic expression, his gaze calm, yet resembling the stillness before a storm. Mr. Klopp, what is Liverpool's stance on the conflict between Chung Feng and Barcelona? A Spanish journalist stood up impatiently, throwing the most pointed question first. The entire room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Klopp. He smiled, but didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at Firmino and made a you-go-ahead gesture. Firmino picked up the microphone and cleared his throat. Chung. His voice was not loud, but clear. He is my best brother at Liverpool, like my own younger brother. With that single sentence, he defined their relationship. Firmino's expression turned serious, his tone growing cold. What happened to him? I can't imagine a club like Barcelona using such despicable methods to treat a kid who came from their own youth academy. So we are not coming to the Camp Nou just to play a Champions League semi-final. The Brazilian paused, his eyes sweeping across all the cameras in front of him, and then said word by word, "We are here to seek justice for our brother." Dembele must apologize to Chung Feng. A public apology. The moment he finished, the room erupted in uproar. This was no longer a hint, it was an outright declaration of war. Klopp took over, his smile vanishing, replaced by an absolute authority. Bobby is right. At Liverpool we are a family. If you dare to touch any one of us, you are against all of us. The evidence is crystal clear. There is no need to debate who is right or wrong. The only question now is how Barcelona intends to handle this matter. The German's voice was forceful, throwing all the pressure back onto Barcelona like a mountain. A few hours later at Barcelona's pre-match press conference, the atmosphere there was far from the relaxed tone at Anfield. Valverde sat at the table looking exhausted with deep sunken eyes. Mr. Valverde, what is your view on Firmino and Klopp's demand for Dembele to apologize? The first question, predictably, was still about Chingfeng. Valverde replied with a blank expression, we only focus on the match itself. This is a Champions League semi-final. We will not discuss any off-field matters. He chose the most official and most helpless answer. In his heart he had already cursed the club's incompetent higher-ups countless times. They had stirred up this mess, and now he, the head coach, had to clean it up. What bothered him even more was Dembele. After causing such a huge scandal, he still acted nonchalant during training, as if the whole world owed him something. But this concerns the club's reputation. The journalist persisted. Valverde was about to continue his evasive response, when suddenly Lionel Messi, sitting beside him, picked up the microphone. The entire room fell silent in an instant. Everyone held their breath. The king of football was about to speak. Messi's expression was calm as he looked at the reporters below and slowly began to speak. I think there are many misunderstandings here. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Everyone has been too unfair to Ousmane. What? The reporters below thought they had misheard. What Messi said next left everyone utterly stunned. On the training ground, respect must be earned. Ching's defensive style was too aggressive. That was a sign of disrespect to his teammates. The one who should apologize is him. Boom. The entire press conference hall erupted into chaos. The reporters frantically clicked their shutters, the flashes nearly blinding everyone. What was Messi saying? Was he twisting the truth? The video evidence was clear. It was Dembele who had humiliated his opponent with a nutmeg first. Messi ignored the commotion below. His gaze turned icy as he stared straight into the camera, speaking each word as if sending a message to someone across the air. He chose to leave on his own. To the club that nurtured him, he is a traitor. Ousmane is one of us. He possesses top-tier talent, and we will protect him. After speaking, Messi put down the microphone, leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes, and said no more. The scene was completely out of control. Countless reporters shouted at the top of their lungs, demanding an explanation. Even the most pro-Barcelona journalists were dumbfounded. They looked at Messi on the stage, utterly incredulous. Was this still the humble, low-key Lionel Messi they knew? Public opinion exploded to a new boiling point in an instant. Crazy. Messi publicly supports Dembele, furiously denounces Chingfeng as a traitor. Century-old mystery. Why did Messi twist the truth? What role did Barcelona's top brass play behind the scenes? On social media, fans were completely divided. I don't understand, but I'm shocked. Has Messi been brainwashed? Could it be that Barcelona's top brass forced him to say this? To divert attention? You've hit the nail on the head. I trust Messi's character. He's definitely not that kind of person. That Big Bear chairman must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. What's there to defend? The video is clear. Even if the higher-ups pressured him, you can't just lie through your teeth. The king's image is ruined. Meanwhile, in the Barcelona top brass's office, Chairman Big Bear watched the overwhelming discussions online and finally broke into a long-lost smile. Messi's words were like a perfectly aimed smoke grenade. They flawlessly shifted everyone's attention from the club and himself to the personal feud between Messi and Chingfeng. Well done. Immediately contact our people and steer the public opinion toward Messi. Shows leadership supports his teammate. Big Bear instructed excitedly. On the other side, Dembele was lying on his sofa watching the video clips of Messi's press conference over and over again on his phone. These past few days he had been under immense pressure with guilt, anger, fear. All kinds of emotions intertwined. But now hearing his idol, the GOAT of the football world, defend him with such resolute determination. All his negative emotions vanished in an instant, replaced by an indescribable sense of gratitude and fervent belonging. So I am not alone. So the captain is on my side. He was no longer the troublesome kid who made a mistake. He was one of the captain's own, protected by him. Dembele's eyes gradually changed, from confusion to determination and then to blazing battle flames. He suddenly sat up from the sofa and clenched his fists tightly. Camp Nou, I will make you know who the real master is here. I will repay the captain's trust with goals. On the eve of the Champions League semi-final, the chartered plane carrying the entire Liverpool squad landed at Barcelona El Prat Airport. The moment the cabin door opened, a wave of heat mixed with the Mediterranean breeze along with a thunderous barrage of camera shutters rushed toward them. Klopp walked at the front, his trademark smile on his face, but a hint of sharpness glinted in his blue eyes. Behind him, Chingfeng wore headphones, his expression blank as he followed the team, as if blocking out all the noise around him. But those voices still seeped in relentlessly. Mr. Klopp, what do you think of Mr. Messi's pre-match interview comments that Dembele possesses unique talent and is more suited to Barcelona's system than certain players? A Spanish reporter thrust his microphone almost into Klopp's mouth, asking in broken English. This question was too venomous. Who the certain players were went without saying. It was the Barcelona captain publicly backing his teammate, while simultaneously putting pressure on Chung Feng and Liverpool. A Liverpool team official immediately stepped forward to block, but Klopp waved his hand, signaling it was unnecessary. The German adjusted his glasses and smiled even more brightly at the camera. First of all, I have great respect for Leo. He is one of the greatest players of all time. He gave due respect first. But Klopp's tone shifted abruptly, turning forceful. In European football, there is no so-called seniority culture. Only strength speaks. Who is stronger and who is more suitable is not decided by words. It is proven on the pitch. As for talent, Klopp drew out his words, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and finally landing on Chung Feng, not far away, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration and protection. I do not agree that Dembele's talent surpasses Chung Feng's. If you don't believe me, the answer will reveal itself in 90 minutes. With that, he stopped entertaining any more questions, waved his hand, and led the players under the escort of security toward the team bus. The reporters erupted. Klopp's words were like pouring oil on the fire. Arrogant German. Is he declaring war on Messi? Walking in the middle of the team, Chung Feng had his headphones on with the music loud, but he could still read everything from the glances of his teammates around him. He said nothing, only silently quickening his pace. The team bus slowly pulled away from the airport, leaving the noise and flashes behind. The atmosphere inside the bus was somewhat tense. Alexander-Arnold leaned over to Chung Feng and lowered his voice. Buddy, they're coming for you. Even Messi got involved personally. Chung Feng took off his headphones, twisted the corner of his mouth, and forced a not-so-easy smile, as expected. He was no longer the greenhorn who had just stepped onto the scene. He knew the cruelty of professional football better than anyone. Hey, Chung, look over there. Alexander-Arnold suddenly pointed outside the window, shouting excitedly. Chung Feng followed his finger. On both sides of the road, a large number of fans wearing Barcelona's red and blue jerseys had gathered. They were not blocking or shouting like radical fans, but holding up banners and signs. Feng, welcome home. Camp Nou will always be your home. We will always support you no matter what jersey you wear. Sincere faces filled with longing and support. They shouted Chung Feng's name over and over again in Spanish and English. Chung Feng's heart was deeply stirred. So many people still remembered him, supported him. After the betrayal by the club's management and the misunderstandings from some fans, this sea of red and blue was the only warmth left in his heart. He gently waved his hand toward the window. The fans erupted into even louder cheers, while Arnold exclaimed, dumbfounded. Chung, your popularity here is insane, isn't it? Just like at Anfield. Chung Feng's eyes were a bit teary. He took a deep breath and said to Arnold, Trent, do me a favor. What, if I score at Camp Nou tonight? Chung Feng paused, his tone utterly serious. I won't celebrate. Arnold was stunned. He looked at the complex expression on Chung Feng's face and nodded solemnly. I understand. He felt a hint of envy. To be deeply loved by the fans of two top-tier clubs at the same time. What a glory that was. Chung Feng saw through his thoughts, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled consolingly. Don't envy me. You are the native crown prince of Liverpool. For the next 20 years, the darling of Anfield will only be you. They'll build a statue for you, trust me. Good evening, audience. Welcome to the first leg of the European Champions League semi-final showdown. The La Liga giants Barcelona host the Premier League powerhouse Liverpool at Camp Nou. I am the commentator Wang Jianhong. I am Sun Lei. In the domestic live broadcast room, 2 gold medal commentators were already in position. Coach Sun Chengfeng's return to Camp Nou is definitely a major highlight. Wang Jianhong began. He is now recognized as a world-class defensive midfielder. Facing his old club this time, and with Messi publicly backing Dembele, how do you think he will perform? Sun Lei adjusted his headset, his expression serious. There's no doubt that Chung Feng has proven himself with his performances over the past season. His defensive coverage, passing vision, and long-range shooting are all world-class. Tonight he will be the anchor of Liverpool's midfield. However, Wang Jianhong interjected, the tension in this match isn't just about Chung Feng. The two clubs already had some friction due to Coutinho's transfer, plus the personal feud between Chung Feng and Dembele. It's safe to say this is a true grudge match. Let's first look at the starting lineups. On the screen, the two teams' formations were displayed. Barcelona, coached by Valverde, lined up in a 4-4-2. Goalkeeper Ter Stegen. Defenders Roberto Pique, Lenglet Alba. Midfielders Dembele, Rakitic, Busquets, Coutinho. Forwards Messi, Suarez. On Barcelona's side, Valverde has placed Dembele at right midfield, apparently aiming to use his speed and dribbling to break through Liverpool's defense. Liverpool under Klopp stuck to the classic 4-3-3. Goalkeeper Alisson. Defenders Arnold, Van Dijk, Matip, Robertson. Midfielders Henderson, Chung Feng, Wijnaldum. Forwards Salah, Firmino, Main. On Liverpool's side, Klopp has used Chung Fong to replace Fabinho as the sole defensive midfielder. This is a very bold decision. It shows Klopp's absolute trust in Chung Feng's defensive ability while also hoping to use Chung Feng's stronger attacking attributes to counter Barcelona's midfield. Camp Nou, the player tunnel. Both teams lined up ready to enter the pitch. Henderson, as Liverpool's captain, stood at the front of the line. His expression was stern, his gaze sweeping across Barcelona's lineup, briefly resting on Dembele. The referee signaled, and the players began to enter the pitch. Amid deafening cheers, the two teams walked onto the field, lining up at the center circle for the pre-match handshake ceremony. Henderson led the way toward the Barcelona line. He smiled and shook hands with Ter Stegen, Pique, and Roberto. However, when he reached Dembele, the smile instantly vanished. He completely ignored Dembele's outstretched hand and walked straight to the next person. The entire motion was fluid without a trace of hesitation. The smile on Dembele's face froze. Behind him, Messi's face darkened instantly, and he muttered in an almost inaudible voice, "No class." Then Robertson, Matip, Wijnaldum. All the Liverpool players, as if rehearsed, skipped Dembele entirely. It was a silent protest, a collective humiliation. Now it was Barcelona's turn to shake hands with Liverpool. Chung Fong stood behind Van Dijk. He took a deep breath and decided to show his sportsmanship. When Dembele reached him, Chung Fong extended his hand. But Dembele only gave him a contemptuous glance, then deliberately turned his head and walked right past him. Van Dijk's temper flared instantly. He glared at Dembele's back, his fists clenched tight. And it wasn't over. Messi, following close behind, not only refused to shake hands, but stopped in front of Chung Fong. He stared at Chung Fong with an oppressive, threatening gaze, then walked away coldly. That look was full of warning and hostility. Chung Feng's anger was also completely ignited. Even a clay figurine has a temper. I offered you respect, and you threw it back in my face. Van Dijk exploded. When Messi reached him and habitually extended his hand, the Dutch center-back didn't even look, directly swatting Messi's hand away. Bam! A soft sound. The action was small, but the insult was immense. The atmosphere instantly froze. What are you doing? Suarez was the first to rush over, pointing at Van Dijk's nose. Is this Liverpool's sportsmanship? Can't handle losing. Wijnaldum immediately stepped up and retorted without hesitation, sportsmanship. Ask your captain and that French prodigy what sportsmanship means. Ignoring a hand that was offered. Is that Barcelona's hospitality? Both sets of players quickly converged, chest to chest, pushing and shoving, exchanging heated curses in English and Spanish. The referees and both captains panicked, rushing to separate them. The match hadn't even started, and the powder keg was already lit. Chung Fong grabbed the furious Van Dijk. Virgil, calm down. Van Dijk was panting heavily, pointing at Messi, and Dembele, his eyes red. Chung, they humiliated you like this. Chung Feng's eyes were now chillingly cold. He patted Van Dijk's broad back and said word by word. I know. Let's speak with the game. On the pitch we'll destroy them all. The referee, an experienced Italian with a bald head, was adjusting his appearance at the front of the line. He could clearly feel the almost tangible confrontation brewing behind him. His brow furrowed into a knot. This match was definitely a hot potato. The referee's temples throbbed. Damn, this match was going to be impossible to officiate. His task was to ensure fairness and flow. But now he felt like a bomb disposal expert holding a nuclear bomb that could detonate at any moment. The balance. He had to maintain the balance. Not too loose, or the pitch would turn into a boxing match. Not too strict, or yellow and red cards flying everywhere would ruin the spectacle. The pressure was immense. Both sides' players get ready to enter the field. As the staff urged, the head referee adjusted his earphone one last time and stepped out of the player tunnel first. Boom. The moment the two teams' players stepped onto the Camp Nou turf, the roar of 100,000 people crashed down like a tidal wave. Cheers, shouts, and piercing boos. The three sounds mingled together, forming a massive vortex of sound waves that nearly turned the entire stadium upside down. Chung Fong lifted his head, looking around the stadium that was once so familiar to him. In the stands, amidst the sea of red and blue flags, some extremely discordant banners were mixed in. Big Bear stepped down. Get out of Barcelona. Ousmane Dembele, you are not worthy of wearing this jersey. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Chung Feng's lips. See, the public's eyes are sharp. Even with Messi coming out to support, it can't shut everyone up. Barcelona fans understand football better than anyone and love this club more than anyone. They can distinguish who truly gives for the team and who is the worm hiding under the wings. The players from both sides performed the customary pre-match handshake. When it came to Chung Fong and Messi, the world's cameras were all focused on them. Messi did not lift his head, merely extended his hand expressionless. Chung Fong likewise extended his hand, lightly touched the other's fingertips, then quickly withdrew it. The two's eyes had no exchange whatsoever throughout the entire process, as if the other party was just an insignificant stranger. But when Chung Fong walked in front of Dembele, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Dembele grinned, smiling brightly, even wanting to say something to Chung Fong. But Chung Fong simply ignored him, walked past him, without even bothering to extend his hand. Dembele's smile froze on his face. His eyes instantly turned gloomy. The handshake session ended, and the captains of both sides chose ends. The match was about to start. The head referee glanced at his watch ready to blow the opening whistle. Just then the live director, showing great insight, turned the camera to a person on Barcelona's substitutes bench, Philippe Coutinho. When Coutinho's slightly embarrassed face appeared on the Camp Nou big screen, the Liverpool fans' away section in one corner of the stadium instantly erupted with a thunderous wave of boos. Traitor, go back to your Barcelona. You ungrateful bastard. The boos were so intense that they even momentarily drowned out the singing of the home Barcelona fans. Coutinho's face turned even more unpleasant. He subconsciously shrank his neck, his eyes evasive, not daring to look directly at the camera. For Liverpool fans, Coutinho is an eternal pain in their hearts. Back then it was he who during the winter transfer window used a training strike to adamantly pressure Liverpool, forcing a transfer to Barcelona. That turmoil directly caused Liverpool's fluctuating form in the second half of the season, ultimately losing the easily attainable league title by a narrow margin. Liverpool fans have always remembered this debt. Today enemies meet their eyes burning with hatred. Coutinho felt the hatred that almost swallowed him, yet a sense of grievance welled up in his heart. I just pursued my dream. What did I do wrong? Barcelona is my childhood dream. The uproar on the pitch seemed unable to penetrate the quiet VIP box. Barcelona's president, Big Bear, was all smiles as he accompanied several distinguished guests. Mr. Chung, Madam Modena, Mr. Mendes, please have some tea. This is the finest Spanish black tea. Big Bear personally poured tea for the three, his posture extremely humble. Just a few minutes ago his worldview had been violently shaken. He had always thought that the two accompanying Jorge Mendes to watch the game today were just wealthy clients from the East. It wasn't until Mendes formally introduced them. Mr. Bartoma, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chung Chong, and this is his wife, Miss Modena. They are also Chung Feng's parents. Boom. Big Bear's mind went blank. Chung Feng's parents. He looked at the distinguished couple before him, momentarily unable to react. But what made him even more terrified was Mendes' following friendly reminder. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention Mr. Chung Chong is currently the largest individual shareholder of the German Development Bank, the fifth largest bank in Europe. As for Madame Modena, I think you must have heard of the Rothschild family, right? Big Bear's pupils suddenly contracted. The teacup in his hand clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. The largest individual shareholder of the German Development Bank. The pearl of the Rothschild family. He felt his breath stop. Cold sweat instantly soaked his shirt. He finally understood why Mendes had personally negotiated with Barcelona over a then-unknown Chung Feng. He also finally understood why Chung Feng dared to confront the club with such confidence. This is no mere player. This is clearly a walking god of wealth on earth. No, it's the god of wealth's parents. Offending Chung Feng means offending these two great deities. With their wealth, not to mention bringing down a single Barcelona club, even turning the entire La Liga upside down, would be just a snap of their fingers. Big Bear's legs began to go weak. He recalled Messi's press conference a few days ago and the operations he had tacitly approved to divert attention. It's over. It's all over. This is not just playing with fire, this is directly jumping into a steel furnace with a gas canister. Quick look. It's my son. The camera is on my son. In the box, Modena completely ignored Big Bear's loss of composure. Like a little girl, she excitedly pointed at Chung Feng on the field, her face full of pride and joy. Jorge, thank you so much. You've been taking good care of our Feng during this time. Modena turned to Mendes and said. Mendes smiled and nodded. Madam, it's my duty. Chung is a once-in-a-century genius. Being his agent is my honor. Chung Chong on the side silently watched his son on the field. In his eyes there was gratification, emotion, and a trace of barely perceptible envy. He suddenly spoke. To be honest, when I was young I also wanted to be a professional player. Too bad I didn't have the talent. He picked up his teacup, took a light sip, and turned his gaze to Big Bear. But it's fine now. My son has fulfilled my dream. From today on I'm a Liverpool fan. PFF. Big Bear had just recovered his breath, but upon hearing this, he almost choked again. Saying he's a Liverpool fan right in front of the Barcelona president. This is no longer a slap in the face. This is pointing at his nose and telling him we have a score to settle. No, Mr. Chung. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Big Bear no longer cared about the dignity of the president. He almost threw himself in front of Mendes, his voice trembling with tears. Mendes, my friend, let's talk. Let's talk again. Chung Feng's contract. We can sign a new one. No, we'll buy it out directly. As soon as the summer window opens, we'll pay the €300 million release clause immediately. Let him come back. Salary. World's top salary. Whatever Messi takes, he'll take. No, even higher than Messi. And that Dembele. We'll sell him immediately. Sell him to the ends of the earth. Never use him again. Big Bear incoherently fired off a series of conditions, only hoping to salvage the situation. He now had only one thought. He must bring Chung Feng back. At all costs. Otherwise the Barcelona club would truly be doomed in his hands. Mendez, watching the frenzied Big Bear, calmly adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. He shook his head and spoke slowly. It's too late, Mr. Bartolome. In this world, not everything can be solved with money. What you have heard is a young man's heart as well as the hearts of a father and a mother. Mendez's words plunged Big Bear into utter despair. He collapsed onto the sofa, his face ashen. Just then Motna, who had been silent all along, spoke softly. Her voice was gentle but carried an undeniable force. Actually, it's not that complicated. She stirred the black tea in her cup with a small spoon, watching her son on the field with a doting smile. If Feng Feng isn't happy playing here, we can just find another place. At worst, we can buy him a club and let him be his own boss, playing however he wants. What do you think, dear? Chung Chong nodded in agreement. Yes, that's a good idea. Beep. With the referee's long whistle, the highly anticipated Champions League semi-final officially kicked off at Camp Nou. Barcelona kicked off first. Ladies and gentlemen, the match has begun. We witnessed a highly charged scene before the game. I hope this doesn't affect the mentality of the players. In the commentary booth, Wang Jianhong's voice carried a hint of concern. Sun Lei was more excited. No. This will only make the match more exciting. Football needs passion. It needs confrontation. The pre-match conflict has already set a tone of revenge for this game. Before his words faded, the situation on the field changed dramatically. After kickoff, Barcelona didn't make any probing passes. The ball was quickly moved toward Liverpool's half. Suarez dropped back to receive the ball, and with a blind backheel flick, the ball found the on-rushing Messi with precision. Beautiful. The classic Suarez-Messi connection. Messi received the ball, and Firmino immediately pressed. The Argentine lightly swayed his body, executing a simple nutmeg to bypass Firmino's defense. The entire move was as effortless as a stroll. The Barcelona fans in the stands erupted in a massive roar. Messi! 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 On the sideline, Barcelona's head coach Valverde clenched his fists nervously, his eyes fixed on the field. He knew better than anyone the condition of his team. The average age of the squad was high. This core lineup had been playing together for years, and stamina was the biggest issue. According to data analysis, this Barcelona team could only maintain high intensity for about 65 minutes. Once that time passed, the team's running, pressing, and passing accuracy would plummet. So his tactic today was simple. Exploit the opening. In the first half hour, when stamina was at its peak, use home advantage in the form of Messi and Suarez to crush Liverpool. Try to kill the game early. Never let it drag on. Messi continued dribbling forward, and Liverpool's defense quickly tightened. Just then winger Dembele sprinted forward, raising his hand. Give it to me. Leo, give it to me. His demand for the ball was audible even in the noisy stadium. Messi caught a glimpse of him out of the corner of his eye. Without hesitation, he gently pushed the ball with the inside of his left foot. The ball traced a beautiful arc, flying precisely to the path of Dembele's run. It was a surgical through ball. If Dembele got the ball, he could use his speed to directly assault Liverpool's defense. However, just as the ball was about to roll to Dembele's feet, a red figure darted out from an angle like a ghost. It was Chung Feng. He had already started moving. The moment Messi released the ball, he had read the intention and trajectory. Like a coiled leopard, he anticipated and perfectly cut off the ball's path. With a gentle poke of his right foot, he intercepted the ball cleanly. Dembele was stunned as the ball he was about to receive was stolen. He couldn't even see where Chung Feng had come from. The cheers from the Barcelona fans in the stands died abruptly. Barcelona's first lightning attack was effortlessly neutralized by Chung Feng's astonishing anticipation. After the interception, Chung Feng didn't hesitate. He immediately looked up to assess the field and prepare for a counterattack. The Barcelona players who had been charging forward moments ago could only helplessly retreat en masse. Messi stood with his hands on his hips near the center circle, slowly walking back, without participating in any pressing. It was his playing habit, conserving energy for crucial offensive moments. But Valverde on the sideline was anxious. Press him, track back, and win the ball. Don't let him pass easily. Valverde rushed to the edge of the field, shouting furiously at the players. Sweat had already formed on his forehead. Just a minute into the game, Chung Feng had taught him a lesson. Before the match, he had studied Liverpool's game footage repeatedly, especially Chung Feng's performances. He knew Chung Feng had strong anticipation. But witnessing it firsthand today, he realized he had still underestimated him. What had this kid experienced in the past 6 months at Liverpool? His tackles, his interceptions, even the posture he just showed before the long pass after the steal. We're all on a completely different level from when he was at Barcelona. Alarm bells rang in Valverde's mind. He knew that with the impact of Liverpool's front three, he absolutely could not let Chung Feng orchestrate comfortably from midfield. But who could he assign to specifically mark him? Busquets. He had to orchestrate the midfield and cover the space left by Messi's movement. Rakitic. He had to run endlessly to fill gaps everywhere. Man-marking Chung Feng would mean freeing up Liverpool's other attacking threats. Valverde didn't dare gamble. He could only choose the most basic yet most helpless method. Whoever was closest would go to disrupt and tackle. Use local pressing to limit Chung Feng's influence. Following the coach's instructions, Rakitic charged like a bull toward Chung Feng. Ivan. Chung Feng saw his former teammate charging at him, his expression unwavering. Just as Rakitic was about to close in, Chung Feng's right foot with the outside of the boot flicked the ball bizarrely. The ball curved outwards on the grass, precisely bypassing Rakitic's body and flying toward Barcelona's penalty area. My God, an outside-of-the-foot pass. Wang Jinhong exclaimed. This pass was audacious and incredibly penetrative. Inside the box, Firmino read the play perfectly and arrived in time. He leaped high to meet the ball, using his core strength to power a fierce header toward goal. Boom. The ball shot like a cannonball, heading straight for the top corner. The Camp Nou fans held their breath. At that critical moment, Barcelona's goalkeeper, Ter Stegen, displayed world-class reflexes. He had already started moving the moment Firmino jumped, stretching his body to the limit for an extreme dive. His fingertips touched the ball. The impact changed the ball's trajectory, and it grazed the post and went out for a goal kick. Wow. Ter Stegen. What a save. He saved Barcelona. In less than 3 minutes, both sides have exchanged a highly threatening attack and defense. Firmino clutched his head in frustration, kneeling on the turf. Such a golden opportunity, and he had missed it. But he quickly rose to his feet and gave a thumbs up to Chung Feng, who had delivered a sublime pass from behind. Bro, that was a brilliant pass. Chung Feng nodded back at him, then swiftly retreated to his position. A simple exchange of offense and defense, yet it sent a chill down the entire Barcelona squad. Barcelona's players regained possession and began to steady the rhythm with their trademark tiki-taka. The ball moved rapidly under their feet. Soon the ball once again found its way to Messi's feet. This time standing before him was Liverpool's captain Henderson. Messi made no unnecessary moves, only a series of continuous subtle shifts of direction. Henderson's balance was completely thrown off. Messi breezed past him. The same script again. On the flank, Dembele once more sprinted forward wildly, raising his hand for the ball. Messi's pass arrived as expected. This time there was no early interception from Chung Feng. Dembele successfully received the ball. The French prodigy drove forward, crossing the halfway line, his pace accelerating. He was like a sports car shifted into the highest gear, charging madly down the flank. Liverpool's defense felt immense pressure. And at that very moment, Chung Feng had already recovered his defensive position. He did not give chase, but chose the most rational defensive stance, positioning himself squarely on Dembele's path, arms spread wide, ready and waiting. All the grudges and conflicts from before the match were about to collide for the first time. Here it comes. In the commentary booth, Wang Jinhong's voice suddenly rose, brimming with excitement. Chung Feng against Dembele. This is their first direct duel of the match. Dembele was dribbling at tremendous speed, his body coordination nothing short of elite. First he feigned a break to the left, trying to shift Chung Feng's center of gravity. Yet Chung Feng remained as steadfast as a mountain, his feet seemingly nailed to the turf, utterly motionless. His gaze was calm and unruffled, simply watching Dembele's performance. Damn it. Dembele cursed inwardly. He refused to accept it. On the hallowed ground of Camp Nou, how could he be suppressed by a traitor? In the blink of an eye, Dembele opted to force his way through on Chung Feng's right side. His footwork was lightning fast. A flurry of step-overs. Dazzling. Then an abrupt stop and a change of direction. A flip-flap. That was Ronaldinho's signature move. The entire Camp Nou erupted in a gasp. This sequence was fluid and breathtaking, a spectacle in itself. Yet just as everyone thought Chung Feng was about to be beaten, he merely took a small step sideways to the right. Just that one small step. Yet it precisely blocked every possible path Dembele could take. All of Dembele's tricks and feints were laid bare before Chung Feng's all-seeing eyes. He was like a clumsy clown performing before an audience that already knew the entire script. No, Dembele panicked. His pride had taken a devastating blow. He stamped his right foot violently, preparing to force his way through with sheer explosive power. He would use his speed to burn Chung Feng. But the moment he exerted force, a piercing scream tore through the Camp Nou night. Dembele collapsed limply to the ground, as if his bones had been removed. He clutched the back of his left thigh, his face contorted in agony, writhing and howling on the turf. Chung Feng was stunned. He stood still, spreading his hands in utter innocence. He even instinctively took a step back, maintaining a safe distance of over a meter from the fallen Dembele. Was this a dive? But I didn't even touch him. Beep. The referee's sharp whistle stopped the match, and he signaled for the medical team to come on immediately. Barcelona's players exploded. They swarmed the referee like madmen. Messi. He's charging forward. Messi is charging straight at Chung Feng. Wang Jinhong's voice cracked. Messi, eyes bloodshot like an enraged lion, stormed up to Chung Feng and began cursing him, pointing a finger. Thug. You shameless thug. You've ruined him. Liverpool's players were not to be trifled with. Wijnaldum was the first to step in, separating Messi and Chung Feng. Hey, Leo. Look carefully. Chung didn't even touch him. What are you yelling about? Captain Henderson immediately went to the referee to negotiate, his expression stern, but his tone calm. Sir, I hope you can see that this was a non-contact injury. Our player committed no foul. Surrounded by players from both sides, the referee was overwhelmed, constantly waving his arms to urge both teams to calm down. Stand back. Back off. On the other side of the pitch, Captain Iniesta was the first to reach Dembele, crouching down to ask with concern. "Housemane, how is it? Where are you hurt?" My leg. My leg. It's broken." Dembele was in so much pain, he was incoherent, tears and snot streaming down his face. Iniesta examined the muscles on the back of his thigh and understood immediately. A classic muscle strain. He stood up, his face grave, and looked toward the coaching bench, making a substitution gesture. Barcelona head coach Valverde saw it clearly from the sideline. From Dembele's movement to his fall, Chongfeng hadn't even touched a single hair on him. It was purely Dembele overexerting himself and pulling his thigh muscle. "Fuck." Valverde kicked the water bottle rack beside him in fury. Clatter. Water bottles rolled everywhere. A 150 million talent, and his body was as fragile as glass. He hadn't even warmed up properly before trying such risky moves on the pitch. "Idiot." He scowled and shouted to the bench, "Paulinho, warm up. Now." Then he called Iniesta over to quickly set up the new tactics. "Andres, push forward. Play as an attacking midfielder. We'll switch to 4-3-3. Soon the medical team brought a stretcher onto the pitch. Dembele was carefully lifted onto the stretcher. As he was carried off, he covered his face with his hands, seemingly crying. But through the gaps in his fingers, he secretly observed the fans' reaction. The Camp Nou crowd was indignant, and a deafening chorus of boos rained down entirely on Chongfeng. Seeing this, Dembele felt inexplicably relieved. Good, good. There was a scapegoat now. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Chongfeng's mind. Ding. Received 999 negative emotion points from Housemane Dembele. This guy injured himself and still contributed negative emotion points to me. But Chongfeng didn't dwell on it. Any points were welcome. On the pitch, the match had yet to resume. Barcelona center-back Pique kept pressuring the referee. "Sir, that is definitely a red card offense." He charged from the side and behind. "That's violent conduct." Suarez chimed in, exaggerating his complaints with dramatic gestures. "I saw it. He was trying to injure him. He wanted to ruin Housemane's career." The referee's patience finally ran out. On the stadium's giant screen, the slow-motion replay of that moment had been looping endlessly. Between Chongfeng and Dembele there lay a gap as vast as the Milky Way. The referee stared coldly at Pique, pulling a yellow card from his pocket. Protesting the decision, yellow card. Then he turned to Suarez, who was still muttering incessantly. "And you, shut up. Another yellow card." The referee's voice rang out firm and resolute. There was no foul whatsoever on the field. "The match will restart with a dropped ball." The boos at Camp Nou grew louder. But just then the ever-silent Messi stepped forward once more to face the referee. His face was still etched with fury. "Are you blind? Or did they pay you off? This is Camp Nou. How dare you make such a call?" Messi's voice was low but dripping with menace. The referee's expression darkened instantly. As a world-class official, he had presided over countless major matches. Nothing could faze him. What he could not tolerate was any player challenging his authority. He looked at the World Player of the Year before him, hesitated not a moment, and pulled out a yellow card. He held it up firmly in front of Messi. The entire stadium fell silent. Everyone was stunned. A yellow card for Messi. At Camp Nou for protesting a decision, they gave Messi a yellow card. This referee must be insane. Huh. My God. In the broadcast booth of China Sports, Wang Jianhong and Sun Lei were doubled over in laughter. Wang Jianhong wiped away tears of laughter. "Dear viewers, in my 20-plus years of commentary, I've never seen anything like this in my life." Dembele pulled himself off the field injured, and yet three of Barcelona's core players, Pique, Suarez, and Messi, each received a yellow card. Sun Lei was also laughing helplessly. This is a masterpiece of world football. Dembele's move, 0 damage to the enemy, but 1,000, no 3,000, to himself. But seriously, Coach Wang, don't you find it strange? Sun Lei shifted the topic, raising a crucial question. Messi's reaction today is too abnormal. Indeed. Wang Jianhong dropped his smile, furrowing his brow. We all know Messi is introverted. He rarely shows such intense emotions on the pitch. Today, for a non-contact injury, he didn't hesitate to pressure the referee, even risk a yellow card just to stand up for Dembele and target Chongfeng. What is the reason behind this? This question echoed in the minds of every fan watching the match. Online, the storm had already erupted. "I'm dying of laughter. Was Dembele there just to clown around? An invisible foul. Chongfeng, I was about 2 meters away from him. I have no idea why he fell. I feel sorry for the referee, surrounded by Barcelona's stars, but he held his ground. Tough. The most baffling is Messi, right? Wasn't he on good terms with Chongfeng? How come as soon as Chongfeng left he turned his back? The guy above is too naive. Good terms. It was all an act. Messi, Suarez, Pique. That South American clique. They've always disliked Chongfeng. Exactly. When Chongfeng was around, he stole the spotlight, and even took Messi's Ballon d'Or. Now that they have a chance, they'll do everything to destroy him. Damn. When you put it that way, it's chilling. Chongfeng sneered inwardly. Messi, the more you target me, the more I'll show you whether I deserve to stand here. In the locker room before the match, he had already prepared thoroughly. Trent, Chung Feng said to Alexander-Arnold beside him, you'll be my wingman. I'll create chances for you. But more often you'll need to help stretch the space. Alexander-Arnold nodded firmly, his eyes full of trust. Don't worry, Chung. I'll play exactly how you tell me. Chung Feng then turned to Henderson and Wijnaldum. Jordan Genie, I'll need you to cover the midfield. Oh, I'll be more involved in the attack. Captain Henderson thumped his chest. Go, Chung. We've got your back. Finally, his gaze fell on Maine and Sulla. Sadio Mo, our opportunity lies behind Barcelona's defense. They'll push up high. We need to strike through them at the fastest speed. Maine and Sulla exchanged a grin, revealing their white teeth. We've been waiting for this. All the tactics, all the arrangements flashed through his mind. Chung Feng's eyes grew even more resolute. The match was only just beginning. On the field, Barcelona's medical team briefly checked on Dembele. He was fine. The match resumed. By convention, Barcelona should have returned the ball to Liverpool. Alba on the sideline had the ball. Liverpool's players relaxed, ready to receive it. But then, something no one expected. Alba did not throw the ball to any Liverpool player. Instead, he quickly tossed it to Rakitic ahead. The entire Liverpool team froze. Alexander-Arnold angrily shouted at Alba, demanding why he didn't return possession. From the Camp Nou stands, a deafening roar erupted. In their eyes, this was part of victory. For victory, any means were justified. Shameless. That was the only thought in the minds of every Liverpool player and fan. Rakitic received the ball, hesitated not a second, and drove forward. Liverpool's defense, which had just been relaxed, was caught completely off guard. Steady. Amid the chaos, Chung Feng's voice thundered like a crack of lightning, instantly calming his panicked teammates. His body shot forward like an arrow from the bow. His target was not the ball carrier Rakitic, but the path the ball was taking. Rakitic advanced a few steps and quickly passed to Suarez in the center. Suarez, without stopping, sent a lateral pass to Messi at the edge of the box. This was Barcelona's classic attacking pattern. Messi was ready to receive it. Once the ball reached him, the threat would escalate to its peak. But just as the ball rolled toward Messi, a red figure emerged like a phantom from the diagonal. It was Chung Feng. He had anticipated this pass all along. Those eyes trained at La Masia had seen through Barcelona's passing DNA. A precise sliding tackle. The moment Suarez knocked the ball to Messi, Chung Feng's body hit the ground, his right foot perfectly poking the ball away from just in front of Messi's toe. Intercepted. Chung Feng. Another crucial interception. He took the ball that Messi was certain to receive. Messi's body stiffened as he watched the ball slip away from him. And Chung Feng, with a spring, leaped back to his feet and chased after the ball. Shame. This was pure naked humiliation. At Camp Nou, in front of tens of thousands, he was robbed by a traitor right in front of his face. Chung Feng ignored the murderous glare from Messi behind him. He seized the ball, his mind racing at lightning speed. Counterattack. Now is the moment. Arnold understood, instantly sprinting forward on the flank. His run successfully drew the attention of Alba, who was chasing back. A gap appeared on Barcelona's left flank. Chung Feng's right foot, with elegant nonchalance, swept the ball again. The football traced a bizarre arc, finding Firmino, who was charging through the middle with precision. Firmino, with his back to the pressing Busquets, used his body to forcefully carve out a pocket of space. Without stopping the ball, he smoothly laid it off to Maine on the left. Meanwhile, Sulla on the right wing also began a frantic sprint forward. Liverpool's triumvirate of forwards, orchestrated by Chung Feng, awakened like a ferocious beast bearing its fangs. Henderson surged forward as well, his positioning successfully drawing Rakitic's defensive attention. The entire Barcelona backline was instantly on high alert. Maine drove with the ball facing peak with no hesitation and sent a crossfield pass to Sulla on the other flank. Sulla received the ball, and everyone expected him to cut inside and shoot. Even Barcelona's goalkeeper, Ter Stegen, shifted his weight, instinctively preparing to cover the near post. Yet the Egyptian pharaoh made an unexpected move. He feigned a shot with his right foot, deceiving everyone, then flicked his ankle and gently chipped the ball back in a reverse triangle. It went to the edge of the penalty area. There, a red figure had already arrived in time. It was Chung Feng. After completing the interception and pass, he had never stopped his charge, sprinting all the way to the front of Barcelona's box. A chance. A golden opportunity. The ball rolled at a perfect pace, arriving right in front of him. In Chung Feng's eyes, only the distant goal remained. A voice exploded in his mind. Ding. Skill card, Tomahawk missile, has been activated. A surge of immense power instantly rose from his feet, coursing through his entire body. Barcelona's players finally reacted. Busquets, who had just been pinned by Firmino, was desperately sprinting back. Paulinho, who had come on as a substitute for Dembele, flew in from the side with a vicious sliding tackle aimed directly at Chung Feng's feet. He intended to use a foul to stop the shot, but it was too late. Chung Feng's right leg was already lifted high like a battle axe, brimming with power. His body leaned back slightly, all his strength focused on the instep of his right foot. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Paulinho's sliding body, Henderson's anxious shout, the expectant eyes of Sulla and Maine, and the terrified expressions of Barcelona fans behind the goal, all frozen. Cheng Feng's gaze was as cold as ice. He would use this strike to answer all the injustice. He would make the Camp Nou fall into absolute silence. Boom. A thunderous sound. The ball shot out from under Cheng Feng's foot like a cannonball. Paulinho's reaction was swift enough. He dived in for a sliding block almost at the same moment Cheng Feng struck the ball, trying to block the shot with his body. But it was too fast. The ball skimmed over his head, the wind even stinging his cheek. The ball flew through the air without any spin. It flew straight toward the goal. Yet during its flight, it carried a strange, rapid dropping trajectory. A knuckleball. Barcelona's goalkeeper Ter Stegen's pupils contracted sharply. As a world-class keeper, he knew this most difficult type of shot to save. He roared and threw himself with all his might toward the top right corner of the goal. His body stretched to the maximum in the air, his arms fully extended. He felt his fingertips almost touch the ball. But that hair's breadth. The ball just before his fingertips dipped sharply at an incredible angle. Clang. The ball slammed hard against the underside of the crossbar. Then it bounced downward, sharply crossed the line, and smashed into the back of the net. The entire net trembled violently from the immense force. The ball had gone in. 1-0. Liverpool led away from home. At the moment of the goal, the Camp Nou fell into a strange silence. 100,000 Barcelona fans stared dumbfounded at the ball bouncing in the net, their minds blank. What just happened? Conceded. Cheng Feng had breached their goal with such an unreasonable blast. In the commentary booth of China Sports, utter madness erupted. Goal! 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 Cheng Feng! It's Cheng Feng! Wang Jianhong leaped from his seat, waving his fists like a man possessed. A world-class goal. A thunderous rocket of a worldie. My God, that's a tomahawk strike. The ball flew without any spin, with a sharp dip. Ter Stegen made a desperate save, but was still helpless. Sun Lei also flushed with excitement. This goal is incredible. From the start to the finish, it was seamless. Paulinho's block was utterly useless. This is Cheng Feng. This is the strength of the Ballon d'Or winner. He used the most direct, most violent way to respond to all the controversies on the pitch. The livestream chat exploded at that moment. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! That's insane. What kind of godly goal is that? Cheng Feng is awesome. That shot gave me chills. Huh? Did you see Messi's face? It turned green. You show off. You play dirty tricks. Awesome. So satisfying. That's how you play. Silencing them with a goal. After a brief silence, the small corner of the Camp Nou reserved for away fans erupted with thunderous cheers. Chung! 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 Liverpool fans chanted the name of their hero wildly. On the sidelines, Liverpool manager Klopp performed his signature passionate celebration. He rushed out of the dugout, sliding a long trail on the grass, then clenched his fists and roared to the sky. What a morale booster. This goal came at the perfect time. Across from him, Barcelona's bench was lifeless. Head coach Valverde stood with his hands in his pockets, expressionless, watching the pitch. But his slightly trembling body betrayed his inner turmoil. Only one thought echoed in his mind. Regret. Bitter regret. If only the club had withstood the pressure and kept Cheng Feng. Then today the player staging this breathtaking moment would still be wearing Barcelona's colors. But there was no if. On the pitch, Liverpool's players had gone wild. Main Sulla, Firmino, Henderson. They rushed from all directions toward Cheng Feng, eager to pile on top of him and celebrate the goal in the most fervent way. Yet Cheng Feng made an unexpected move. He raised his hand, stopping his charging teammates. He shook his head, his face showing no joy of celebration but a hint of apology. Then he turned to face the stands of Camp Nou, pressed his palms together, and bowed slightly. No celebration. Facing his former club, he chose respect. At that moment, the entire stadium fell silent again. All the Barcelona fans gazed at the boy who once belonged to them. Watching him refuse to celebrate after scoring, and instead bow to apologize, their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. In the commentary booth of Chinese sports broadcasting, Wang Jianhong and Sun Lei were also full of praise for Cheng Feng's actions. Loyal and righteous. Cheng Feng did not celebrate. After scoring against his former club, he chose this way to express his respect for the Camp Nou and the Barcelona fans. This is the demeanor of a great player. This is the magnanimity of a football king. No matter what happened on the pitch, his sentiment for the club that nurtured him still remains. Sun Lei also sighed. To be honest, with the way Messi and the others treated him, any young player would have celebrated wildly to vent after scoring. But Cheng Feng didn't. He is too mature, too calm. Cheng Feng's gesture completely won over the fans at Camp Nou. In the stands, someone started clapping first. Then the applause spread like a tide, sparse at first, then merging into one. Finally, the entire Camp Nou, 100,000 fans, stood up and gave Cheng Feng the warmest applause. Amid the applause, there were even some chants in Catalan. Cheng, welcome home. This scene made Messi, Suarez, and the others on the field look even more grim. They had tried every means to isolate and suppress Cheng Feng. And what was the result? With a single world-class strike and a celebration-free gesture, he effortlessly won back the hearts of all the fans. This was even more embarrassing for them than the goal itself. The match resumed. Trailing Barcelona grew visibly impatient and launched a wave of fierce attacks. Suarez received the ball on the flank, determined to force a breakthrough. But before he could accelerate, a red figure charged in from diagonally behind. It was Cheng Feng. He had tracked all the way from the front line to his own half. With a clean positional block, he shielded Suarez and the ball regaining possession. Suarez scrambled up from the ground in frustration and roared at Cheng Feng's back, but only saw the number on his jersey disappearing into the distance. Foiled Barcelona's attack naturally shifted to that one man. Messi. He dropped deep near the midfield to receive the ball. Liverpool's Firmino immediately closed him down. With a light pull and turn, Messi swayed Firmino off balance and easily broke free. Liverpool captain Henderson rushed to cover, stretching his leg for a tackle, but Messi flicked his ankle. The ball, as if alive, slipped through Henderson's open legs. A nutmeg. A gasp rose from the Camp Nou. After bypassing Henderson, Messi's speed fully ignited. He drove toward Liverpool's penalty area, and right back Alexander-Arnold charged straight at him. At the moment they were about to collide, Messi's right toe lifted the ball from underneath. A rainbow flick. The ball arched over Alexander-Arnold's head in a beautiful curve while Messi himself swept past him like the wind. A perfect body swerve. Oh my God! Wang Jinhong's voice cracked. Messi is erupting. He skipped past Firmino. Nutmegged Henderson. Rainbow flick to humiliate Alexander-Arnold. My God! The commentator's voice began to tremble. The Camp Nou fans snapped out of their brief shock and erupted into deafening cheers. Messi! This was their king. Messi's stride never paused. After evading Alexander-Arnold, he continued his charge into Liverpool's heart. There stood the world's most solid defensive partnership, Van Dijk and Lovren. Virgil. Lovren called out, shifting to the flank to block Messi's potential run to the byline. Van Dijk stood calmly in the center, facing Messi head-on. The undisputed best center-back in football, with his height, long legs, and pinpoint anticipation, almost no one could beat him one-on-one. Everyone held their breath. This was the clash of the sharpest spear and the sturdiest shield. Messi slowed his dribble, looked up at Van Dijk, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Suddenly, he dropped his left shoulder, feigning a bursting run to the left. Van Dijk wasn't fooled. He only slightly adjusted his stance, sealing off the inside angle. In that instant, Messi's left toe gently flicked the underside of the ball. With an impossible spin, the ball jumped from Van Dijk's right side, his standing foot side, just skimming over his outstretched leg. Van Dijk reacted with lightning speed, twisting his body to intercept. But his center of gravity had already been deceived by Messi's feint. His towering frame lost balance under the immense inertia. He fell. The world's finest center-back was floored by Messi. The entire Camp Nou erupted. Barcelona fans waved their arms frantically, their faces burning with ecstasy. Klopp clutched his head in agony on the sideline. It was over. There was no stopping him now. Messi strode past the fallen Van Dijk, with only Lovren ahead. And Suarez had already ghosted into the box, forcing Liverpool's left-back Robertson to drop back and assist in defense. Messi reached the edge of the box, his favorite zone. Messi's zone. Everyone knew what that meant. At that moment, Cheng Feng sprinted back from the front line with desperate determination. As he ran, he gestured to Maine and Firmino, who were still up front. Stay. Don't come back. His voice was drowned in the deafening noise, but his teammates understood the signal. It was a gamble. Cheng Feng was betting that he could steal the ball from Messi and launch a counterattack instantly. He charged like a cannonball straight at the unstoppable Argentine. Messi noticed Cheng Feng too. His eyes narrowed. It's you. You're the one who messed everything up. He didn't pass, nor did he shoot immediately. He wanted to go past Cheng Feng. He wanted to teach this La Masia traitor, who truly ruled here, in the most thorough way. A dizzying sequence of stepovers. Messi's upper body swayed like a phantom, the ball darting between his feet in a blur. Any other defender would have been disoriented long ago. But not Cheng Feng. He bent his knees, kept his center of gravity low, and fixed his eyes on the ball at Messi's feet, not on the feints. Flawless anticipation. In that moment, every move of Messi's seemed to slow down in Cheng Feng's mind. Left a fake. Right, also a fake. He's going for a nutmeg. After a series of feints failed to shake off Cheng Feng, Messi grew slightly impatient. He chose the same method he used to bypass Henderson. He would thread the ball through a Liverpool player's legs for the third time, just as Messi's right instep was about to poke the ball through. Cheng Feng moved. His previously stationary center of gravity snapped back, and his legs clamped together. Simultaneously, his right foot shot out at an acute angle from behind the toe, hooking inward precisely. Snap. A soft sound. The ball was cleanly hooked under Cheng Feng's control. A pristine, impeccable tackle. Messi, due to excessive force, stumbled and nearly fell. He stared in disbelief at the back of the player who, after intercepting the ball, did not pause for a moment. How is this possible? How could he have anticipated my move? The roar of the crowd, which had been loud enough to lift the roof, came to an abrupt halt. Everyone was stunned. That invincible Messi who had dribbled past 4 players and floored the world's best center back, had been dispossessed by that 21, Cheng Feng, who had just scored. Cheng Feng had no time to savor the pleasure of this perfect defensive play. The moment he succeeded in the steal, without even glancing at the goal, he swung his left foot and delivered a low, long pass that precisely sent the ball to the front. Bobby Firmino understood perfectly. He had not fallen back at all, but was waiting in Barcelona's half. Liverpool's swift counterattack was launched instantly. After passing, Cheng Feng immediately sprinted at full speed toward the front. His lungs felt like they were burning, yet his mind remained exceptionally calm. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully intercepted a top superstar. But the opponent's mental fortitude is too strong. No negative emotion value has been generated, so this action cannot earn points. The system's notification sounded in his mind. While running, Cheng Feng couldn't help but complain inwardly. Truly worthy of the boss May. His mental fortitude is incredible. To be dispossessed like that, and not show the slightest emotional fluctuation. Is this the same Messi who was once driven to fury by me? It seems that the strength of a top superstar lies not only in skill. Barcelona's defense line was now experiencing a storm. They had just been admiring Messi's individual display, but in an instant the ball had reached their own goal. Center-back Umtiti retreated frantically, standing like a wall in front of Firmino. Firmino did not linger. He spotted Main sprinting up from the other side, and immediately delivered a diagonal pass. Sadio Main received the ball and moved to cut inside. Barcelona's other center-back, Pique, timely covered, blocking Main's cutting lane. Pique, seasoned and experienced, kept using his body to pressure Main, preventing him from accelerating comfortably. Just as Main felt the attack was about to stall, his peripheral vision caught a red figure charging forward wildly. Cheng Feng. He had sprinted 70 meters from the backfield, now arriving at the left gap in Barcelona's defense. Cheng Main did not hesitate, flicked his ankle, and passed the ball over. The rolling path of the ball was perfect. Cheng Feng needed no adjustment. His running route and the ball's trajectory formed a perfect intersection point. The ball arrived at his left foot. Before him lay open space. Cheng Feng's gaze sharpened instantly. In his mind, without any hesitation, he shouted, "System, use skill card." One arrow piercing the clouds. He raised his left leg, his whole body stretching like a fully drawn bow. Everyone at Camp Nou focused their eyes on the young man preparing to shoot. At that moment, time seemed to slow infinitely. Boom! Cheng Feng's left foot struck the lower side of the ball solidly. The ball soared into the air with fierce spin, drawing a breathtaking arc in the sky. It curved past the desperate fingertips of Barcelona's goalkeeper, past every obstacle. Finally, like a homing swallow, it precisely nestled into the top right corner of the goal. Goal! Liverpool lead Barcelona by 2 goals at Camp Nou. Goal! Another goal! Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng again. A brace. My God. A thunderous world-class strike. In the commentary booth, Wang Jianhong jumped up from his chair, waving his fists excitedly. This shot is too beautiful. From the left outside the box, a curling shot to the far corner. Isn't this the cloud-piercing arrow we know so well? Sun Lei also excitedly added, exactly. This is simply a Coutinho-style goal. Back then, Coutinho at Liverpool relied on this signature move, earning the nickname cloud-piercing arrow from fans. Unexpectedly, Cheng Feng perfectly replicated that scene. Wang Jianhong chuckled, his tone tinged with mockery. That's exactly what I wanted to say. I wonder what Coutinho sitting in the stands now is feeling inside. He left giving his No. 10 jersey and his signature skill entirely to this young man. The key is that this young man uses it even better than him. Camp Nou fell into deathly silence once again. If the first goal was an accident, then the second goal was a thorough, perfect counterattack. And the one orchestrating it all from start to finish was that No. 10. Cheng Feng. The Barcelona fans in the stands had sorrow in their eyes. They watched that young man in Liverpool's red jersey on the pitch. Then they looked at their own team's Dembele, bought for 150 million, who was still daydreaming on the bench. A rage of being deceived instantly ignited the entire stand. Liar. Bartomeu is a liar. Return Cheng Feng. Give us back our genius. Big Bear, get out of Barcelona. The enraged fans began shouting curses loudly. Some emotionally charged individuals even threw their drink bottles and popcorn buckets toward the VIP stand. Security personnel hurried forward to maintain order. In the VIP stand, Barcelona's executive, Big Bear, had an extremely grim expression. He could feel countless furious gazes piercing through the glass, shooting at him. And in another corner of the regular stands, Cheng Chong clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with excitement. Beside him, Modena's eyes were already brimming with tears. She clutched her husband's arm, murmuring repeatedly, My son is amazing." After scoring, Cheng Feng still chose not to celebrate. He simply walked slowly toward the corner flag area, then turned to watch his teammates rushing toward him. He again refused the pylon celebration, only high-fiving and hugging each of them. His gaze inadvertently swept across a certain direction in the stands. There sat Philippe Coutinho. The broadcast camera was also very considerate. After Chongfeng's goal, it immediately gave Coutinho a close-up lasting 10 seconds. The Brazilian sat in his seat, his expression extremely awkward. He could even sense the faint pointing and murmurs around him. Wearing the No. 10 jersey I left behind in the area where I was once most skilled, using my most iconic way, scoring against the arch-rival of my current club. Who wrote this script? It's a soul-crushing blow. Ding. Detected strong negative emotion value from Philippe Coutinho, 888. The system's voice sounded timely in Chongfeng's mind. He understood. It seemed this senior's mental fortitude was indeed not great. This is nothing yet, and he's already broken mentally. On the other side of the pitch, Messi stood with hands on his hips, panting heavily, staring at the glaring 0-2 on the scoreboard. An unprecedented anxiety surged within him. He could not accept losing at home in such a manner. Snap out of it. Messi suddenly roared at his teammates. The game isn't over. We are Barcelona. This is the Camp Nou. We can't just give up. Iniesta, Suarez, Busquets. Everyone was startled by Messi's roar. In their memory, Messi rarely expressed his emotions so vehemently on the pitch. He was always the silent king, solving everything with his skill. But today he was agitated. The teammates exchanged glances, and then their eyes turned resolute. If even Messi was fired up, they had no reason to remain silent. On the sidelines, Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp glanced at the time. There were 5 minutes left in the first half. He immediately walked to the touchline and made gestures to the players on the field. Steady. Control the tempo. Everyone dropped back. Then he shouted specifically to Chongfeng, Chung, don't go up. Stay in midfield. Defend with all your stamina. Disrupt their rhythm. Make them uncomfortable. Chongfeng immediately understood the coach's intention. Leading by 2 goals away from home, and in the final stage of the first half, there was no need to fight for an offensive battle. Consolidating the defense and taking the advantage into halftime was the wisest choice. The next 5 minutes turned into a one-man defensive show by Chongfeng. He was like a tireless perpetual motion machine, running, pressing, and intercepting wildly in midfield. Barcelona's attacks were repeatedly thwarted by him. Iniesta was dribbling about to perform his classic La Croqueta move when Chongfeng, with a precise anticipation, stepped in front of him and knocked the ball out of play. Iniesta looked helpless, cursing inwardly. How does this kid know my moves so well? Suarez received the ball with his back to goal, trying to shield it from the defender behind him, and then turned to shoot. Chongfeng burst in from the side and cleanly poked the ball away from his feet. Suarez was furious, jumping up and down. Busquets was organizing in midfield. As soon as he passed the ball, a red figure flashed onto the passing lane like lightning and easily intercepted it. The entire Barcelona midfield and forward line was thrown into chaos by Chongfeng alone. Every pass, every breakthrough they attempted had to first consider Chongfeng's position. That feeling was extremely frustrating. Ding. Detected negative emotion value from Andres Iniesta, 355. Ding. Detected negative emotion value from Luis Suarez, 419. Ding. Detected negative emotion value from Sergio Busquets, 388. The sound of points being credited kept ringing in Chongfeng's mind. He could even feel Messi's increasingly furious gaze upon him. The Argentine was getting the ball more and more often, wanting to tear through Liverpool's defense single-handedly. But whenever he approached Liverpool's half, Chongfeng would immediately close him down. Without fouling, he just used physical contact, anticipation, and tireless running to wear him down. Ding. Detected negative emotion value from Lionel Messi, 666. Chongfeng was overjoyed inside. Boss Messi, you must stay calm. The halftime whistle blew. The Liverpool players walked off the pitch arm in arm, chatting and laughing. 2-0. It was a score that suffocated every Barcelona fan. The stands at Camp Nou were deathly silent. The Barcelona players, all with heads down like defeated roosters, quickly walked into the tunnel. In the locker room, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. No one spoke, only heavy breathing could be heard. Towels and water bottles were thrown carelessly on the floor. Messi sat in his spot, covering his head with a towel, motionless. Valverde stood in the center of the locker room, his face ashen. He looked around at his players, the fury in his chest almost ready to erupt. But he knew this was not the time to lose his temper. Losing his temper wouldn't solve anything. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Look up. Valverde's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The players gradually lifted their heads, but their eyes were still vacant. Look at yourselves. The match has only been 45 minutes, and you've already given up. This is the Camp Nou. It's our home ground. Why were we passive in the first half? Was it because of inferior technique? Or inferior stamina? Valverde's voice suddenly rose. None of that. It's because of your emotions. You were unsettled by that number 21, by Chongfeng. You were too eager to score, to equalize, to prove yourselves. And what happened? The formation fell apart, and you fought as individuals. Where's our proud possession play? Where's the teamwork? His gaze swept over everyone. How many times have I said it? Football is a sport of 11 players. Messi, you are strong, but you alone cannot defeat the entire Liverpool defense. And you, he pointed to the defenders. What are you doing? Watching a show. When you see Messi breaking through in the front, you just stand still. We are a whole team. Valverde walked to the tactical board and picked up a marker. In the second half, we must change. He erased the original formation. Listen, the problem is in midfield. We haven't restricted Chung Feng enough, or we've let him have the ball too comfortably. From now on, we must surround him. Wherever he gets the ball, 3 of our players must immediately appear around him, forming a triangular pocket. Busquets, Rakitic, and Valverde's pen paused over the names of Messi and Iniesta. Paulinho. He heavily circled that name. In the second half, Paulinho, you will play as a defensive midfielder. Your only task is to stick to Chung Feng. Wherever he runs, you follow him. Use your body, your physicality, to wear him down. The Brazilian defensive midfielder Paulinho suddenly lifted his head, a glint of battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Yes, coach. Busquets, move your position slightly forward to organize and intercept. Rakitic, you return to your most familiar right midfield position. Messi, you return to the right wing, but with absolute freedom to cut inside to the center at any time to find opportunities. Iniesta, you are on the left. Valverde drew quickly on the tactical board. Alba, Roberto, you 2 fullbacks, always be ready to push forward into midfield. We will use our numerical advantage to completely dominate the midfield. We will make it so that the Liverpool players can't even touch the ball. A new formation appeared on the tactical board. An aggressive formation designed to completely overwhelm the opponent. Valverde gazed at the tactical board, yet couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When had Barcelona ever needed to rely on such desperate tactics to gain midfield dominance? Since Xavi's departure, their control in midfield had been steadily declining. Now even Iniesta had grown old. The cards in his hand were no longer as formidable as they once were. But now he had no choice. Remember, keep the ball at our feet. Play with the rhythm we know best. Never let the opponent dictate the pace. In the second half, let them witness who the true masters of tiki-taka football are. Bye. The whistle for the second half sounded. Alright, dear viewers, welcome back. This is the scene of the Champions League semi-final second leg, and the second half has already begun. The commentator Wang Jianhong's voice rang out again. Neither side has made any substitutions, but Barcelona's formation seems to have shifted somewhat. Sun Lei sharp-eyed spotted the change. That's right. Barcelona has changed formation. From the 4-4-2 in the first half to a 4-1-4-1. Paulinho drops back to play as the single defensive midfielder, while Busquets and Rakitic push forward and Messi returns to the right wing. Wang Jianhong quickly analyzed Valverde's adjustment is very clear. He wants to add more men in midfield to regain possession. Using a 4-man midfield to suppress Liverpool's 3-man midfield, especially targeting Chung Feng. On the sidelines, Liverpool's coaching bench. Klopp saw Barcelona's formation change, raised an eyebrow, but a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He did not immediately make a substitution, but walked to the touchline and made a gesture to right back Arnold. A gesture to move forward. Arnold understood, nodding firmly. You want to compete in numbers in midfield? Fine. Let's see who has more men. The match resumed. Barcelona, as Valverde demanded, pressed forward from the kickoff, attempting to seize the early initiative. The ball passed through several touches and came to Main on the left flank. Main passed it back to Chung Feng, who had come to support. The moment Chung Feng received the ball, a blue and red figure lunged forward. Suarez, the Uruguayan striker, launched a ferocious press from the front. Chung Feng showed no panic. He didn't even look at Suarez, gently flicking the ball backward with his left heel. The ball obediently rolled to Henderson behind him. Beautiful. Henderson, without stopping the ball, delivered a one-touch pass back to the advancing Chung Feng. A simple 1-2. Chung Feng easily shook off Suarez's challenge. But the danger was far from over. The moment he held the ball, Barcelona players surrounded him from all sides. Rakitic closed in from the right. Busquets loomed menacingly in front. Paulinho stuck to him like a shadow. Even the fullbacks Alba and Roberto abandoned the flanks and converged toward the center. 6 men. Barcelona had formed a massive encirclement in midfield, and Chung Feng was the prey in the center of the net. Barcelona's press is too intense. Chung Feng is surrounded. This is Valverde's halftime tactic, using numerical superiority to lock down Chung Feng. Chung Feng's dribbling skills aren't top tier. This is dangerous. In the commentary booth, Wang Jianhong and Sun Lei's hearts were in their throats. Chung Feng, of course, knew his situation. He knew his own weaknesses. Dribble through the crowd like Messi. No way. Without hesitation, facing Rakitic charging at him, he didn't force a breakthrough, but instead split the ball to Main on the left flank. At the same time, he made an off-the-ball run slanting behind Rakitic. Main was on the same wavelength. After receiving the ball, he feigned an inside cut, shifting Rakitic's weight, then flicked his ankle and delivered another through ball. The ball found Chung Feng, who had slipped into space. Another 1-2. Chung Feng and Main tore through Barcelona's first line of defense with the simplest, most efficient method. My God, the combination. Under the encirclement of 6 Barcelona players, Chung Feng and Main broke through with 2 simple 1-2s. This is Liverpool's counter-attacking speed. After receiving the ball, Chongfeng didn't hesitate. He looked up toward the forward field. That one glance. His pupils constricted sharply. Opportunity. Because Barcelona's midfielders and fullbacks had all advanced to the center circle to surround him, their defensive line was now woefully exposed. A huge gap appeared between center-backs Peak and Umtiti, and Firmino the Brazilian was ghosting into that very area. Bobby! Chongfeng roared with all his might. The roar cut through the noise of tens of thousands at Camp Nou. Firmino, who had been jostling with Peak, shuddered. He burst forward like an arrow from a bow darting past Peak. Peak was a half-step slow. By the time he turned to chase, it was too late. The moment Firmino started his run, Chongfeng's left foot moved. No flashy movements, no dramatic backswing. Just a plain grounded push pass. But that pass contained Chongfeng's ultimate understanding of timing, line, and power. The ball was like a sharp scalpel. First cut slicing through Barcelona's four-man midfield line. Second cut piercing the defensive line of Umtiti and Peak. The ball traced a straight lethal line across the Camp Nou turf, landing precisely flawlessly ahead of Firmino. Through ball. Oh my God. A through ball that carved through the entire Barcelona defense. Chongfeng again. With one pass, he tore through Barcelona's midfield and defense. A roar from the crowd. Firmino. He was through on goal. Before him stood only Barcelona's last barrier. The German goalkeeper, Ter Stegen. Ter Stegen didn't hesitate. The moment Chongfeng passed, he judged the danger and rushed out decisively. He spread his arms wide like a giant spider, blocking every possible angle for Firmino's shot. Yet Firmino glanced at the goal, then flicked his ankle. The ball didn't fly toward the net. It rolled to the other side. He passed. He actually passed. The commentator's voice cracked. Ter Stegen's pupils contracted. He never expected such a decision. He spun around trying to lunge toward the rolling ball. But shifting his weight too quickly, his supporting leg buckled, and he slipped, collapsing awkwardly onto the turf. Thud. The German goalkeeper hit the grass hard, forced to watch helplessly as a red figure sprinted in from the flank. It was Salah. The Egyptian king arrived facing an empty net. Without even needing to adjust, he gently side-footed the ball. The ball rolled effortlessly into the back of the net. The entire Camp Nou fell into a dead silence. Ding. Detected negative emotion value from Marc-Andre Ter Stegen, 888. In Chongfeng's mind, the system's voice echoed once more. Watching Ter Stegen sprawled on the ground, pounding the turf with his fists, Chongfeng felt utterly unmoved. This is football. On the sideline, Barcelona's head coach Valverde could no longer restrain himself. He kicked the water bottle at his feet into the air, muttering incomprehensible curses. Spatial awareness. Vision. He fixed his gaze relentlessly on Chongfeng on the pitch, his eyes brimming with disbelief. How could the player he had once let go of have grown to such terrifying proportions? That spatial awareness, capable of reading the entire field, that vision that could always find the optimal passing lane. It was simply a fusion of the Peak, Xavi, and Iniesta. How could he have been so blind? On the other side, Klopp bounced up and down with elation, pumping his fists wildly as he celebrated with his coaching staff. That goal had essentially killed the match. Play resumed. The massive scoreline hung over every Barcelona player like an insurmountable mountain. Their morale had plummeted to rock bottom. Yet the Barcelona players continued to mechanically execute their coach's tactics, still attempting possession football and probing penetrations. This was football philosophy carved into their very bones. However, before Chongfeng, all of it seemed utterly futile. Chongfeng stood calmly in midfield, a precise commander orchestrating Liverpool's defensive structure. Barcelona's passes were all anticipated and intercepted with ease. Intercepted again. Chongfeng's tackling. He was simply everywhere. After winning the ball, Chongfeng glanced at Barcelona's exposed backline, and without hesitation swung his right foot, delivering a precise long pass directly behind their defense. The football traced a beautiful arc through the air, finding Maine, making a forward run. A long ball. It's Chongfeng's long pass again. Barcelona's defense has been torn apart. Peak and Umtiti threw themselves into a desperate chase, but Maine's pace was simply too fast. Ter Stegen had no choice but to rush out of his goal once more. This time he dared not show the slightest carelessness, his concentration at its peak. But Maine coolly dragged the ball past him and slotted it into the empty net. Ding. Detected negative emotion value from Marc-Andre Ter Stegen, 911. Chongfeng listened to the voice echoing in his mind and almost burst out laughing. Little lion, your mentality won't cut it. This is only the beginning. Just 5 minutes later, almost the same scene played out once more. Chongfeng intercepted Rakitic's pass at midfield and delivered another low-driven long ball. This time the football found Salah on the opposite flank. Salah's shot was valiantly saved by Ter Stegen, but Maine materialized like a phantom before the goal and casually tapped it into the net. Made a brace. Within less than 10 minutes, Liverpool scored 2 consecutive goals, extending the lead to a desperate margin. On the stands of Camp Nou, some fans had already begun to leave early. They could no longer bear to watch their home team be so humiliated on their own turf. Valverde stood on the sidelines, his face ashen. He knew it was all over. With a helpless shake of his head, he made a substitution. Iniesta was substituted off, replaced by a young face. Ricky Puig, a genius from La Masia Academy, just like Cheng Feng. This was Valverde's last desperate move, or rather a signal of surrender. He brought on young players to let them experience the brutality of the Champions League, gathering experience for the future. After coming on, Puig performed with remarkable enthusiasm. He was eager to prove himself in front of his idols and seniors. In the 85th minute, Puig received a pass in the center and used his agile body to skillfully dribble past both Henderson and Fabinho. As he was about to break into the penalty area, Liverpool defender Lovren had no choice but to bring him down. The referee's whistle blew. A free kick from an exceptionally favorable position, approximately 25 meters from the goal, directly in front of it. For a player of his caliber, this was virtually no different from a penalty kick. Lionel Messi, the Argentine, cradled the football and walked to the spot. He took a deep breath, gently placed the ball down, and his eyes grew intensely focused. The entire Camp Nou fell silent at that moment. Everyone knew this might be Barcelona's last chance tonight to salvage a shred of dignity. Cheng Feng stood within the wall, gazing at Messi's eyes, and felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. He knew this man was about to get serious. Messi stepped back, took his run up, and struck. The football arced impossibly over the wall, curling straight into the top corner. Liverpool's goalkeeper Alisson made an extraordinary save, his fingertips grazing the ball. But it was no use. The ball was too fast, the angle too exquisite. With a whisper, the football found the back of the net. Gal! The long silent Camp Nou finally erupted into a thunderous roar at this moment. Messi did not celebrate. Instead, he rushed into the goal net, picked up the football, and sprinted toward the center circle. The unyielding flame still burned in his eyes. However, time was running out. When the referee blew the final whistle, the score was ultimately frozen at 5-1. The moment the whistle sounded, all expressions vanished from Messi's face. He stopped in his tracks, standing motionless. A few seconds later, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked the football with all his strength toward the empty stands. A roar suppressed to the utmost burst from his throat. Then, without looking at anyone, he walked alone, head bowed, toward the players' tunnel in desolation. That retreating figure was etched with anger and unwillingness. Negative emotional energy detected from Leo Messi, 99-99. Cheng Feng watched Messi's retreating silhouette, the staggering numbers echoing in his mind, his heart a turmoil of conflicting emotions. This was the football king. Even in such a crushing defeat, he could still illuminate the entire field in his own way. The match had ended and players from both sides began to file off the pitch. Cheng Feng was about to leave when a timid voice called out to him. Cheng Feng Ji. Cheng Feng turned around and saw Puig. This former youth academy teammate wore an expression of admiration on his face. Not bad, Cheng Feng said with a smile. Far from your level, Puig scratched his head awkwardly. You're just too strong now. His tone was filled with deep emotion. Once they had been the twin stars of La Masia, the future countless people had championed. But now Cheng Feng was dominating the Champions League semi-final stage, while he could only come on as a substitute during stoppage time. Brother Cheng Feng, can I still make it at Barcelona? Puig's eyes were filled with uncertainty about the future. Cheng Feng looked at him and fell silent for a moment. If you want to make it, stop trying to be the next someone. Be yourself. With that, Cheng Feng took off his jersey and handed it to him. Puig took the jersey in a daze, then quickly removed his own and exchanged it with Cheng Feng. Thank you, brother Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng nodded and turned to leave. Cheng. Another familiar voice sounded. It was Iniesta. The Barcelona legend, the midfield maestro, was watching him with a smile. Brother Xiaobai, Cheng Feng greeted respectfully. You played wonderfully, Iniesta said, walking over and gently patting his shoulder. You've surprised all of us. Have you ever thought about coming back? Iniesta suddenly asked, a hint of hope in his eyes. Come back. Back to Barcelona. Cheng Feng instinctively glanced toward the players' tunnel. He could feel that even now Busquets' gaze still carried undisguised hostility toward him. Not to mention the man who had just suffered a mental breakdown and kicked the football into the stands. Cheng Feng withdrew his gaze and shook his head at Iniesta with a bitter smile. Brother Xiaobai, you know I can't go back. Some people do not welcome me. Iniesta followed his gaze and instantly understood. The smile on his face grew tinged with regret, ultimately dissolving into a long sigh. I understand. Good luck wherever you are. Good luck to you too, brother Xiaobai. Watching Iniesta's receding figure as he turned away, Cheng Feng knew that an era was truly coming to an end. Once this midfield maestro also departed Camp Nou, the legendary dream team that had once conquered Europe would fade into history forever. Barcelona's decline might have only just begun. 5-1. In the first leg of the Champions League semi-final, Liverpool delivered a resounding victory at Anfield, virtually nailing Barcelona to the pillar of shame. The entire European football world was in turmoil. Marca's front-page headline was Black, the Anfield Massacre. Messi's tears and Valverde's doom. L'Equipe focused its spotlight on Cheng Feng. The Eastern conductor dismantles Barcelona with 2 assists and a goal. Meanwhile, the English media lavished praise to the extreme. King. the new king of Anfield. Chung Feng's passes are more precise than a scalpel. He found every vein of Barcelona and severed them. Rumors in the transfer market began to run rampant. Real Madrid was reportedly preparing a blank check. Manchester City was said to be willing to offer De Bruyne plus cash for a swap. But for Chung Feng, who had just returned to his Liverpool home, all of this was merely news notifications popping up on his phone. He was utterly exhausted. Physical fatigue was secondary. The primary cause was the intense mental strain that finally released the moment the final whistle blew, leaving him with a hollow, drained sensation. He took a deep breath and sank his consciousness into his mind. System opened the treasure chest. As he wielded a virtual chest shimmering with golden light, slowly opened before him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill card Curveball rare. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill card Tomahawk Missile rare. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the experience card Maradona Moment legendary. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the template card Greenfield Elf temporary. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the permanent skill card Lucky Halo special. A cascade of notification sounds made Chung Feng's heart skip a beat. A massive jackpot. This was definitely a massive jackpot. Curveball. He immediately thought of Beckham's iconic free kicks. Tomahawk Missile. Wasn't that synonymous with thunderous long-range strikes? The Maradona Moment experience card. This was the king of football. Using it at a critical moment would be an absolute nuclear-level trump card. As for the Greenfield Elf template, its effect was a temporary boost in dribbling and agility. Chung Feng's gaze finally fell upon the last card. A card radiating a soft, iridescent glow. Lucky Halo permanent passive skill. Effect unknown. Trigger method unknown. Note, when good fortune knocks on your door, remember to open it for it. What is all this nonsense? Chung Feng was both amused and bewildered. Effect unknown, trigger method unknown, and just a cryptic note out of the blue. Was this thing even reliable? He studied it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what this Lucky Halo actually did. Forget it, no point dwelling on it. Chung Feng pulled his attention back to reality. The next match, the Merseyside Derby. The opponent was city rivals Everton. For the city of Liverpool, nothing was more important than the Merseyside Derby. Even after a 5-1 thrashing of Barcelona in the Champions League, when Derby Day arrived, the entire city's atmosphere instantly turned tense and confrontational. Red and blue divided the city into two camps. Anfield Stadium was packed to capacity. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Anfield. The 2018-2019 Premier League season match day 33, the world-famous Merseyside Derby, is about to unfold. Liverpool have just come off a grueling Champions League battle and may be affected physically. Everton, on the other hand, are well-rested and have no intention of surrendering tamely at their rivals' home ground. Let's look at the lineups. For Liverpool, Klopp has fielded his strongest 11. Chung Feng, Salah, Mane, and Firmino all start. It seems Klopp wants a victory to ignite the team's hopes of winning the league title. From the very first whistle, the match was filled with animosity. Everton's players were aggressive, with every tackle seemingly aimed at the man rather than the ball. But Liverpool were not intimidated by the opponent's ferocity. In the 11th minute, Mane received a pass from Chung Feng in the final third, played a 1-2 with Firmino, and then suddenly accelerated. He tore through Everton's defense like a black bolt of lightning, and with the goalkeeper advancing, he calmly slotted the ball into the far corner. 1-0. Anfield erupted. Just 5 minutes later, it was Chung Feng's turn to shine. He picked up the ball in midfield, faced with two Everton players closing, and executed a deft drag-back turn and slipped through the gap. Then he delivered a lofted through ball that left everyone stunned. The ball sailed over the entire Everton defense and found the on-rushing Salah with pinpoint accuracy. The Egyptian king didn't even need to adjust. He unleashed a volley on the spot. 2-0. There it is again. Another assist from Chung Feng. His passing vision is like a god's perspective. Absolutely terrifying. In the 20th minute, it was Chung Feng again. He dribbled down the right flank, executed a series of stepovers to shake off his marker, and then whipped in a curling cross. The ball bypassed everyone and found Mane at the far post. Mane knotted it in with ease. 3-0. Inside 20 minutes, Liverpool were 3 goals up. Everton's players were completely shell-shocked, particularly their main striker. During a counterattack, he had just crossed the halfway line with the ball when Chung Feng, sprinting back, executed a clean, sharp tackle to dispossess him. As he picked himself up off the ground and watched Chung Feng already organizing the next attack with the ball, he spread his arms in despair, his mentality shattered. An attacking core player who tracked back more aggressively than our defenders and tackled so cleanly. How could we even play this game? At halftime, Everton's players trudged off the pitch, heads hanging low. The second half began. With a comfortable lead, Liverpool played even more relaxed. In the 55th minute, Liverpool won a corner kick. Chung Feng's corner delivery found Firmino in the box with pinpoint accuracy, and the Brazilian's powerful header was brilliantly saved by Everton's goalkeeper. The ball was clutched tightly by the goalkeeper. The aerial duel in the box subsided, and Chung Feng, turned and jogged slowly toward the edge of the area, ready to reorganize. Everton's goalkeeper Pickford was eager to launch a quick counter. He spotted his striker already sprinting upfield, and without a second thought, he wound up his arm and hurled a powerful throw. He intended to throw a lofted ball directly to the striker, but he was too hasty. In the moment of release, his wrist didn't hold the angle. The ball slipped from his hand, and instead of soaring high, flew like a cannonball straight toward the area outside the box. And that direction was exactly where Chung Fong was retreating. Chung Fong didn't even look back. He had no idea what was happening behind him. He only felt a hard object smash into the back of his head. Thumped. A dull sound. The entire stadium fell silent. The ball, having struck the back of Chung Feng's head, took a bizarre deflection and traced a parabolic arc. It sailed over the bewildered goalkeeper. Pickford's head wobbled and nestled into the net. Goal. Scored. The entire Anfield stadium fell into a deathly silence for 3 seconds. Then earth-shattering roars of laughter and cheers erupted. Ha ha ha. Goal. The ball is in. In a way no one could have imagined. My God. What is this? The kiss of Lady Luck. Chung Fong. He scored with the back of his head. He himself doesn't know what happened. On the field, Chung Fong covered the back of his head, looking utterly bewildered as he turned around. When he saw the ball rolling in the net, and the Everton goalkeeper already kneeling on the ground holding his head in disbelief, he was dumbfounded. I scored. With the back of my head. An absurd feeling surged within him. Then an indescribable sense of shame followed. This is too embarrassing. His teammates rushed over, each with a suppressed smile on their faces, wanting to celebrate, but afraid to laugh too loudly. Van Dijk patted him on the shoulder, his face flushed red from holding back laughter. Chung Yu, are you okay? That goal. Bloody brilliant. On the sidelines, Liverpool's coaching bench, head coach Klopp was first stunned, then covered his face, shaking with laughter. Finally, he plopped down onto his chair, slapping his thigh and laughing uncontrollably. This goal was too comical. However, after the laughter, Klopp immediately became tense. He worried that Chung Fong might have been injured by the blow, and since the match was already beyond doubt, there was no need to keep a key player on the field taking risks. He immediately made a substitution decision. Chung Fong was taken off, and the team doctor promptly checked the back of his head, confirming no serious injury, before everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, no one expected that the drama of this match was only beginning. After Chung Fong left the field, the tension in the game only intensified. The Everton players, trailing by a large margin, lost their composure, and their tackles grew increasingly aggressive. In the 78th minute, during an aerial duel, Firmino was struck hard in the face by an opponent's centre-back, elbow bleeding profusely on the spot. The team doctor diagnosed a nasal bone fracture. In the 85th minute, during a sprint, Sulla suddenly clutched the back of his thigh and fell to the ground, without any contact, his expression one of extreme pain. Muscle strain. The smile on Klopp's face completely froze. He stared blankly at Sulla and Firmino being carried off on stretchers, his fists unconsciously clenching. Winning the derby was certainly gratifying, but the cost was the injury of two key forwards. The next match was the Champions League semi-final second leg away against Barcelona. Although they held a huge 5-1 advantage without Firmino and Sulla, Liverpool's most formidable front three had lost two of its prongs. Klopp's mind was buzzing, utterly frantic. As the news broke, public opinion immediately shifted. The media, which had begun to praise Liverpool, believing they had 1 foot in the final, quickly turned their guns. Marca, soil for miracles. Barcelona once staged an epic 6-1 comeback against Paris at Camp Nou, although this time it's away. But with Messi, they can never be underestimated. World sports. Liverpool loses 2 key players at Anfield is not impregnable. Barca needs a 4-0 or a 5-1 to force extra time. This is far from impossible. The Spanish media began to fervently build momentum for Barcelona, attempting to use the pressure of public opinion to inject a glimmer of hope for a comeback into the team. In England, while still supporting Liverpool, there was an added layer of concern. The Times. Anfield is one of Europe's most fearsome stadiums, but Barcelona possesses the best player on the planet. Liverpool must be fully alert, especially without 2 key players. The storm was gathering. The matchday of the Champions League semi-final second leg arrived quietly amidst a strange and tense atmosphere. The entire Barcelona squad arrived in Liverpool 2 days early. As they walked out of John Lennon Airport, the faces of the players no longer showed the dejection of defeat in the first leg, but instead a near-obsessive fighting spirit. Messi walked at the front wearing headphones, expressionless, but in his eyes burned the flames of revenge. Suarez, on the other hand, flashed a meaningful smile at the cameras of the journalists who had surrounded them. Thousands of Barcelona fans who had traveled with the team had already occupied a corner of Liverpool's city center. They wore red and blue jerseys, sang Barcelona's anthem, and waved Catalan flags, creating a formidable presence. It was as if this were not England, but their home ground. The pre-match press conferences were held successively at the 2 teams' hotels. Barcelona took the stage first. Head coach Valverde sat in the center, his expression stern. The first leg score was indeed terrible, but we haven't lost our chance. Football is round out, anything can happen. Our goal is clear to reach the final. His remarks were measured, but the journalists were clearly not satisfied. A Spanish journalist handed the microphone to Messi. Leo Chungfeng defended you tightly in the last match. One could even say he made you play very uncomfortably. How will you face him in the next match? Messi looked up, his gaze sharp as a knife. I will break through him. His answer was simple, direct, and filled with unquestionable authority. The loss in the last match was my responsibility. In the next match, I will lead the team to complete our revenge. Ding. Detected negative emotion from Leo Messi 5000. Chungfeng was watching the live broadcast with his teammates in the hotel's tactical room. Upon hearing Messi's words, he merely raised an eyebrow indifferently. The press conference continued. The next to be questioned was Suarez. As a former Liverpool striker, his return to Anfield was a major talking point in itself. Luis, you are very familiar with Anfield. How big a chance do you think Barcelona has to complete a comeback here? Suarez grinned, showing his white teeth. A chance? Of course there is. He held up 6 fingers. We once completed a 6-1 comeback against Paris at home. Why can't we score 6 goals away? Boom. His words broadcast live instantly spread across Liverpool. Arrogance. Naked arrogance. Liverpool fans erupted. Fuck. That traitor. What does he think Anfield is? Score 6. Has he woken up yet? Just wait, Judas. Anfield will make you regret. Online criticism raged. It was Liverpool's turn for the pre-match press conference. Klopp, accompanied by Captain Henderson, walked into the press room. As soon as the German sat down, a journalist eagerly brought up the remarks from Barcelona's press conference. Jurgen Suarez said they could score 6 goals at Anfield to complete a comeback. What do you think? Klopp's face instantly darkened. He first looked at the journalist in disbelief, then he laughed. That laughter was filled with immense fury. 6. Ha ha. He slapped the table and laughed, rocking back and forth. The entire press room of journalists felt a little unnerved by his laughter. Finally, Klopp stopped. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by icy seriousness. I would suggest Barcelona's team doctor give their players a brain scan. This is Anfield. This is not their backyard where they can do as they please. Who do they think they are? The universe team? Sorry, that era is history. Klopp's tone was filled with disdain and anger. We respect Barcelona, we respect their glorious past. But respect does not mean fear. They want to come back. Fine. They will have to step over our dead bodies. Klopp's words rang out with weight and conviction. Captain Henderson, standing beside him, took up the conversation. I have heard that Barcelona excels at home matches. Fans jokingly call them cowards away from home. Now it seems that description fits perfectly. On their own turf, they can create miracles. But at Anfield, I am sorry, only we are the creators of miracles here. Henderson's words, sharp beneath a gentle surface, drew laughter from the English journalists present. Finally, the most crucial question arrived. A journalist from China was given the opportunity to ask, and he pointed his microphone toward Chungfeng, seated below the stage. By convention, players rarely speak at a head coach's press conference, but this time Klopp broke with tradition and signaled that questions could be directed to him. All eyes focused on Chungfeng. Chungfeng, hello. Messi said at his press conference that he will break past you in the next match and lead his team to revenge. Do you have anything to say in response? Chungfeng rose from his seat and took the microphone handed to him by staff. He did not look at the questioning journalist, but stared directly into the live broadcast camera. He knew Messi would be watching. The entire press hall fell silent, so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. A cold curve touched Chungfeng's lips. He wants to break past me. Very well, let him try. As for revenge. Chungfeng paused, then spoke word by word. I guarantee it. From this day forward, as long as I am here, Leo Messi will never ever win the Champions League in his lifetime. Boom. Those words detonated like a nuclear bomb across the entire football world. Arrogant. Far too arrogant. This was the most complete declaration of war against the king of football. Ding. Negative emotion value detected from Leo Messi, 99.99. Negative emotion value detected from Luis Suarez, 88.88. Negative emotion value detected from Valverde, 77.77. A continuous series of system notifications flooded Chungfeng's mind. He set down the microphone with an expressionless face and returned to his seat. The entire press hall erupted into chaos. Flashbulbs went off recklessly as every journalist realized the front page headline for tomorrow had just been written. Matchday arrived. The entire city of Liverpool was shrouded in a tense atmosphere preceding a great battle. On the streets, Liverpool fans in red jerseys could be seen everywhere. Around Anfield Stadium, the area was transformed into a sea of red. To prevent conflicts among fans, Liverpool police stood ready at every corner with sentries posted at close intervals. 1 hour before kickoff, all 5,400 seats at Anfield were filled to capacity. The song, You'll Never Walk Alone, echoed repeatedly above the stadium, magnificent and soul-stirring. In the away fans section, thousands of Barcelona supporters refused to be outdone, singing their team anthem in Catalan, attempting to stand shoulder to shoulder with the home crowd. But their voices were soon swallowed by the tsunami of red sound that rose around them. On domestic sports channels, commentators Wang Jianhong and Chun Xinyuan were also ready. Good evening, viewers. Welcome to tonight's featured clash of the semi-final second leg of this season's UEFA Champions League. Premier League powerhouse Liverpool hosting Spanish giants Barcelona at their home ground Anfield. Wang Jianhong's voice was as steady as ever. That's right, brother Wang. Liverpool secured a massive 5-1 advantage in the first leg away from home, but they paid the price with two key players injured. Meanwhile, Barcelona, from the head coach down to the players, have shown an intense determination to overturn the deficit. Especially the verbal exchange between Messi and Chun Feng has filled this match with gunpowder. Chun Xuanyuan's voice carried a hint of excitement. Absolutely, this is destined to be a collision like Mars crashing into Earth. Now both teams' players have emerged from the tunnel. Let us take a look at their starting lineups. Accompanied by the stirring Champions League theme music, players from both teams filed onto the pitch. The moment Barcelona's players stepped onto the Anfield turf, they were met with an ocean of boos. The decibel level threatened to tear the roof off the entire stadium. At that moment, from the famous KOP stand on the north side of Anfield, a massive tifo slowly rose. Against a red background, shocking white characters blazoned across the display. This is Anfield. Simple, direct, yet brimming with warning. This is our territory. You do not belong here. This overwhelming momentum pressed heavily upon the Barcelona players. Young players who had rarely played at Anfield, such as André Gomez, appeared almost pale. The atmosphere here was terrifying. It was nothing short of a red hell that could devour everything. Then an even more nerve-wracking scene unfolded before the Barcelona players. All 5-4-0-0 fans, as if rehearsed in advance, began rhythmically chanting a single name. Chun Feng, Chun Feng, Chun Feng. The voices merged into a torrent surging straight into the heavens. This was Liverpool's fans showing support for their hero in their own way. It was also the heaviest pressure being applied to their opponent's ace Messi. Standing on the pitch, Chun Feng listened to the deafening chants, and goosebumps rose across his arms. A warm current surged from his heart, spreading instantly throughout his entire body. He turned toward the KOP stand and clapped his hands vigorously. Thank you. I will not let you down. The two captains Henderson and Iniesta walked to the center circle for the coin toss under the referee's supervision. Chun Feng's gaze swept across his teammates' faces. Main Origi Chamberlain. Without Salah and Firmino, Liverpool's attacking threat had visibly dropped a level. Klopp would have to make changes. Chun Feng understood very clearly that his role in this match had changed. During warm-ups, he had noticed the coach had placed him in the attacking midfield position. A classic number 10 role. This was the offensive hub of the entire team, responsible for organizing and connecting play, while also being ready to make forward runs to score at any moment. He also had to shoulder defensive duties as the first line of pressure, pressing the opponent's defensive midfielders. This was an extremely demanding position, requiring both physical endurance and exceptional ability. But this was also the only way to break the deadlock for this damaged Liverpool side, using Chun Feng's running and creativity to compensate for the sharpness missing from the forward line. At the same time, it would liberate the attacking potential of fullbacks Alexander-Arnold and Robertson to the greatest extent. This was a bold gamble. Just as Chun Feng was pondering tactics, a timid voice came from the sidelines. Chun, brother Chun Feng. He turned around and saw a little girl in a ball kid uniform staring at him with wide eyes, looking nervous. It was her. Chun Feng recognized the little girl. In the previous match, she had been the one to lead him onto the field. He gave her a gentle smile. Hi, we meet again. The little girl's cheeks were flushed, her small hands clutching the hem of her clothes as she whispered, will you win today? Chun Feng nodded without hesitation. Of course. Then, can you score a goal today? For me, can you? The little girl's eyes were filled with hope. Chun Feng's heart was instantly touched. He crouched down to meet her gaze and said seriously, no problem. I'll score one for you. Let's agree on a celebration move, okay? The little girl's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded vigorously. Yes. What kind of celebration do you want? Chun Feng asked. The little girl thought for a moment, then clumsily beat her chest with her little fists, imitating an animal she had seen on TV. Like a gorilla. Very majestic. Chun Feng was amused by her adorable gesture. All right. It's settled. Watch when I score, I'll do that move for you. The little girl nodded happily, then was led away from the sidelines by a staff member. Chun Feng stood up and took a deep breath. The fighting spirit within him burned even fiercer. The coin toss was over. Liverpool had won the kickoff. As per tradition, the players lined up to shake hands. Perhaps due to the lopsided score and some clashes in the first leg, this ritual proceeded very quickly. Most players merely brushed hands briefly and passed by without any eye contact. When Suarez walked past Chun Feng, he didn't even bother to extend his hand, just casting a cold glance at him. Chun Feng couldn't be bothered. He was just a defeated opponent. What was there to be arrogant about? The handshake ceremony ended and Liverpool's players quickly formed a circle. Captain Henderson stood in the center, his eyes blazing like fire, scanning every teammate's face. Listen. His voice was hoarse yet powerful. Where is this? Anfield, the teammates roared in unison. That's right. This is Anfield. It's our home. Henderson pounded his chest with his fist. Look around. Look at these fans. They are the best fans in the world. Today we are not just playing for ourselves, but for them. For the badge on our chests. Are Barcelona strong? They are strong. Is Messi amazing? He is amazing. But here, on our turf, no matter who it is, they have to bow down. Let them witness what the Anfield miracle means. For victory, roar. All the players' emotions were ignited. They stacked their hands together and let out a roar with all their might, blood surging through their veins. Good evening, dear audience. Welcome to the second leg of the Champions League semi-final clash, brought to you by Penguin Sports. The Premier League giants Liverpool, playing at home at Anfield, host the La Liga powerhouse Barcelona. At the commentary desk, Wang Jinhong's voice was as passionate as ever. That's right. In the first leg, Liverpool pulled off a stunning upset at Camp Nou, crushing Barcelona 5-1. It can be said they have one foot in the final. But football is round, especially against Barcelona. With Messi, anything can happen. Moreover, Liverpool is currently suffering from a severe injury crisis. Co-commentator Chen Xianxian took up the conversation, her tone tinged with concern. Yes, we see Liverpool's starting lineup today. Due to the injuries of Firmino and Sulla, Coach Klopp has deployed a 4-2-3-1 formation. Goalkeeper Karius, backline from left to right, Robertson, Van Dijk, Lovren, and Alexander-Arnold. Double pivots are Captain Henderson and Wijnaldum. The three attacking midfielders are Main Chung-Fong and Chamberlain, with young Solanke leading the line. This is a forced change, and the key is how Chung-Fong performs in the attacking midfield role. Wang Jinhong hit the nail on the head. As for Barcelona, coach Valverde has set up an extremely aggressive 3-2-2-3 formation today. Goalkeeper Ter Stegen, three center-backs, Umtiti, Peak, and Alba, Busquets and Paulinho as double pivots, Rakitic and Iniesta in central midfield. Up front it's Suarez, Messi, and Andre Gomez. That's an interesting arrangement. Clearly Valverde is burning his bridges, going all out from the start. He has no way back. Beep. With the long whistle from the Italian referee, the match officially began. Solanke passed the ball back to Chung-Fong. As soon as Chung-Fong received the ball, Barcelona's players swarmed like mad dogs. Rakitic and Paulinho closed in from left and right, instantly forming a pincer. This was Barcelona's tactic. High press. From the very first second, they applied suffocating pressure. On the sidelines, Barcelona coach Valverde saw this, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He had studied all of Liverpool's footage for this match, staying up several nights. He admitted that he had underestimated them in the first leg. But today he would not make the same mistake. He even deliberately started Andre Gomez as a bait to draw Liverpool's defensive attention. When he saw Liverpool's starting lineup and saw Chung-Fong pushed into the attacking midfield position, he was overjoyed inside. In his view, this was a desperate blunder by Klopp. Attacking midfield. That position had the fiercest physical battles, a meat grinder in midfield. Chung-Fong, an Asian player with a slender physique, being placed there. Wasn't that like offering a lamb to the slaughter? Valverde had made targeted arrangements. He ordered the strong, wide-ranging Brazilian defensive midfielder Paulinho to stick to Chung-Fong like a plaster, never leaving his side. He intended to use pure physical confrontation to cripple Liverpool's attacking engine. Valverde stood with his hands in his pockets, full of confidence. Chung-Fong, with his back to the goal, was being pushed by Paulinho and couldn't turn. He quickly glanced at his teammates' positions. Main and Sulla were both tightly marked by the opposing defenders with no good passing options. Forcing a play was not a good choice. Just then he saw Robertson sprinting forward on the left flank. Now was the time. Chung-Fong hesitated no more. He braced himself against Paulinho, swung his right foot, and prepared to deliver a precise long pass. However, just as he released the ball, boom, a tremendous force struck his lower back viciously. It was Paulinho. The guy wasn't going for the ball at all. He drove his knee brutally into Chung-Feng's back. Chung-Fong instantly lost his balance and toppled forward onto the turf. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded promptly. Chung-Fong lay on the ground, his back feeling as if it were about to break, burning with pain. Damn it. Playing dirty. He gritted his teeth, pushed himself up on the grass, and turned to glare at Paulinho. Paulinho spread his arms, looking innocent at the referee, muttering something under his breath. The referee ran over and called a foul on Paulinho, but only gave a verbal warning, no card. Paulinho grinned, flashing a provocative smile at Chung-Fong, and mouthed the words, "Kid, this is just the beginning." Chung-Feng's eyes turned cold. He said nothing, simply getting up silently from the ground and rubbing his lower back. Liverpool won a free kick in their own half. Robertson took the quick free kick and passed it back to himself. But as soon as he received the ball, Barcelona players swarmed around him like sharks sensing blood. Suarez, once the darling of Anfield, had now become the fiercest defender. Together with two teammates, they trapped Robertson tightly near the touchline. Robertson was overwhelmed, desperately trying to shield the ball, but ultimately lost possession under the pressure of three players. Barcelona immediately launched a counterattack. Retreat. Chung-Fong roared, immediately turning and sprinting back toward his own half. After a few passes, the ball reached Iniesta's feet. The midfield master delivered a brilliant through ball while running at full speed. The ball found Andre Gomez making a forward run. Watch out. Liverpool's defensive midfielder Wijnaldum closed in immediately, engaging Andre Gomez in fierce physical battle. Both players reached for the ball simultaneously. A scream suddenly echoed across the stadium. Wijnaldum fell to the ground in pain, clutching his ankle and letting out a heart-wrenching howl. Slow-motion replay showed that at the moment of the challenge, Andre Gomez's knee had crashed brutally into Wijnaldum's supporting ankle. The entire ankle bent at a horrifying angle. Fuck. Van Dijk's eyes widened with fury. Believing Andre Gomez had deliberately injured his teammate, he charged forward like an enraged lion and shoved him hard in the chest. You fucking did that on purpose. Andre Gomez stumbled backward, his face a mask of shock and innocence. Players from both teams immediately converged, pushing and shoving, and the scene descended into chaos. Iniesta and Henderson rushed into the crowd, firmly holding back their respective teammates, preventing the conflict from escalating further. Liverpool's medical staff had already stormed onto the pitch. After a brief examination, the doctor's expression turned grim. He ran to the sideline and signaled to Klopp that a substitution was needed. His wrist was sprained when he fell, and more severely his ankle. The Achilles tendon may be torn. Klopp's fist smashed violently against the roof of the technical area. In less than 10 minutes, they had lost a key midfielder. This was simply a nightmare start. As Wijnaldum was carried off on a stretcher, his eyes were red with pain. Chung Feng ran over to the stretcher, patted his shoulder, and said deeply, "Get well soon, brother. The rest is up to us." Wijnaldum nodded heavily. Klopp called over Milner, who was warming up on the sideline. "James, once you're up there, stabilize the defense. Do you hear me? And control your temper. Don't lose your head." Klopp gripped Milner's shoulders and roared loudly. Milner's face was resolute. He nodded firmly, took off his jacket, and ran onto the pitch. The match resumed. Barcelona's players seemed unaffected, continuing their relentless pressing tactic. Soon the young right-back Alexander-Arnold made a mistake in defense, and the ball was intercepted. "Pull back. All of you get back." Chung Feng sprinted backward while loudly organizing the defense. The ball quickly found Messi's feet. The Argentine football king dribbled forward, facing Chung Feng's defense directly. All eyes in the world focused on these two. However, Messi did not choose to force his way through. He simply made a subtle directional feint. Seeing that Chung Feng's defensive stance had not shifted at all, he immediately passed the ball back to Andre Gomez in the middle. After receiving the ball, Andre Gomez did not rush to attack. Instead, he dribbled back and forth just outside the penalty area, searching for an opportunity. Milner, who had just come on, was full of frustration. Watching Andre Gomez weave in front of him, he could no longer contain himself. "Don't go." Before Chung Feng's warning could finish, Milner had already charged forward like a small tank. Andre Gomez had been waiting for this exact moment. A barely perceptible smile touched his lips. He lightly dragged the ball backward and accelerated. The ball instantly slipped past Milner's side. Milner lunged into empty space and in desperation instinctively extended his leg. Bang! Andre Gomez went down immediately, clutching his lower leg and rolling in pain on the turf. Whistle. The referee's whistle blew again. A perfect free kick in a dangerous position. And the agonizing Andre Gomez suddenly popped back up in one smooth motion. He brushed the grass off his face, showing not a trace of pain. Yes. Valverde, watching from the sideline, pumped his fist in excitement. It worked. The tactic succeeded. He immediately rushed to the sideline and shouted to his players, "Keep going. Keep playing like this. Win more corners and free kicks." Chung Feng stood a short distance away, taking in everything. His heart grew cold. He had seen through it completely. He had fully deciphered Valverde's tactic. That Andre Gomez, he was nothing but a bait. Valverde's real purpose was to use Gomez's pace and aggression to fish, to lure Liverpool's defenders into committing fouls. Milner had just fallen for it. This move was vicious. It not only won set-piece opportunities to directly threaten the goal, but also risked booking Liverpool's defenders early. This way Milner would be restrained in subsequent challenges, afraid to make bold tackles. It was a brilliant two-birds-one-stone stratagem. "Oh, what a foolish foul," commentator Wang Jianhong said with worry. Milner was too hasty. Giving away a free kick from this position is extremely dangerous. It's completely within Messi's range. His co-commentator Chen Xianxian shared the same grave expression. She pointed out sharply, "I feel Barcelona's tactic is intentional." Andre Gomez's choice after receiving the ball was unreasonable. He just drove forward blindly, clearly trying to provoke a foul. Valverde is using an open conspiracy. He intends to use set pieces to break down Liverpool's defense. The live chat instantly exploded. "Holy shit. Valverde is a cunning old fox. Fishing. That's too dirty." Milner was impulsive. "This is going to be tough. It's over. Messi free kick feels like it's going in. Hold on, Karius. Don't jinx it, man. Please." Panic spread through Liverpool's penalty area. Goalkeeper Karius bellowed, directing his teammates to form the wall. "Lovren, step up. Robertson, stand tight, don't leave any space." Chung Feng was about to squeeze into the wall himself using his height to block the shot. But Captain Henderson grabbed him. Chung, come out. Henderson pointed to the area just outside the penalty arc and ordered loudly, you and Main stand here. Watch the second ball. Once we win it, find you two immediately. Launch the counterattack. Chung Feng instantly understood the captain's intention. They wanted to set up counterattacking threats even while defending. He nodded, and alongside Main stood on either side like two arrows ready to be loosed, positioned just outside the penalty area. The wall was set. Van Dijk, Lover and Henderson Wijnaldum. Tall figures formed a crimson bulwark. Messi held the ball, walked slowly to the spot. He pressed down the turf with his toes, then bent over and placed the ball perfectly still. Just as Messi leaned down to set the ball, Anfield, renowned for its fervor and loyalty, erupted into a deafening chorus of boos that shook the very ground. Boo! The piercing sound seemed to tear off the roof. Then a torrent of vile abuse thundered through the air. Go back to Argentina, you dwarf. This is Anfield, not your backyard. We'll riddle you with holes. Numerous Liverpool fans rose to their feet, flipping middle fingers at Messi, hurling the most venomous insults they could muster. They sought to unsettle the king of football with such tactics. Chung Feng stood afar, listening to the thundering abuse, his brows furrowing deeply. He felt this was going too far. Boos are part of home advantage, understandable. But insults laced with personal attacks would only provoke the opponent, especially a top-tier player like Messi. The more you provoke him, the fiercer he strikes back. Stop it. Keep this up, and something bad will happen. A sense of foreboding churned in Chung Feng's heart. He looked at Messi. The Argentine lifted his head, expressionless, glancing at the raucous stance. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes, only a smoldering rage suppressed within. His usually bashful face now showed nothing but cold severity. He stepped back, beginning his run-up. Beep! The referee blew the whistle. Messi started his approach. His strides were short but rapid. Just before striking the ball, he made an almost imperceptible pause. That's the pause. Every player in Liverpool's wall leapt, as if spring-loaded all at once. They bet on Messi curling it over the wall. However, Messi's left foot unexpectedly scooped the base of the ball. Not a curling shot, but a low skimming grounder. Swish! The ball slithered like a serpent along the turf, darting beneath the leaping wall. Goalkeeper Karius, his view completely blocked by the wall. By the time he saw the ball emerge from under the wall, it was too late. He lunged desperately sideways, but his fingertips were half a meter short. The ball nestled into the net. The net rippled. 1-0. Barcelona pulled one back. Aggregate 5-2. Anfield fell into instant silence. Seconds later, the away fans section burst into thunderous cheers. Messi didn't celebrate wildly. He turned and ran straight to the KOP stand where the most vicious insults had been hurled at him. He tore off his red and blue number 10 jersey, gripping both corners, and hoisted it high. He displayed the name and number on his back like a monument to all the Liverpool fans. Silent provocation, yet louder than 1,000 words. Fuck you, bastards. The Anfield faithful were utterly enraged. A hail of debris, bottles, cups, scarves, rained down from the stands. The scene verged on chaos. Leo, come back. Veteran captain Iniesta rushed over, grabbing Messi and pulling him away from the fray. The referee quickly approached, brandishing a yellow card at Messi for removing his shirt. Messi shrugged nonchalantly. With one goal, he had silenced all of Anfield. The referee blew his whistle, signaling Liverpool's players to return to their half as the match resumed. The whistle blew again, and play continued. Solanke kicked off, passing directly to a dropping Chung Feng. As soon as Chung Feng received the ball, Barcelona's players swarmed him like sharks scenting blood. Paulinho charged first. The Brazilian defensive midfielder, built like a bear, came straight at Chung Feng with fierce aggression. He intended to send a clear message in the most direct, brutal way. This is Camp Nou. Klopp's heart was in his throat on the sidelines. Support him. Go support him. His greatest fear was Chung Feng losing his cool and trying to go toe-to-toe with the opponent at such a moment. On the other side, Valverde's lips curled into a cold smirk. In his eyes, a young, hot-blooded player like Chung Feng was Liverpool's biggest weakness. A little provocation and he'd lose his mind. Yet everyone had it wrong. Chung Feng's gaze was chillingly cold. The injured teammate Milner's impulsiveness, the opponent's taunts, the fans' jeers. All the negativity in that moment transformed into a blazing fire burning in his chest. But he didn't lose composure. On the contrary, he was calmer than ever. System. He thought silently. I want to use the Maradona Moment Experience card. Ding. Maradona Moment Experience card activated successfully. Duration 5 minutes. During this period, the host will gain a portion of Diego Maradona's peak dribbling ability, body flexibility, and ball control. The instant the system notification faded, Chung Feng felt a strange warmth surge from his heart through every limb. His body, his muscles, the ball at his feet. Everything had changed. The ball felt like an extension of his body, that intoxicating sensation of becoming one with the ball. Facing the bull-like charge of Paulinho, Chung Feng's body made not a single unnecessary move. In the split second before collision, Chung Feng's right foot nudged the ball to the right forward, feigning a forceful break. Paulinho's defensive stance shifted, deceived. Now, Chung Feng's left heel struck the ball backward like lightning. The ball obediently rolled between Paulinho's parted legs. A nutmeg. An exquisitely casual nutmeg. Paulinho felt only a chill between his legs when he turned. Chung Feng was already gone racing away with the ball. Holy shit. What a move. What was that? The whole stadium buzzed. Klopp's eyes widened, almost unable to believe what he'd just seen. Valverde's smile froze instantly. Having shed Paulinho, Chung Feng pressed forward without hesitation. Barcelona's midfield line closed in around him. Rakitic charged from the side, attempting a ferocious slide tackle to stop him. Chung Feng's peripheral vision caught the move. He halted abruptly, his body jolting to a stop. Rakitic's slide missed, skidding past in front of Chung Feng. Then in one fluid motion, Chung Feng's right foot swept the ball forward, and he accelerated again. A single stride left an off-balance Rakitic behind. Oh my god, another one beaten. What's gotten into Chung Feng today? Is he on something? In the commentary booth, Wang Jinhong's voice was already trembling. What is he trying to do? Does he intend to take on Barca's entire midfield single-handedly? Before the words faded, Barcelona's last midfield shield Busquets stood before Chung Feng. As a world-class defensive midfielder, Busquets' positioning and defensive anticipation were second to none. He didn't recklessly lunge, but calmly cut off Chung Feng's inside route, continuously using his body to unsettle him. He aimed to force Chung Feng to slow down, waiting for teammates to track back. Yet today Chung Feng was Chung Feng possessed by Maradona. Facing Busquets' impenetrable defense, his right foot traced an uncanny arc over the ball. The Elastico. With an instant switch between the inside and outside of his foot, the ball seemed to stick to his foot, sharply flicked outward, then instantly pulled back. Busquets' body was completely fooled by the move. He instinctively shifted outward, leaving a massive gap in the middle. Chung Feng stormed past him with the ball. He's through. He's through again. Busquets. Even Busquets was shaken off by him. Crazy. Chung Feng has gone completely mad. He single-handedly tore through Barcelona's vaunted midfield. Wang Jinhong leaped from his seat in excitement, waving his arms and roaring crazily. The boos at Camp Nou eerily paused for a few seconds. All the Barcelona fans were dumbfounded, staring at the figure in the number 21 jersey racing freely across the pitch. Chung Feng drove the ball all the way to the edge of Barcelona's penalty area. Barcelona's defense instantly went on high alert. Umtiti and Peak converged on him from left and right. Chung Feng didn't hesitate and chose to cut inside. He was determined to break into the box. Stop him. Umtiti roared, throwing himself into a desperate slide tackle aimed at the ball at Chung Feng's feet. The tackle was swift and vicious. If it connected, a tumble would be the least of it. Yet just as Umtiti's foot was about to touch the ball, Chung Feng's toe gently lifted. The ball traced a small arc, perfectly clearing Umtiti's body. Chung Feng himself executed a light leap, dodging the fierce challenge. My god. The hearts of all the fans were in their throats. After dodging Umtiti's slide tackle before Chung Feng could catch his breath, Peak's towering figure had already closed in. The Spanish center-back's experience was impeccable. He didn't choose to stab for the ball, but used his robust frame to firmly block Chung Feng's position, denying him any space to shoot. Meanwhile, the other Barcelona players had already tracked back, sealing off all possible passing lanes. Umtiti scrambled to his feet and turned to prepare for a second defensive effort. Chung Feng was trapped. He was surrounded. No pass. Shooting angles are blocked too. Chung Feng has overplayed his hand this time. He's too selfish. He should have passed earlier. Just when everyone thought the attack was about to end, Chung Feng, firmly pinned by Peak, executed a move that left the world astounded. His right heel, without even seeing the ball, gently knocked it backward. The ball rolled between Peak's legs again. Another nutmeg. A backheel nutmeg. The moment he completed the move, Chung Feng pivoted on his right foot and executed a bewildering spin. He squeezed through the encirclement formed by Peak and Umtiti, chasing after the ball he had nudged away. One-on-one with the keeper. In front of Chung Feng stood only Barcelona's last line of defense, the German goalkeeper, Ter Stegen. The Little Lion King didn't hesitate, rushing out of his goal, arms spread wide like a giant eagle, blocking all shooting angles. Time seemed to slow down. The whole world narrowed to just Chung Feng, Ter Stegen, and the rolling ball. Chung Feng's gaze remained calm. Watching Ter Stegen charge at him, he chose neither a powerful drive nor a placed shot. His right instep gently caressed the underside of the ball. A delicate chip. The ball arced beautifully, a heart-stopping parabola sailing over Ter Stegen's desperate fingertips over his head. Then it gently nestled into the net. Goal. The entire Camp Nou fell into a deathly silence. Seconds later, the away fans section erupted with thunderous cheers. Goal. Chung Feng. Chung Feng. He's pulled one back. Wang Jinhong's voice was hoarse-breaking. A solo run. A true solo goal. He started dribbling from his own half, successively beating Paulinho, Rakitic, Busquets, Umtiti, and Peak. Then facing Ter Stegen, he finished with the coolest chip to send the ball into Barcelona's net. Maradona. At this moment, he is Maradona reincarnated. This is a goal of the century. An absolute goal of the century. Anfield descended into utter madness once more. Goal. Chung Feng, King, King, King. The roaring chants threatened to lift the roof off Anfield. All Liverpool fans jumped from their seats wildly waving their arms and screaming Chung Feng's name. Some ecstatic fans even prostrated themselves in his direction. King. At that moment Chung Feng was the sole king of Anfield. Messi stood at the center circle staring at the back of the figure worshipped by countless, his expression immensely complex. He recalled his own treatment at Camp Nou not long ago. The fans there had once cheered him like that, revered him as a god. But now, he looked at the frenzied Reds fans in the stands, then at the isolated celebration in the away section, and an indescribable feeling welled up inside him. What struck him even more was the goal Chung Feng had just scored. A run past 5 players. It reminded him of his younger days. That goal against Getafe, replicating Maradona's run past 5 men, was a goal of the century. But Chung Feng's goal was of higher quality. This was a Champions League semi-final. The opponent was Barcelona with a world-class defense. On such a stage, scoring such a miraculous goal carried far greater significance and difficulty. This young man, Messi's fists clenched unconsciously. Ding. Received negative emotion value 888 from Lionel Messi. Ding. Received negative emotion value 666 from Luis Suarez. Ding. Received negative emotion value 777 from Gerard Piqué. Ding. A series of system prompts rang in Chung Feng's mind. He could feel the gazes from the Barcelona players almost tearing him apart. Especially Messi. The look in his eyes, a mixture of reluctance, anger, and a hint of awe, coalesced into a powerful emotional energy. Good. Just as planned. A smirk curled at the corner of Chung Feng's mouth. Sulla Firmino and his other teammates excitedly rushed over about to pile on him. Hey lads, wait. Chung Feng suddenly reached out and pushed away the nearest Sulla. Amid everyone's stunned expressions, he spun around, leaped high toward Messi at the center circle. His body stretched in the air. A beautiful 360 spin. Landing. He thrust his arms downward with force. Su. A domineering roar burst from his throat. This was Cristiano Ronaldo's trademark celebration. The hallmark of another king. At that moment Chung Feng used this gesture to deliver the most powerful response to Messi, who had just provoked the entire stadium. Are you not the king? Are you not displaying your name with your jersey? Now, I, Chung Feng, with the posture of another king, I will tell you who the master of tonight is. Su. The Anfield crowd instantly understood Chung Feng's meaning. They found an outlet for their emotions, using every ounce of their strength to roar along with Chung Feng, a sound that shook the heavens and the earth. The wave of sound was overwhelming, one after another. Messi's face turned extremely ugly at that moment. He stared intently at Chung Feng, his chest heaving violently. Provocation. This was blatant provocation. Using the celebration of his lifelong rival to flaunt right in front of him. Well done, Chung. That was bloody brilliant. Van Dijk charged over, giving Chung Feng a fierce bear hug and slapping his back hard. That'll shut them up. Main also ran over laughing and high-fived Chung Feng. His teammates surrounded Chung Feng, excitedly ruffling his hair. Just then Chung Feng suddenly remembered something. He pushed through the crowd, his eyes quickly scanning the sidelines. Right? That little girl. The ball girl in the Liverpool jersey before the match. She had looked up at him with admiration and told him he was her superhero, a man like King Kong, who could destroy everything. Chung Feng had smiled and promised her that if he scored, he would do a special celebration for her. He saw her. In the first row of the stands near the player tunnel, that small figure. The little girl was staring at him blankly, her little face full of disappointment. Clearly the Sioux celebration just now was not the King Kong celebration she had been expecting. A wave of apologies surged in Chung Feng's heart. He immediately said to his teammates beside him, Sadio, Virgil, Trent, help me with something. What's up? Van Dijk asked curiously. Remember the ball girl before the match? I promised her a celebration, but I just forgot. Chung Feng pointed toward the stands. Main followed his gaze and immediately laughed. Oh, that cute little thing. No problem, what do you want to do? Follow me. Without further ado, Chung Feng pulled Main, Van Dijk, and Alexander-Arnold, and the 4 of them ran toward that direction. The little girl in the stands had been feeling wronged because her idol hadn't kept his promise. Suddenly, she saw Chung Feng actually running toward her, and he even raised his hand and pointed at her from afar. The little girl's eyes lit up instantly. Her parents beside her covered their mouths in surprise. Chung Feng ran to the sideline, gave the little girl a brilliant smile, then spread his legs, slightly bent his knees, and clenched his fists. Thump, thump, thump. He pounded his chest forcefully, imitating a gorilla making "oh" sounds. Main, Van Dijk, and Alexander-Arnold immediately caught on and followed suit. For big men all over 6 feet tall pounding their chests like gorillas on the sidelines. The scene was both hilarious and full of power. Wow! The little girl let out a shriek of surprise. She jumped up excitedly and waved her little hands vigorously at Chung Feng. This was her superhero, the invincible King Kong. Chung Feng smiled at the little girl's happy expression. He playfully blew a kiss in her direction. This moment was captured completely by the broadcast cameras on the sidelines. In the commentary booth, Wang Jianhong shouted excitedly, "Did you see that? Viewers, did you see that? Chung Feng. He is fulfilling his promise to a little ball girl." Before the match, a little girl said Chung Feng was her King Kong, and Chung Feng promised to do a King Kong celebration for her. He didn't forget. After scoring such an earth-shattering goal and making such a domineering response, he still remembered his promise to a little fan. This is Chung Feng, a player with heart and soul. The live chat exploded. Whoa, I'm crying. What a divine idol. I'm a fan. Strong and warm. Who wouldn't love this Chung Feng? That little girl is so lucky. I'm jealous. Haha, Van Dijk and Maine pounding their chests looks so funny. On the pitch, the referee finally had enough. The Barcelona players had complained several times, claiming Chung Feng's celebration was too long and deliberately delaying the game. The referee ran over, wagged his finger at the four of them, and signaled them to return to their positions. Chung Feng and the others nodded with a smile and jogged back to their half. The match was about to restart. On the sidelines, the Liverpool coaching bench. Head coach Klopp and his assistant coach looked at each other, their expressions a mix of amazement and disbelief. Just minutes before, when Chung Feng started dribbling, the assistant coach had confidently said to Klopp, "Cheng's physicality and finishing are top-notch. But his dribbling ability, honestly, it's average. He can't get past anyone." Klopp had nodded in agreement at the time. Yet, the result was that Chung Feng dribbled past 5 players and scored a goal worthy of legend. Ahem. The assistant coach coughed awkwardly, feeling his face burn. Klopp pointed at Chung Feng like a child showing off his most prized toy. "I was an idiot before. A complete idiot. I had him playing as a defensive midfielder. Damn it. I put an F-22 fighter jet to work spraying crops. I should have my coaching license revoked." Buvac took a deep breath, trying to sound professional. "I understand what you mean. His football IQ and technique are far beyond what we previously thought of him. He's like a modern-day Beckenbauer, a libero emerging from midfield. He can appear wherever he's needed." "Exactly. A libero." Klopp slapped his thigh. "That's the right way to use him. We need to redesign the tactics. Make him the absolute core." "Absolutely." He grabbed the tactical board and frantically scribbled on it, muttering to himself. Confining him to defensive midfield before was a crime. A crime. Meanwhile, in Barcelona's VIP box, the atmosphere was so tense it could drip. Head coach Valverde's face was pale, covered in cold sweat. Big Bear's face had turned from ashen to purple. "Valverde." Big Bear's voice was low, but every word carried a chill. "Is this the player you told me to focus on, but with limited threat? What did our scouting report say? Strong physicality, good interceptions, but average attacking talent." "Average? That goal just now was average." Big Bear slammed the table, making the cups jump. Mr. President, this," Valverde stammered. "His rate of improvement has completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Don't give me that useless crap." Big Bear's fury erupted completely. "This is incompetence. Dereliction of duty. What the hell is our scouting department doing? A bunch of useless idiots." Daxiong pulled out his phone and dialed a number directly. "Give me the head of scouting and the youth development director. I don't care where they are right now. Within half an hour, I want them rolling into my office." "No, never mind." Daxiong roared into the phone. "Notify HR directly. They're fired. Every single one of them. I don't want to see a single one of them again. A bunch of blind fools. Barca being humiliated like this on our own home ground because of such a pathetic mistake." He hung up the phone and slumped heavily into his chair, chest heaving violently. Valverde stood nearby, hardly daring to breathe. He knew that after this match, regardless of the outcome, a massive purge awaited the club's interior. And it all stemmed from that young man from China running on the pitch. The match resumed. Chung Feng's astonishing goal had lifted Liverpool's morale sky high. They launched a frenzied press in midfield and attack, and for a moment Barcelona's players could barely pass the ball. The ball was tossed around before Lovren cleared it with a booming kick upfield. A Barcelona defender controlled it and passed back to goalkeeper Ter Stegen. Ter Stegen didn't boot it long. Instead, he played it to a fullback. After a series of passes, the ball returned to Liverpool's half. A routine cross was calmly gathered by Liverpool's goalkeeper Karius. A disappointed sigh rippled through the Camp Nou crowd. Karius clutched the ball, glanced at Chung Feng, and Maine sprinting forward, and felt a surge of ambition. He wanted to contribute to the attack too. He wanted to launch a swift counterattack. So instead of safely passing to Van Dijk nearby, he chose a move unbefitting a professional goalkeeper, a hand throw. He put all his strength into it, hoping to hurl a low, fast arc directly to the feet of a teammate upfield. But he overestimated his skill and underestimated the cruelty of reality. Suarez, who had just tracked back from the front and had his back to him, became the most innocent, yet luckiest backdrop. The ball shot out of Karius's hand like a cannonball. Dead on target. It struck Suarez squarely on the back of the head. Thud. A dull sound. Suarez staggered, dazed and confused. And the ball, after its intimate contact with the back of his head, took a bizarre rebound that defied all physics. It traced a high parabola, sailed over the stunned Karius, and drifted slowly, leisurely into the empty net behind him. The stadium fell silent. Everyone was frozen. Even Suarez, the scorer. He clutched the back of his head, turned around in bewilderment, and saw the ball nestling in the net. Seconds later, the Camp Nou erupted with a roar 100 times more thunderous than the one for Chongfeng's goal. Barcelona's players swarmed around the still dizzy Suarez, celebrating wildly. Liverpool's players, however, were rooted to the spot in disbelief. Van Dijk and Lovren rushed to the referee, gesticulating frantically, claiming the goal was irregular. But the referee spread his hands and pointed to the center circle. Goal valid. It was a goal that was perfectly legal under the rules, even though it was absurdly comical. On the sidelines, Klopp's smile froze instantly. His mouth hung open, eyes wide as saucers, staring at Karius, who was now kneeling on the ground with his head in his hands. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was a Champions League semi-final. This was the Camp Nou. His starting goalkeeper, with a blunder worthy of a schoolboy, had thrown the ball into his own net. Fuck! A roar that shook the heavens erupted from Klopp's throat. He spun around and kicked over a water bottle rack beside him. Dozens of bottles scattered and splashed, making the assistant coach and substitutes flinch. What is he doing? What the hell is he doing? Klopp was tearing at his hair like a raging lion. A professional goalkeeper. A top-earning professional goalkeeper. He threw the ball into his own net. Are you kidding me? He bellowed at Buvac. Buvac went pale and couldn't utter a word. Such a mistake transcended tactics and technique. It was a mental issue. Klopp paced back and forth on the touchline, the fire in his chest blazing hotter. He suddenly stopped, grabbed Buvac by the collar, his eyes ice cold and terrifying. Call Michael. Now. Immediately. Michael Edwards, Liverpool's sporting director, oversaw transfers. Tell him, I don't care how much it costs. 100 million. 200 million. I don't care. By the summer window, I must see a new goalkeeper. Listen, Oblak. Anyone. I need a goalkeeper who can catch the ball with his hands. Not an idiot who uses his brain to put the ball into his own net. I never want to see this happen again. Not once. Klopp's voice was hoarse, but carried an unyielding determination. Karius's absurd blunder had truly shattered him. He couldn't fathom that after a whole season of painstaking effort with the team so close to glory, it might all be undone by a goalkeeper's inexplicable elementary mistake. This helplessness drove him mad. On the center of the pitch, Chongfeng stood with his hands on his hips, shook his head helplessly, and let out a long sigh. He didn't join his teammates in mobbing the referee or blame Karius. Because he had known all along. This day was bound to come. Karius, known in the football world as Butterfingers, had earned that nickname for a reason. In training, Chongfeng had seen him drop the ball inexplicably too many times, seen his hesitation when dealing with high balls. But in previous matches, Liverpool's defense was too solid. With him and Van Dijk as two top-tier walls at the back, opponents had precious few shots on goal. 8 out of 10 saves Karius had to make were the simplest kind. Low pressure meant fewer mistakes. That had given Klopp and the coaching staff a false illusion that Karius had grown into a reliable goalkeeper. But now everything had changed. To strengthen the attack, Chongfeng's position had been pushed up to attacking midfield. He was far from his own penalty area, and Liverpool's backline suddenly lost its strongest shield. Pressure instantly fell entirely on Van Dijk and Karius. And then the most deeply buried powder keg was detonated. It's still my fault. Chongfeng laughed bitterly in his mind. I was only thinking about how to break down Barcelona's goal, but I overlooked this huge menace lurking in front of our own net. He thought he had carried the team on his shoulders, but his forward push had become the final straw that broke the camel's back. He could feel the dejection radiating from his teammates. Morale had plummeted to rock bottom after that absurd goal. Chongfeng took a deep breath and slapped his own face hard. We can't let it end like this. Absolutely not. Chongfeng walked over to the dejected Van Dijk, patting the Dutchman on the shoulder. Hey Virgil, cheer up. What the hell? Van Dijk was so furious he couldn't even finish his sentence. I know this is terrible, Chongfeng said, looking at him with an unusually calm gaze. But the game isn't over yet. He turned around and shouted at all the disheartened teammates. Heads up. It's just a mistake. What's the big deal? On the other side, Barcelona's coaching bench. Head coach Valverde called left-back Alba to the sideline. Jordi. His voice was low, but his tone was resolute. Go back and tell everyone. Change the strategy. Increase the pressure on their goalkeeper. Whenever the ball reaches his feet, apply heavy pressure. Alba hesitated for a moment, but immediately understood the coach's intention. And Valverde's eyes glinted with a cold light. Increase long-range shots. Shoot whenever you have a chance. Don't hesitate. Create more free kicks and corners. I want him to face shots constantly. Keep dealing with aerial balls. Make him nervous. Break him. Valverde's tactics were simple and brutal, but hit the core. Since there's a ticking time bomb in your defense, I'll keep lighting the fuse until it explodes. Understood, coach. Alba nodded, firmly turned and sprinted back onto the pitch, relaying the coach's latest instructions to every Barcelona player. The game resumed. Liverpool's captain Henderson ran to the goal, patting Karius on the shoulder. Loris, stay focused. Forget about that goal. We need you, mate. Karius's face was pale, and he forced a smile. Don't worry, skipper, I'm fine. He said he was fine, but his somewhat wandering eyes and slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner tension. Not far away, defender Lovren spat fiercely onto the turf, his eyes full of dissatisfaction, but he said nothing. Now was not the time for infighting. The ball was kicked off from the center circle. After a few passes, it quickly reached Chongfeng's feet. Barcelona's players had clearly received their orders. The moment Chongfeng got the ball, boom. Brazilian midfielder Paulinho charged in with a ferocious tiger-like tackle. At the same time, Rakitic on the other side quickly closed in, forming a double team. This was the highest defensive honor Barcelona's midfield could offer. They intended to use the strongest physical confrontation to stifle Chongfeng's next performance. Watch out. Commentator Wang Jinhong's heart was in his throat. However, Chongfeng's reaction was faster than anyone expected. He gently pulled the ball back with his right foot, executing a graceful turn with the ball. This sent the powerful Paulinho charging straight past him into empty space. Beautiful. Before the fans could even cheer, the turning Chongfeng, facing Rakitic, who blocked his path, made an even more surprising move. He nudged the ball with the tip of his right foot. The ball slipped lightly and precisely between the Croatian midfielder's legs. A nutmeg. Another highly humiliating way to beat a defender. Damn. Rakitic froze completely, feeling the burning shame of the ball brushing against his inner thigh. He turned angrily, ready to foul, but Chongfeng was already long gone. My God. Chongfeng. He's at it again. Pulling the ball to evade Paulinho. Nutmegging Rakitic. The double team of two world-class Barcelona midfielders was effortlessly dismantled in the most elegant manner. After shaking off the two defenders, Chongfeng looked up to assess the situation. Barcelona's defensive anchor Busquets' arms spread wide moved toward him, calmly blocking all routes for passing or advancing. Behind him, center-backs Peak and Umtiti had already retreated into position, watching vigilantly. This time there seemed to be no space to break through. Just when everyone thought Chongfeng would pass back or dribble sideways, the outside of his right foot moved. Without a run-up, he struck the ball hard with the outer side of his instep, aiming at the lower side of the ball. Thwomp. The ball drew an extremely bizarre arc in the air. A golden splendid arc that defied all laws of physics. It curved past Busquets and front past the pursuing Peak and Umtiti like a precision-guided cruise missile, flying straight to the space behind Barcelona's defense. Their Liverpool's young striker Solanke had already started his run with perfect understanding. God, what a pass. An outside of the foot curler, bypassing Barcelona's entire defensive line. A surgical through ball. Wang Jinhong rose from the commentary seat in excitement. A one-on-one. Solanke was through on goal. Only Barcelona's goalkeeper, ter Stegen, stood before him. The Camp Nou air froze instantly. Liverpool fans were ready to rise and cheer. However, facing the charging ter Stegen, the young Solanke panicked. His mind went blank, and all his shooting techniques were thrown to the wind. He instinctively chose the simplest and most technique-demanding option, a chip shot. But his hasty strike was weak and too central. The ball floated slowly toward the goal, and ter Stegen, who had come halfway out, plucked it out of the air with an almost casual single hand. Ayaya. Solanke. He missed a golden opportunity. That was too hasty. Such a brilliant pass from Chongfeng wasted. The live chat instantly filled with lamentations. I'm speechless. The meal was served right to his mouth, and he still spat it out. Solanke's mental strength is too weak. I feel for Feng. That pass was a work of art, but it was ruined by this fool. On the pitch, Chongfeng helplessly spread his hands, but he didn't blame his teammate. He just shook his head and immediately turned to sprint back on defense. On the other side, world-class goalkeeper ter Stegen displayed a calmness and decisiveness completely opposite to Karius. Without any delay, the moment he caught the ball, he launched a powerful throw to Iniesta on the wing. Barcelona's counterattack. Instant start. Veteran Iniesta received the ball, faced Liverpool's fullback Robertson, and with a deft pull of the ball and a change of direction, he shook off the defender's balance. He then delivered a low-through pass to the midfield support Andre Gomez. The transition from defense to attack happened in the blink of an eye. Just as everyone's attention was fixed on Gomez with the ball, a blue and red figure suddenly ghosted from the wing into the heart of Liverpool's defense. The center. It was Messi. The Argentine king, who had been strolling on the wing, seized a lethal opportunity the moment his team switched from defense to attack. Chongfeng, sprinting back on defense, caught a glimpse of this from the corner of his eye. His pupils contracted sharply. Danger. Jordan. Watch out in the middle. Messi. Chongfeng shouted with all his might, warning his captain Henderson. Henderson, who was marking Gomez, instinctively turned his head at the sound. In that fleeting moment of turning, he witnessed a sight he would never forget. Messi, like a bolt of lightning, had already slipped into the gap between him and the center-back behind. Without even stopping the ball, Messi met the rolling sphere head-on, and from nearly 30 meters out swung his left foot directly. A long-range strike. The shot was fierce and swift, carrying intense spin, hurtling straight for the bottom left corner of the goal. Simultaneously, another figure, the Uruguayan Suarez, burst forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging toward Liverpool's penalty area. His target was not the ball, but the goalkeeper Karius. He intended to use his forward run to obstruct Karius's line of sight and judgment. On the sideline, Klopp's heart was in his throat once more. Careful. Karius's nerves were stretched to the breaking point. The instant Messi struck, he had already reacted, shifting his feet and diving toward the ball's trajectory. It was a half-height ball traveling fast, but the angle was not particularly sharp. For a professional goalkeeper, this ball absolutely had to be held securely. He locked onto the incoming ball, spread his arms, and set his hands. He could even feel the wind generated by the ball's spin. Catch it. I must catch it. He screamed inwardly with frantic urgency. However, just as his hands were about to touch the ball, Suarez's figure flashed violently before his eyes. This bastard. Karius's concentration, disrupted by that interference, was completely thrown off. His hand position in the final fraction of a second underwent a subtle deformation. Thud. The ball struck his palm heavily. Then it slipped free. Like a disobedient child, it bounced off his chest and landed less than 2 meters in front of him. It's over. Those were the only 2 words left in Karius's mind. The hearts of the entire crowd sank as well. Oh, no. Karius. He's done it again. He's failed to hold it again. From the commentary booth, Wang Jinhong's voice was filled with disbelief. This is an error that should never have happened. Messi's long-range shot was high quality, but for a goalkeeper at the level of a Champions League final, this ball must be clutched to the chest. Suarez's interference was indeed present, but that cannot excuse the fumble. Danger. Suarez. In the instant the ball slipped free, the Uruguayan who had been harassing him moments before displayed his top-tier striker's instinct. He slammed on the brakes, spun around, and lunged toward the ball rolling on the ground. Karius reacted as well, diving for the ball. Suarez reached it first. He didn't opt for a direct shot. Facing the advancing Karius, he gently feinted with his right foot. A fake shot, a real dribble. The ball slipped deftly past Karius. And Karius, having lunged too fiercely, missed completely and crashed to the ground in a clumsy heap. An open goal. Suarez faced nothing but an empty net. He gave Liverpool no further chance. Swinging his right foot, he unleashed a blistering shot toward the goal. Boom. The ball, like a cannonball, slammed into the back of the net, sending up a spray of white. Goal. 3-6. Barcelona, within a matter of minutes, had pulled back 2 goals. The entire Camp Nou erupted in frenzy. Meanwhile, the away fan section at Anfield fell into a tomb-like silence. Liverpool's players stood frozen in place. They watched Suarez celebrating wildly by the corner flag and watched Karius kneeling on the ground, pounding the turf with his fists. An emotion called despair began to seep through the team. Repeated fatal errors. What on earth is wrong with Karius today? His mentality has completely collapsed. These 2 conceded goals are almost identical, both caused by his own baffling mistakes. Wang Jinhong's voice was tinged with regret and criticism. Liverpool's players have been hugely affected mentally. Look at Van Dijk, look at Lovren. Their faces are etched with anger and confusion. A team's worst fear is a ticking time bomb in defense, and today's Karius is that most unstable bomb. On the sideline, Klopp's rationality snapped completely at the moment of the second goal. He spun around and roared at the substitutes bench. Substitution. Get him off. Now. His finger pointed rigidly at Karius on the pitch, his arm trembling violently from the strain. The assistant coach rushed over and grabbed the furious Klopp. Jurgen, calm down. Calm down. Calm down, my ass. Klopp shook off his hand, his eyes bloodshot. Can't you see? He's finished. If he stays on the pitch for 1 more minute, we'll concede another goal. I know. But listen to me, the assistant coach shouted anxiously. We've already used 1 substitution. Wijnaldum went off injured. That was forced. We only have 2 left. And it's still the first half. What if another player gets injured later? What if the match goes to extra time and the players run out of stamina? We must keep our substitution options to handle emergencies. The assistant coach's words doused Klopp like a bucket of cold water. He froze. Right. The tactical rules were like an invisible shackle binding him tightly. He could be angry, he could scream, but he could not use 2 substitutions so early in the match, especially one to replace the goalkeeper. In football, that would be near suicidal. Helplessness, fury, frustration. These emotions intermingled, causing Klopp's chest to heave violently. He felt on the verge of exploding. He stared fixedly at the dejected figure wearing the number 1 jersey on the field, and ultimately all his rage converged into his foot. He lifted his leg and delivered a vicious kick to the water bottle case beside him. Bang! Dozens of water bottles scattered in all directions, rolling across the ground. Klopp, hands on his hips, looked up to the sky with a long sigh, his face a mask of helplessness and despair. He had absolutely no solution for this situation. On the pitch, Chung Fong shook his head helplessly. Here we go again. It's really happening again. The center-back Lovren beside him had reached his breaking point. The Croatian stormed toward Karius, cursing furiously. What the hell are you doing? Is it that hard to catch the ball with your hands? Did you bet on the match? Lovren's temper, already fiery, had been ignited. Day on. Chung Fong dashed over and placed himself between Lovren and Karius. Enough. Chung. Don't stop me. I have to ask him today. Lovren pointed at Karius's nose, shaking with rage. And what good would that do? Chung Feng blocked his path, refusing to yield. Even if you yell at him, will he stop making mistakes? Or can you replace him in goal? Lovren was rendered speechless. Is this the time for infighting? Chung Feng's voice was not loud, but it carried an oppressive weight. Leave your damn fire on the field. Use it on the opponent, not on your own teammates. With that, he ignored Lovren, turned around, and walked over to Karius, who was on the verge of tears, then crouched down beside him. He patted Karius on the back. Hey Loris, listen. Karius looked up, his eyes filled with tears, fear, and helplessness. Forget those 2 goals just now. Chung Feng looked into his eyes and said word by word. It wasn't your fault. It was mine. I gave Messi the chance to shoot from distance. Stay focused. The game isn't over yet. We still need you. Chung Feng's voice was calm. No blame, no excessive comfort. He was simply stating a fact. At such a moment, any criticism would crush Karius, while too much consolation would only make him feel more pitiful. The best way was to help him forget the mistakes and refocus on the game. Difficult as it was, Karius stared blankly at Chung Feng, his lips moving, but no words coming out. Liverpool restarted the game. This time, everyone felt the heavy pressure. Chung Feng stood at the center circle, received Henderson's pass, and without hesitation, he lifted his head and spotted Main's run on the left flank. A pinpoint-long pass. The ball, like a guided missile, sailed over Barcelona's midfield line and found Main charging forward at full speed. Main chested the ball and burst into action. He dribbled along the wing, then suddenly cut inside against the Barcelona defender's challenge. A sharp breakthrough. He had torn a gap in Barcelona's defense. Main entered the area near the box. He didn't be greedy and chose a safer option. He spotted Solanke making a run through the middle. A through ball. The ball rolled to Solanke's feet. This was a golden opportunity. Solanke adjusted his stride, and facing the on-rushing goalkeeper, Ter Stegen opted for a powerful drive. Go in! Chung Feng screamed in his mind. However, thud. A dull thud. Solanke's shot had plenty of power, but the accuracy was miles off. The ball soared high, cleared the crossbar, and flew straight into the second tier of the stands. A ridiculous skier. Holy shit. Chung Feng was devastated. He clutched his head, unable to believe his eyes. This ball, if only kicked toward the goal, could have posed a threat. But Solanke, the young striker who had been so highly anticipated, also made a ridiculous mistake under immense pressure. The team's mental state had reached an extremely dangerous edge. Barcelona goalkeeper Ter Stegen didn't even make a save, he just shrugged in helplessness. The Camp Nou fans erupted in laughter. Barcelona quickly took the goal kick. The ball once again came to Andre Gomez. He looked up again, searching for Messi. This time Chung Feng had learned his lesson. He didn't blindly stay up front, but quickly dropped back, positioning himself between Gomez and Messi's passing lane. Seeing Chung Feng's defensive positioning, Messi wisely didn't force the ball. He gestured to Gomez to pass back. Gomez understood and played the ball back to Messi. Messi received it, and Henderson immediately pounced fiercely. The Liverpool captain wanted a strong tackle to boost the team's morale. But who is Messi? Just as Henderson's foot was about to touch the ball, Messi shielded it with his body while gently nudging it aside with his right foot. Henderson's foot struck Messi's ankle squarely. Beep. The referee's whistle blew. A yellow card, a dangerous free kick in an excellent position. That was the price Henderson paid for his momentary lapse. But the Liverpool players had no time to complain, nor to help the fallen Gomez. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. This position. Too dangerous. About 25 meters from goal, slightly to the left of center. This was practically the Messi zone, tailor-made for a left-footed player. The Camp Nou Barcelona fans erupted in thunderous cheers, as if they had already seen the goal. Meanwhile, Liverpool's goalkeeper Karius had grown pale. His palms were slick with cold sweat, his gaze wandering, and he kept licking his dry lips. Just then a hand landed heavily on his shoulder. Loris, calm down. Chung Feng had run back without anyone noticing. His voice was low but exceptionally steady. Don't think about who's standing opposite you. Treat it like an ordinary shot. Trust our wall and trust yourself, okay? Karius looked at Chung Feng's determined eyes, took a deep breath, and nodded emphatically. I got it, Chung. Chung Feng said no more, turned and walked to the edge of the penalty area to help Van Dijk set up the wall. Andy, lie down, Van Dijk shouted at fullback Robertson. Got it. Robertson didn't hesitate. He slid into a lying position behind the wall. This was a tactic specifically designed to prevent Messi's low-driven shot, commonly known as the corpse defense. Messi takes the free kick. Barcelona has a golden chance to equalize. Liverpool has set up a five-man wall, including Van Dijk, Chung Feng, Henderson. Robertson is lying behind the wall. This is Klopp's targeted arrangement to eliminate the possibility of Messi hitting a grounder. In the commentary booth, Wang Jianhong's voice grew tense as well. On the pitch, Messi gently placed the ball, stepped back, and stood still. The entire Camp Nou fell silent in that moment, tens of thousands of eyes fixed solely on him. Chung Feng stood in the wall, squinting, staring intently at Messi's standing foot and striking motion. Given Messi's habits from this distance and angle, curling the ball over the wall to the far corner was most likely. But intuition told Chung Feng it wouldn't be that simple. Messi started his run up. Struck. Thud. The ball hit with the inside of his foot, soared high over the wall. Not a curler. It was a rapidly dipping knuckleball. The moment it cleared the wall, the ball spun fiercely like a kite with a broken string plummeting straight toward the center of the goal, slightly above the middle. Karius's pupils dilated. He had misjudged the direction. He had been focusing entirely on the far right corner of the goal, and his body weight had already shifted prematurely. Now the ball was flying toward the center, and it was too late for him to dive. It was over. Yet just as the ball was about to clear the top of the wall, a red figure shot up from the wall. It was Cheng Feng. He had anticipated the ball's trajectory the moment Messi struck it. Instead of jumping straight up like the other wall players, he leaped forward toward the goal, straining to meet the ball. He was going to head the ball clear. Cheng Feng. He read it right. Wang Jinhong shouted excitedly. But just as Cheng Feng's forehead was about to touch the ball, a yellow figure charged out of the goal like a madman. It was Karius. Seeing he had lost his position, he impulsively chose to rush off his line and punch the ball away with both fists. I got it. A roar exploded in Cheng Feng's ear. The next second, Cheng Feng felt a heavy fist strike the back of his head. Bang! A dull thud. Cheng Feng's vision went black instantly, his brain buzzing, the world spinning around him. He lost all balance, his body tilted midair, and he crashed heavily onto the turf. Meanwhile, Karius, due to this absurd rush out of his goal, missed entirely. Not only did he fail to touch the ball, but he also knocked out his own most crucial defender with a punch. The ball slowly and unimpeded sailed over his head and dropped into the vacant net. The referee's whistle sounded again, pointing to the center circle. The goal was valid. The Camp Nou erupted instantly. Barcelona players crazily rushed towards Messi, surrounding him, celebrating wildly. On Liverpool's side, there was deadly silence. Van Dijk didn't even glance at the ball rolling into the net. He immediately rushed towards the fallen Cheng Feng. Cheng, wake up. Medic, get the hell up here. The Dutch centre-back roared with heart-wrenching cries towards the sideline. On the sideline, Liverpool's head coach Klopp's face drained of all color instantly. He stared intently at the yellow figure on the pitch, Karius. In his eyes there was no anger, no roar, only a cold, bone-chilling frost. The assistant coach standing beside him felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He knew it was over. Loris Karius's career at Liverpool was completely finished at this moment. Klopp whirled around and bellowed at the team doctor on the bench, "Get up there. Quick. No matter what, make sure he's okay." After shouting as if drained of all strength, he slumped back into the coaching seat. The assistant coach looked at the tactics board in his hand, his face grim. "Boss, if Chung is injured and has to leave our midfield, we only have Emre Can to replace him. Barcelona's momentum is rising. If we lose control of the midfield again, the consequences would be unimaginable." On the pitch, an even uglier scene unfolded. Suarez, Pique, who had just been celebrating, and even Messi all surrounded the referee. "Referee, he's wasting time." Suarez pointed at the fallen Cheng Feng, shouting excitedly. "This is definitely an act. He wants to break our attacking rhythm. Give him a yellow card." Pique also fanned the flames. "Exactly. He wasn't even hurt. Look how high he jumped just now. Now he's lying still on the ground. So fake." The referee's face instantly darkened. He shoved Suarez aside, his tone severe to the extreme. "Everyone back. The player's safety is paramount. This could be a concussion. I must let the medic enter the pitch to check. Remember, this is football, but life is always above victory or defeat." With that, he ignored the protests of Barcelona players, ran to the sideline himself, and waved for the stretcher and medic to come on quickly. "Oh my God, Karius, what on earth is he doing?" In the broadcast room, Wang Jinhong's voice was filled with disappointment and anger. A world-class pass was wasted by the forward, a godlike anticipation was ended by the goalkeeper. "What can I say? Cheng Feng is playing with a bunch of pig teammates today. This Karius is truly useless at everything he does." The barrage comments exploded. "Karius, you owe Cheng Feng a Champions League title. I could kill you. How can a human do such a thing? My heart aches for brother Feng. He really can't carry the team." At this moment, Cheng Feng on the pitch was experiencing unprecedented pain. Dizziness, blurred vision, ringing ears, nausea. All the concussion symptoms rushed at him at once. The medic had rushed to his side, shining a flashlight into his pupils, checking while asking urgently, "Cheng, can you hear me? How many fingers?" The medic held up 3 fingers. In Cheng Feng's vision, the 3 fingers became 5, 6, and even countless ghost images. "Not good, the pupils are dilated, typical concussion." The medic's tone was grave. "We must substitute him now. He can't play anymore." "Can't play anymore?" "No, absolutely not. The match has just begun. The team needs me now. How can I leave the pitch at this moment?" Cheng Feng screamed frantically in his heart. System, come out. Is there any way?" Detected that the host has suffered a heavy impact, diagnosed with second-degree concussion, it is recommended to stop strenuous exercise immediately and receive treatment. A cold system notification voice sounded in his mind. "I can't leave the pitch. Is there any item that can restore me?" Cheng Feng's will was unwavering, searching the mall and backpack. Found usable item 1 minor injury instant recovery card. Description: this card can instantly heal sprains, bruises, mild concussions, and other non-structural injuries. Use immediately. Use it now. Cheng Feng did not hesitate. Minor injury instant recovery card activated successfully. As the words fell, a cool stream of air instantly swept over his entire head. The vertigo he had just felt vanished into thin air as if a delete key had been pressed. His head no longer spun, his vision cleared, and even the urge to vomit dissipated like smoke. Cheng, how do you feel? The medic, seeing no response, grew more anxious. Just as the medic was about to call for the stretcher, Cheng Feng suddenly sat bolt upright. I'm fine. He shook his head, feeling unprecedentedly clear-headed. The medic was startled. Don't move recklessly. You just had a concussion. I'm really fine now. Cheng Feng looked at the medic with clear eyes and clear thinking. I was just dazed from the hit, but now I've recovered. If you don't believe me, ask me again. The medic, skeptical, held up 3 fingers again. How many? 3. Cheng Feng answered immediately. Where are we? Camp Nou. Seeing Cheng Feng answer fluently, the medic was utterly baffled. This recovery was too fast, wasn't it? Could the earlier diagnosis have been an illusion? Van Dijk and Henderson also approached, looking concerned. Cheng, are you sure you're okay? Don't push yourself. Yeah, brother, health matters. Cheng Feng stood up, jumped twice on the spot, and then performed a sprint motion. See, I'm really fine. He smiled at the 2 leaders, then turned to the medic. For safety, Sake, let me go to the sideline for another check to reassure the coach. All right. The medic nodded in a daze. Then, under the astonished gazes of tens of thousands of spectators, Cheng Feng, who had just been lying motionless on the ground, walked to the sideline himself and began to receive further examination from the medic. On the sideline, Liverpool's medic scanned Cheng Feng with various instruments, his expression more astonished than Columbus discovering the New World. Blood pressure normal. Heart rate stable. Pupil reflex responsive. Cognitive function. Perfect. With each item, the medic's eyebrows rose a notch. Finally, he put down the equipment, held his forehead, looking like his worldview had been overturned. Mr. Klopp, I swear on my 20 years of experience, he is healthier than I am right now. What the hell just now? It was clearly typical second-degree concussion symptoms. How could he recover in just a few minutes? Klopp glared into Cheng Feng's eyes. Those pupils were clear and resolute, without a trace of confusion or daze. Cheng, tell me honestly, are you really all right? This is no joke. It's about your career. Klopp's tone was deadly serious. Cheng Feng nodded firmly, his voice decisive. Boss, I'm fine. I feel great. I could run 10,000 meters right now. Seeing Cheng Feng so lively and bouncing, Klopp's heart eased at least halfway. He patted Cheng Feng on the shoulder and said in a low voice, Good. I trust you. But remember, if you feel anything wrong, signal me immediately. Got it? Yes. With the manager's permission, Cheng Feng stepped back onto the Camp Nou turf. The referee blew the whistle to restart the match. All right, the game continues. Cheng Feng looks fine, so the fans can relax now. In the commentary booth, Wang Jinhong's tone was noticeably lighter. Barcelona clearly didn't want to leave the suspense until the second half. The moment the game resumed, they surged like a pack of sharks, scenting blood, launching a frantic full-court press. The ball couldn't be cleared from Liverpool's backline. Every pass was met with fierce tackles and physical confrontations from Barcelona players. Damn, these Spaniards have gone mad. Liverpool captain Henderson, while clumsily passing the ball back to Van Dijk, couldn't help but curse. The rhythm was completely shattered. The ball zipped rapidly between players, each transition dizzying in speed. This was no longer possession play, it was a chaotic melee. Barcelona's players were relentless, seizing any gap to fire a long shot. Boom, boom. The ball whistled toward Liverpool's goal time and again, but every time Van Dijk and Lovren were in the most critical positions. They used their bodies, their thighs, every part possible to block shots, building a fortress of flesh and blood. Van Dijk, Lovren. Liverpool's 2 center-backs are like gods today. Barcelona's long shots are all bark and no bite. In the chaos, Cheng Feng got the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, he looked up to survey the front. Now, he delivered a precise long pass, the ball tracing a beautiful arc over most of the pitch, finding Maine sprinting down the left flank. Brilliant. Cheng Feng's long pass. Scalpel-like. Maine took the ball, cut inside, and shot in one fluid motion. The ball rocketed toward the far corner. However, Barcelona's goalkeeper Ter Stegen showed his world-class quality, making a desperate dive and tipping the ball over the bar with his fingertips. Oh, what a pity. Ter Stegen's save was crucial. World-class. A huge groan echoed around Anfield. Cheng Feng waved his hand in frustration, but quickly clapped to encourage his teammates. A few minutes later, another chance arrived. Cheng Feng received a pass from Henderson in midfield, used a clever dragback, turned to evade Iniesta's challenge, and the field opened up before him. This time he spotted Solanke in the center. Another long pass, the ball landing perfectly at Solanke's feet, almost served on a platter. It was a golden one-on-one chance. Yet Solanke, perhaps too nervous, miscontrolled his first touch, letting the ball get away from him. The ball rolled straight to the advancing Ter Stegen. My God, what is Solanke doing? This touch. It's a crime. In the stands, Liverpool fans clutched their heads, unable to believe what they had just seen. Chung Feng stood at the center circle, hands on his hips, shaking his head in resignation. What more could he say? Stuck with such a partner, you just had to accept your luck. The first half entered stoppage time. Barcelona's relentless assault finally earned a corner. Iniesta stood over the ball, the midfield maestro taking a deep breath, his eyes sharp. The whistle blew. He ran up, struck the ball, which curled with heavy spin into the box. A familiar figure leaped high. It was Suarez, the former king of Anfield, now facing his old club. He overpowered Lovren and thundered a header. The ball flew toward the top corner. Goalkeeper Karius had already dived, but couldn't reach it. It was over. Every Liverpool fan's heart sank. Ding! A sharp sound. The crossbar. The crossbar had saved Liverpool. The ball bounced back into the box, and in the chaos, Chung Feng had somehow sprinted back. He beat everyone to the falling ball, put all his strength into a kick, and sent it skyward. The ball flew out for a throw-in. Danger averted. The referee also blew the halftime whistle. Players trudged off the pitch, heading toward the tunnel. The air over Anfield was thick with relief at having survived and deep anxiety for the second half. The walk to the dressing room was heavy with silence. No one spoke. Only heavy breathing and the scuff of boots on the floor. Upon entering, goalkeeper Karius slumped to the ground, hands on his head, shoulders trembling. "I'm sorry, lad. My fault." His voice cracked with tears. A few young players hung their heads, not daring to look at him, unsure how to comfort him. Captain Henderson opened his mouth, but only sighed and patted Karius on the shoulder. Just then, "All of you lift your heads." It was Chung Feng. He slammed his water bottle to the ground with a loud crash. Everyone was startled, turning to stare at him. Chung Feng's chest heaved violently, fire burning in his eyes. He pointed at his dejected teammates one by one. "What are you crying for? Huh? Is the game over? Are we behind or eliminated?" He walked up to Karius and pulled him to his feet. "You? Stand up straight. It's just one mistake. Who the hell hasn't made a mistake playing football?" Chung Feng pointed outside, his voice hoarse from shouting. "Look out there. Where is this? This is Anfield. Our home. There are still 45 minutes in the second half. Are you going to give up like this? Are you going to let those Barcelona players walk all over us in our own stadium and advance? I'm telling you, I won't allow it." Chung Feng's gaze swept over everyone: Maine, Van Dijk, Lovren, Henderson. "Anyone who wants to win, who wants to keep the trophy here, give it your all in the second half. Fight. Scramble. Knock them over. Make them know that Anfield is not a place they can come and go as they please." Every word he spoke was filled with power. The oppressive atmosphere was completely ignited. The players' eyes rekindled with fighting spirit. "Yeah, let's fucking do this. This is Anfield. We'll fight them in the second half." Roar. Players began shouting, pounding their chests, releasing their emotions. Karius wiped his face with his sleeve, his eyes becoming resolute again. He walked over to Chung Feng and patted him heavily on the shoulder. "Thanks, mate." Outside the changing room door, head coach Klopp leaned against the wall, quietly listening to everything happening inside. When he heard Chung Feng's roar, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. This kid, he's truly a born leader. He pushed open the door and walked in. The noisy changing room instantly fell silent. Everyone expected a hairdryer treatment from the coach. But Klopp didn't. He even had a faint smile on his face as he calmly walked to the tactics board. "Good first half, lads." He first acknowledged everyone's efforts, then changed his tone. "But that's not enough." He picked up the tactics pen and drew on the board. "In the second half, we switched to a 4-3-3 formation." He erased the original formation and swiftly laid out the new tactics. "Chung." Klopp looked at Chung Feng. "In the second half, I'm giving you the green light to shoot at will. You can make more flexible runs forward and attack their defense. Don't hold back." He then pointed at Jean Boulogne. "Alex, your task is to draw fouls. Especially the guy Andres Gomez. Get physical with him, we need set pieces up front." Finally, his gaze fell on Sadio Mane and Dominic Solanke. "Sadio, make more runs into the half spaces, use your speed to tear apart Alba's defense. Dominic, drop deeper, feed Chung Feng more passes, and create shooting space for him." "Got it." Klopp's instructions were clear, decisive, and full of aggression. The players were fired up and responded loudly. "Understood." Klopp nodded with satisfaction and patted the tactics board. "Excellent. Now go out there and show them what rock and roll football is." Halftime in the studio. Wang Jianhong and Chen Xianxian were analyzing the first half. "Coach Wang, what do you think of Liverpool's performance in the first half?" "The final moments were quite thrilling," Chen Xianxian said, still shaken. Wang Jianhong nodded, his expression serious. "Liverpool played with passion in the first half, but the problems are also obvious. First, the goalkeeper Karius." He paused and continued. "He seems very nervous today, and there have already been a few minor mistakes in the first half. That header from Suarez, though saved by the crossbar, exposed his poor form. In the second half, Barcelona will definitely target him, taking more long shots to put pressure on him. Liverpool's defense must find a way to relieve the pressure on him." Chen Xianxian agreed. "Exactly, Karius is like a ticking time bomb. Now no one knows when he'll explode." Secondly, Wang Jinhong pointed to a player on the screen. There's Barcelona's Andres Gomez. This player wasn't very noticeable in the first half, but he has a trait: he uses a lot of small tricks and knows how to exploit the rules. I noticed he deliberately sought physical contact with Liverpool's midfielders several times, then went down dramatically. He's a bait, put out by Barcelona specifically to win free kicks in dangerous areas. Liverpool's players, especially the midfielders, must stay calm in the second half and not rush into tackles. Otherwise, they'll easily fall into Valverde's trap. The second half had just kicked off when Barcelona launched a fierce attack. After several passes, the ball reached Andres Gomez. He dribbled to the edge of the penalty area facing Liverpool's defense with a provocative look. Instead of passing, he teased the ball with his toes, swaying his body slightly. It seemed he was luring someone to tackle. Liverpool's veteran Milner, experienced but fiery-tempered, couldn't stand such arrogance. He was about to charge forward and teach him a lesson. "James, don't go." A calm shout came from behind. Milner instinctively stopped and turned around to see Ching Feng. Ching Feng shook his head, signaling him to hold his position and not commit. Then, like a bolt of lightning, Ching Feng himself charged toward Andres Gomez. A cold smirk curled on Andres Gomez's lips. Here he comes. He had been waiting for Ching Feng. He had already planned if Ching Feng dared to stick out a foot, he would go down. This would not only win a free kick, but also get that arrogant Chinese kid a yellow card. Closer. Getting closer. When they were less than a meter apart, Ching Feng suddenly thrust his right foot forward, feigning a poke at the ball. Andres Gomez rejoiced inwardly, immediately leaning back, readying a perfect fall. But at that instant, Ching Feng's outstretched right foot pulled back at an odd angle, and his heel gently nudged the ball inward. The ball, as if drawn by a magnet, obediently rolled between Andres Gomez's legs. A nutmeg. Andres Gomez froze completely. Before he could even execute his planned dive, the ball was gone. He spun around only to see Ching Feng already chasing the ball and speeding away. Up. Enraged and humiliated, Andres Gomez threw himself to the ground, letting out a scream as he tried to deceive the referee. However, the referee had a perfect view and saw everything clearly. Ching Feng's move was clean. He didn't even touch Andres Gomez's shirt. It was a blatant dive. The referee only gave him a cold glance, didn't even bother to blow his whistle, and signaled with both hands for play to continue. A huge chorus of boos erupted from the Camp Nou stands. But this time the boos were aimed at their own player, Andres Gomez. What a disgrace. Can't even dive properly. He got nutmegged, so get up and chase. What's with lying on the ground, playing dead? Valverde, sub him off already. I'm going blind. On the pitch, Ching Feng, having won the ball, didn't pause. He looked up to assess the situation, swung his left foot, and delivered a precise diagonal long pass. The ball traced a beautiful arc across most of the pitch, finding Zhang Boluan, who was sprinting forward. Beautiful. Ching Feng's vision and technique. Liverpool's counterattack. This is a golden opportunity. After receiving the ball, Zhang Boluan sprinted down the flank, as per Klopp's pre-match instructions. Barcelona's defense was instantly stretched. Paulinho chased frantically from behind. Seeing Zhang Boluan about to reach the edge of the box and cut inside, Paulinho knew it was too late unless he fouled. He didn't hesitate. He lowered his center of gravity and launched a vicious slide tackle aimed at Zhang Boluan's legs. Thud. A dull sound. Paulinho's stud struck solidly into Zhang Boluan's shin. Zhang Boluan let out a scream, tumbled in the air, and crashed heavily to the ground. Beep. The referee's sharp whistle pierced the stadium. Without hesitation, he rushed to the scene and flashed a yellow card directly at Paulinho. "Hey referee, I got the ball." Paulinho sprang up from the ground, spreading his arms wide, shouting loudly in protest to the main referee. Pique Umtiti and other Barcelona players also gathered around, trying to pressure the referee. Everyone back. The referee's face was ashen, pointing at Paulinho's nose and rebuking. That tackle was aimed at the man. "If I hadn't held back, that would definitely have been a red card. If you crowd me again, I'll give you another one." The referee's firm attitude subdued the Barcelona players. Paulinho, knowing he was in the wrong, retreated to the side sullenly. On the sidelines, Barcelona's head coach Valverde's face was so dark it could drip water. He saw the Liverpool players beginning to discuss something near the free kick spot, and as he looked at the position of that free kick, a bad premonition surged in his heart. This position, this tactical intent, wasn't this exactly the set-piece combination that Barcelona was best at? He suddenly turned to the Liverpool bench and roared at Klopp. "Jurgen, you shameless plagiarist. Thief." Klopp, who was delighted by this excellent free kick opportunity, was not angered by Valverde's outburst, but instead found it amusing. He spread his hands, shrugged a smug grin on his face, and mouthed to Valverde, "Thanks for the compliment." That infuriating expression nearly made Valverde charge over to start a fight. On the pitch, Liverpool had won a brilliantly positioned free kick. About 30 meters from goal, directly in front of the net, it was a threat whether for a direct shot or a tactical play. Main picked up the ball, ready to take it himself. Just then Ching Feng walked over. "Sadio, let me take this one." Ching Feng's tone was calm, but his eyes radiated an unshakable confidence. Main hesitated for a moment, looking at Ching Feng. He knew Ching Feng had good footwork and had seen him take free kicks in training. He was indeed quite skilled. Moreover, that breathtaking nutmeg and the surgical long pass earlier had proven just how hot his form was today. Alright, you go. Meng didn't hesitate, handing the ball over cheerfully. Show them what you've got. Cheng Feng took the ball and took a deep breath. He bent down, carefully wiping the grass and dirt off the ball with his jersey, his movements meticulous. Then he placed the ball firmly on the spot, even adjusting the valve position slightly with his toe. Every detail revealed how much he valued this opportunity. Barcelona's goalkeeper Ter Stegen began nervously directing his teammates to form the wall. His mind raced, searching for any information about Cheng Feng's free kick taking. The result was blank. This Chinese kid had never taken a free kick in an official match before. Which angle did he prefer? Did he favor powerful drives or curling shots? A dipping shot? A knuckleball? No idea. Completely clueless. Relying solely on instinct and experience, Ter Stegen arranged a 5-man wall, hoping to block as many angles as possible. The referee stepped back a few paces, glanced at his watch, and then placed the whistle between his lips. The Camp Nou fell silent instantly. All eyes were fixed on the young figure standing before the ball. Beep. The whistle blew. Cheng Feng stepped back slowly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. He took a deep breath and the whole world went quiet. In his mind, the system's voice rang clear. Crescent Moon Blade skill card activated. Now, Cheng Feng began his run-up. His eyes were sharp as a blade locked onto the top right corner of the goal. Barcelona's wall was impenetrable, and Suarez even slyly laid down behind the wall to prevent a low drive from Cheng Feng. Goalkeeper Ter Stegen was also fully focused, his center of gravity low, ready to dive at any moment. Yet all this was in vain. Cheng Feng's left foot struck the bottom of the ball with force. Bang! The ball soared into the air. At a bizarre angle with fierce spin, it curved over the leaping wall. A perfect arc. It traced a golden crescent moon in the sky. Holy shit. That ball. In the studio, Wang Jianhong leapt from his chair, dumbfounded. Ter Stegen's reaction was at its peak. He had judged the direction correctly the moment Cheng Feng struck, fully extending his body and diving desperately toward the far corner of the goal. His fingertips even felt the wind from the spinning ball, but it was just a fraction too short. The ball grazed his fingertips and whistled past. Swish. The white net rippled violently upward. Goal. 7-5. Liverpool extended their lead again. Goal. Cheng Feng. Once again Cheng Feng. An unstoppable crescent moon blade. He has scored a brace. My God. Ter Stegen did everything he could, but against such a strike no goalkeeper could do anything. The entire Anfield erupted. Fans embraced, wildly shouted, and tossed their scarves into the air. Klopp could no longer contain his excitement. He burst out of the technical area, sprinting around the sideline like a madman, pumping his fists. Rock and roll football. This was fucking rock and roll football. Cheng Feng spread his arms, basking in the adulation of the entire stadium. Teammates swarmed him, hugging him tightly and pounding his back. Barcelona's players were dejected. Ter Stegen knelt on the ground, pounding the turf in frustration. He couldn't believe he had become the backdrop once again. The match resumed. Enraged Barcelona launched a torrent of attacks. Valverde made adjustments on the sideline, pushing left-back Alba up to almost a central midfield position, throwing himself into the attack recklessly. They would crush Liverpool with their offense. However, they were facing a Cheng Feng who had turned on God mode. After switching to a 4-3-3 formation, Cheng Feng's positioning became more fluid. He was no longer confined to the center-forward role, but roamed like a ghost across Barcelona's half. When Barcelona had the ball, he was the first line of defense. Messi dribbled. His trademark feints attempted to shake off the defense. Cheng Feng didn't bite on his tricks, blocked the inside channel, and executed a clean tackle to send the ball out for a throw-in. Messi glanced at him with slight surprise. A few minutes later, Messi came again. This time he chose a 1-2 with Iniesta. Just as he released the ball and prepared to dash forward, Cheng Feng's figure materialized like a ghost, stepping in front of the pass line and intercepting the ball with his foot. Third time, Messi received the ball in the middle facing Cheng Feng's defense and suddenly attempted a nutmeg. The ball rolled past Cheng Feng's left while Messi sprinted to the right. This was his signature move. Countless defenders had been humiliated by it. But Cheng Feng's reaction was terrifyingly fast. He stopped abruptly, twisted his body, and stretched out his long leg to poke the ball away just before Messi could reach it. Beautiful. Cheng Feng's defense today is world-class. He has successfully contained Messi 3 times in a row. That's simply unbelievable in today's football world. Wang Jianhong's tone was filled with admiration. The Anfield faithful also gave Cheng Feng the warmest applause for every successful defensive play. This kid, not only is his offense incredible, but his defense is also top-notch. What kind of monster is this? The 4th time, Messi had the ball again, already vexed by Cheng Feng's relentless harassment. He lifted his head to survey his teammates' positions, spotting Andre Gomez exposed on the flank. There, with a flick of his ankle, Messi unleashed a piercing through ball. Yet the moment he released it, Cheng Feng moved. Like a prescient oracle, he had preempted Messi's passing lane, pivoting and charging toward Andre Gomez. Andre Gomez had just received the ball, not yet having turned to survey. A crimson figure carried by a gust of wind slid in savagely. Holy crap. Gomez was startled, instinctively trying to pass back to Iniesta. Too late. Chung Feng's tackle was pinpoint, his toe poking the ball cleanly from Gomez's feet. The ball rolled to Busquets' feet. As a world-class defensive midfielder, Busquets remained unflustered, lofting a long pass straight to Rakitic up front. Barcelona's counterattack. Just as everyone expected Chung Feng to be sprawled on the turf gasping, he sprang up like a carp leaping from the grass. Then he was off again like a supercar, brimming with fuel, sprinting toward Rakitic. Rakitic had already spotted the incoming ball. He braced his chest to control it. Suddenly he felt a gust of wind behind him. A figure leaped high, beating him to the ball, and with a powerful header. Boom. The ball was thumped fiercely into the forward area. Headed to Main, who was sprinting into space. Rakitic stumbled a few steps before regaining his balance. He turned back in disbelief. Chung Feng. Again Chung Feng. This guy. Was he a demon? From pressing Messi up front, to sliding tackling Gomez in midfield, to out-jumping him at the back. He had run almost the entire pitch. Was his stamina bar infinite? A deep sense of helplessness and frustration washed over Rakitic. How could he even play this game? Liverpool's counterattack. Main received the ball and sprinted down the wing with blistering speed like a bolt of black lightning. But Chung Feng felt his lungs were about to burst. The repeated extreme sprints had nearly drained his stamina. His thigh muscles began to ache in protest. No, I can barely run anymore. Stamina recovery card activate. Just as he felt himself about to stop, Chung Feng used his last trump card. A warm current instantly surged through his limbs. The muscles that had been aching moments ago were now filled with power. Fatigue vanished. He was back to full health. I can still run. Chung Feng roared, then sprinted again, charging toward Barcelona's penalty area. Main had already dribbled to the byline. Barcelona's defender Alba was desperately tracking back, blocking his cutting in angle. Main tried several times, but couldn't break into the box. Sweat poured down his face, the attack seemed to stall. Then out of the corner of his eye he spotted a crimson figure. Chung Feng. He had arrived at the top of the arc, and there was no one near him. Barcelona's defense had been torn apart by Liverpool's relentless assault. Center-back Umtiti had been dragged wide by the dropping Solanke, leaving a massive vacuum in the middle. Main's mind was made up, without hesitation. He abandoned his solo run, hooked his ankle, and delivered a precise cutback pass to Chung Feng's feet. A chance to clinch the game. The entire Anfield crowd rose to their feet, holding their breath. Time seemed to slow down. Chung Feng watched the ball rolling toward him, his gaze eerily calm. Only one thought filled his mind. End it all. Carlos hammer shot skill card activate. No need to control the ball. No need to adjust. Meeting the incoming ball, Chung Feng swung his left leg, putting all his strength into a ferocious strike. Boom. A thunderous sound. The ball visibly deformed upon contact with his instep. Then like a cannonball shot from a barrel, it tore through the air with an earth-shattering momentum straight into the goal. Ter Stegen didn't even have time to react. He only saw a flash of white light before his eyes. Then he heard the sound of the net being pierced behind him. That sound was so piercing. 8-5. A hat trick. The game was killed. Ter Stegen stood frozen in goal, staring blankly at the ball rolling in the net, trembling with fear. In that instant he felt that if that ball had hit him it would have pierced right through his body. Was this a shot a human could produce? Barcelona's players were completely shattered. Iniesta, hands on his hips, lowered his head in defeat. The legendary midfielder displayed a look of desolation for the first time on the pitch. Suarez stared blankly at the scoreboard, his eyes hollow. Messi simply stood in silence. On the other side, Liverpool's goalkeeper Karius, the moment he saw the ball hit the net, went weak in the knees and fell to his knees on the grass. He let out a long roar, screaming with all his might, releasing all the tension and pressure that had accumulated in the first half. Klopp on the sidelines was pumping his fists in excitement, his face contorted with extreme joy. He screamed at the sky like a beast. His opponent Valverde said nothing, simply turned and walked back to the bench, his dejected silhouette full of unwillingness. Meanwhile, in the VIP suite, Mendes shot up from the sofa like a spring, the priceless red wine in his hand, sloshing wildly, spilling a few drops without a care. Hiwasi, did you see that? Did you see that? Mendes pointed excitedly at the pitch, nearly spitting into the face of Hiwasi, Adidas marketing director. This is what I'm talking about. A superstar. A born superstar. He can score in any way. He's an artist on the pitch. Hiwasi adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes behind the lenses, also unable to hide their astonishment. He had seen too many prodigies and signed countless stars. But someone like Chung Feng at the Camp Nou against Barcelona, scoring a bending shot past Ter Stegen, that was top-tier performance. Mendes sat back next to Hiwasi, leaning forward, lowering his voice, but with increasing pressure. In the first half he made Peak look foolish. Now he has humiliated Ter Stegen with a free kick. Hiwasi, what more proof do you need? Adidas needs a new figurehead, a supernova to rival Nike's Ronaldo and Messi. Chung Feng is your only choice. Hiwasi fell silent. He had to admit Mendes had a point. Cheng Feng's performance had exceeded his expectations, especially the vast Chinese market behind him, which made Adidas's mouth water. All right, Jorge, I admit the kid's potential is indeed astonishing. Hiwasi put down his glass, finally relenting. Let's talk about the specific numbers then. Mendez smiled. The fish had taken the bait. It's simple, Mendez said, raising 3 fingers. 3 million euros per year. A 10-year contract. Hiwasi's brow furrowed instantly. Jorge, have you lost your mind? 3 million. Do you have any idea what that means? Messi and Ronaldo only just secured contracts at that level. So, Mendez countered. How old are they? How old is Cheng Feng? How many peak years do they have left? How many does Cheng Feng have? I'm selling you the future #1 footballer of the next decade. 3 million. I think I'm asking too little. This is too risky. Hiwasi shook his head repeatedly. He's only just made a name for himself. No one can guarantee he'll maintain this form. 2 million. That's the highest we can offer, and it would need to include many performance-related clauses. 2 million. Hiwasi, are you trying to give me a beggar's handout? Mendez scoffed. I can get 2 million from any other brand. Nike has contacted me several times. You know they spare no expense to poach talent from you. The two men engaged in a fierce verbal battle in the box, neither yielding an inch. The situation on the pitch also took a dramatic turn. Barcelona, having conceded 2 goals, was thoroughly enraged. Messi began to take control of the game. He picked up the ball from midfield, dribbled past Henderson and Wijnaldum in succession, and drove like a dagger straight into the heart of Liverpool's defense. Liverpool's backline was instantly on high alert. But Messi's dribbling rhythm was too unpredictable. You could never guess his next move. Just when everyone thought he would continue his charge, he suddenly delivered a diagonal through ball. The ball found Suarez precisely inside the box. Suarez received it with his back to goal, fended off Van Dijk's challenge, executed a nimble turn, and struck a powerful shot. Bang! Liverpool goalkeeper Karius once again misjudged his save, reaction a fraction too slow, and the ball slipped under his armpit into the net. The score changed again. Barcelona pulled one back. The Camp Nou erupted once more. In the box, a playful smile spread across Hiwasi's face. Jorge, look, the match isn't over yet. Your defense doesn't seem too solid. Mendez's expression darkened. That damn Karius. He'd have to sell him sooner or later. The negotiating advantage he had just built was instantly eroded. After the second half began, Barcelona's attacks intensified. Iniesta and Rakitic controlled the midfield, constantly feeding the ball to Messi and Suarez up front. Liverpool's goal was under siege. Mendez's heart was in his throat. He feared his bold gamble would backfire if his team lost. Just then Cheng Feng stepped up again. He received the ball deep in his own half, facing Rakitic's pressure without any panic. A simple drag back and turn shook off his marker. Then he began driving forward with the ball. Faster and faster. An open space lay ahead of him. Barcelona's defenders chased desperately, but couldn't keep up with his pace. Cheng Feng with the ball. So fast. He's past midfield. Still dribbling. Wang Jinhong's voice rose again. Still more than 40 meters from goal, Cheng Feng suddenly wound up his left foot. Everyone froze. From that distance. A direct shot. It was sheer fantasy. Boom. A thunderous sound. The ball shot like a cannonball from the muzzle. No spin, no curve, just a straight white streak hurtling toward the goal. A Carlo-style thunderbolt. Ter Stegen reacted quickly, diving desperately. But the ball was too fast. His hand had barely stretched out when the ball whistled past him. Quong. The ball slammed into the net with a terrifying sound. Goal. Another goal. A hat trick. Cheng Feng completed a hat trick at the Camp Nou. The entire world fell silent at that moment. In the box, Hiwasi's wine glass clattered onto the carpet. He stared in disbelief at the figure sprinting wildly on the pitch, his mind blank. A curling free kick. A thunderous strike. How many more weapons did this Chinese kid possess? Mendez slowly stood up, straightened his tie, and wore a victorious smile. Hiwasi, my friend. He walked over to Hiwasi and patted him on the shoulder. Now do you still think 3 million euros is too much? Hiwasi swallowed hard, his throat feeling parched. 2 million. That's our bottom line. He made a final struggle. No. Mendez wagged his finger. That was the price a moment ago. Now it's 3 million euros per year. No additional clauses. And this is a friendly price. You? Hiwasi was speechless with fury. He's young, he's talented, and most importantly, he has the entire Chinese market behind him. Mendez spoke each word deliberately, each one striking Hiwasi's heart. Sign him, and Adidas's sales in Asia could at least double. You should calculate that better than I can. The match continued. But the fighting spirit of Barcelona's players had been shattered by Cheng Feng's outrageous long-range strike. In the 80th minute, Cheng Feng intercepted the ball again in midfield. He glanced at the goal. Then he struck again. Another long-range shot. The ball traced a bizarre, dipping trajectory through the air like a battle axe, cleaving toward Barcelona's goal. Ter Stegen was already resigned. He made a token leap, watching helplessly as the ball flew into his net for the third time. 9-5. A 4-goal haul. Cheng Feng sealed the game with a battle axe-like long-range strike, completing his 4th goal. God has descended upon the Camp Nou. Wang Jinhong was incoherent. Cheng Feng. He has conquered the Camp Nou. With 4 goals and epic individual performance, he has brought Barcelona to its knees. We are witnessing history. A great moment for Chinese football. Mendes was ecstatic inside, but he remained outwardly calm. He glanced at Hughes, whose face had turned pale. Perfect. Time to add fuel to the fire. He took out his phone and deliberately lit up the screen. Let me see. Endorsement fee. 25 million euros. That should be my bottom line. Mendes murmured just loud enough for Hughes to hear. Hughes's heart skipped a beat. 25 million. That vampire. Just then Mendes's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, made an apologetic gesture, and stepped aside to answer. What? Coca-Cola. Send the offer to my email. He hung up and the phone rang again. Louis Vuitton. A fashion brand. Could be considered. Send the offer to my email. Valentino too. Got it. Mendes took several calls in a row, each from a prestigious international brand. Sweat began to form on Hughes's forehead. He realized the gravity of the situation. Cheng Feng's performance tonight had transformed him from a promising talent into the hottest sports icon in the world. Too many competitors. Suddenly Mendes's expression turned surprised as he answered another call. Hello? Who is this? Longway Mobile. A Chinese brand. What a 50 million euros a year. Mendes's voice suddenly pitched higher, his face etched with disbelief. In the private box, Hughes's heart skipped a beat. 50 million euros. A Chinese phone brand. Were they insane? Just then another call came in. Mendes glanced at the caller ID, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. He deliberately held the phone a little away from his ears, speaking in a voice loud enough, yet not too loud, for Hughes to hear clearly. Hello, my friend from Nike. Good evening. Nike. Hughes's pupils constricted sharply, his heart skipping half a beat. What? Mendes feigned surprise, raising his tone. 28 million euros. For 1 year's endorsement. A 5-year contract. And they promised to launch a personal Cheng signature shoe line. Every word from Mendes struck Hughes's chest like a heavy hammer. 28 million. Those bastards at Nike were absolutely insane to steal the talent. Hughes felt his breathing grow labored. He stared at Mendes, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. He saw a look of difficulty on Mendes's face. This offer is indeed very sincere. To be honest, it's hard for me to refuse. How about this? I need to discuss it with Cheng Feng and get back to you later. Discuss? Discuss my ass. Hughes cursed inwardly. If he let Mendes hang up this call, everything would be ruined. He no longer cared about the give and take of business negotiations or maintaining dignity. He lunged forward in a single stride, his voice distorted by urgency. Mr. Mendes. No, don't agree to them. Hughes raised 3 fingers, trembling slightly from tension. 30 million. We offer 30 million euros per year. A 3-year contract. All the bonus clauses you mentioned earlier. We agree to every single one. All of them. Hughes was almost shouting. He knew he was being taken for a ride, but he had no choice. Losing Cheng Feng would not only mean losing a future football icon, but also allow Nike to completely dominate the vast Asian market at Adidas's expense. He couldn't bear that consequence. Mendes reluctantly glanced at Hughes, then covered the receiver and lowered his voice. Mr. Hughes, this is a 3-year contract, but Nike is offering 5. Sign for 3 years first. Hughes cut him off decisively. Lock him down first. We can't give Nike any chance. We'll renegotiate the extension in 3 years. Seeing Hughes's expression on the verge of tears, Mendes knew the moment was ripe. He took his hand off the phone and spoke into it with a tone full of apology. Oh, my dear friend, I'm so sorry. Just now we received an offer. Well, one with much more sincerity. Yes, the kind you can't refuse. Let's work together next time. Goodbye. Without waiting for a reply, he hung up crisply. The private box fell silent instantly. Mendes put the phone back into his pocket, his trademark refined smile returning to his face. He extended his hand toward Hughes. Mr. Hughes, I think we can celebrate our partnership. Hughes let out a long breath, feeling as if every bone in his body had turned to jelly. He gripped Mendes's hand tightly, as if clutching a lifeline. Great. Mr. Mendes, we must sign the contract immediately. Tonight. Right here in Liverpool. I don't want any more surprises. Just as they shook hands, beep, 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 the match-ending whistle pierced the stadium. The entire Anfield was instantly engulfed in a deafening roar of celebration. Countless Liverpool fans embraced, weeping with joy. Their red scarves waved wildly in the air, merging into a sea of ecstasy. In stark contrast, the blue section of the stands was deathly silent. Barcelona fans silently folded their banners. Many buried their faces in their hands, their dejected silhouettes looking especially lonely against the crimson frenzy. On the pitch, the moment the final whistle blew, Cheng Feng felt the last ounce of strength drained from his body. The energy from the stamina recovery card had long been exhausted. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the soft turf, gasping for air. They had won. Finally, it was over. The next second, his ecstatic teammates surged toward him like a tidal wave, surrounding him and piling on top. At the other end of the pitch, Iniesta, the legendary Spanish midfielder, slowly removed his captain's armband. His eyes were red, but he didn't shed a tear. He stood there quietly, his gaze sweeping across the familiar turf past the wildly celebrating opponents, his eyes filled with boundless regret. This was his last Champions League match. To bid farewell in such a brutal way. Perhaps it was fate. Barcelona coach Valverde walked up to console his players one by one. He reached, Iniesta patted him gently on the back, and 1,000 words condensed into a single sigh. On the other side, Liverpool manager Klopp charged onto the field like a caged tiger unleashed. He pushed through the crowd, grabbed the still-lying Chung Feng, pulled him up, and gave him a crushing bear hug, roaring with excitement. Brilliant. You're a bloody genius, kid. Chung Feng, nearly suffocated, could only smile wryly and pat his back. Boss, calm down, calm down. We still have the final to play. Klopp froze for a moment, then burst into even wilder laughter. Huh, you're right. The final. We still have the final. He slapped Chung Feng's shoulder heavily, his eyes brimming with admiration and affection. At the post-match press conference, Valverde came and went hurriedly with his dejected Barcelona squad. Facing reporters' questions, he simply replied, Liverpool played better, we deserve to lose. Then he ended the conference early and left Anfield in solitude. When Klopp walked in with Chung Feng, the atmosphere was completely different. A barrage of camera flashes turned the room as bright as day. Klopp, beaming with energy, sat before the microphone and grinned. A great match. Yes, to me it was just an ordinary football game. The reporters let out a good-natured laugh. An 8-5 scoreline, ordinary. There wasn't another match like it in the world. Klopp lavished praise on his team and finally turned his gaze to Chung Feng beside him. As for Chung, what more can I say? You've all seen his performance. He was born for the big stage. All the reporters' cameras and microphones immediately aimed at Chung Feng. Chung Feng, what were you thinking when you scored that match winner? Chung Feng, how do you feel after a hat-trick to overturn Barcelona? Facing these routine questions, Chung Feng gave polished answers one by one.